Just getting month over month and year over year PCE data coming through for last month. A little bit delayed here on these releases, but U.S. durable goods coming through 1.1% to the upside versus negative 1% expected there for durable goods. Core durable goods, meanwhile, down negative 0.2 versus negative 0.1. Wholesale inventories, retail inventories as well, basically in line with expectations. We're still waiting for these two, however. Year over year and month over month, U.S. PCE going to be the bigger release of the morning. So I'll let you know when that pops in. But overall, markets futures, anyways, trying to hold on to positive territory here as we head into Friday morning. Still waiting. There we go. Finally, 4.4% here, guys, for the year over year number. 4.4, so higher versus 4.3% expected there. 0.3%. on the month over month number versus 0.4% expected. So both coming in a little bit hotter than expected there for PCE. Remember, that is the preferred reading on inflation for Fed Chair Powell and the Fed in general. So we'll see. Another data point to add to the collection that he'll be looking at, they'll all be looking at ahead of their next meeting coming up in June. We also get non-farm payrolls, remember, coming out this time a week from now. Next Friday, we'll get May non-farm payrolls. A ton to get to this morning, a ton moving around here in the pre-market. More chip strength, including MRVL to the upside. They also forecast AI-specific revenue going to be much higher than expected. It's Friday, May 26, 2023. Tradertv.live starts now. Yeah, market downside a little bit here off of this number. Again, both the year over year and month over month number coming in a little bit hotter than expected there. So we are moving back down. Zoom in a bit here on the SPY. Overall, you can see we are moving back down here, both the NASDAQ futures and the S&P under a little bit of pressure. Again, if you missed it there, 4.4% on the year over year number versus 4.3% on the month over month, up 0.4 versus 0.3 expected. So here we go again, maybe a little bit of negativity coming back into play as we see some ongoing pressure, really, as far as inflation is concerned, continuing to linger in the background. As I mentioned, this time next week, we'll get non-farm payrolls, which I believe is going to be the last data point they'll consider ahead of the June meeting coming up here. We'll check the Fed funds tool coming up as well. As we saw late in the day yesterday, still small chance floating around as, you know, not only for June, but going out to July that we get another hike here.
Yeah, and we saw better than expected jobless report yesterday. That's not good when you're looking for wage inflation. I'm going to dive into these numbers. I want to see where the inflation is sticking. We've been hearing about services being tough. Now we're hearing about food come up again. So I'm going to be looking into these numbers. I'll report back to you guys. But yeah, a bit of a tougher number today for the
not a huge move downside here. We are holding on to positive territory overall for the S&P and the NASDAQ, but we'll see how things play out as the morning goes on. A ton to get to. Neil wrapping up his vacation in Paris, going to be back. Everyone enjoys their long weekend coming up. But Max with us once again this morning on a Friday. Interesting setup here, guys. Again, some lingering strength, it would appear, in the overall economy.
Lingering strength, yeah. Well, I mean, it's been a pretty strong couple months here, it seems like, in this market. As right now, I was just writing the sticky note right here, and we've just put out 14,000 now, and we're bouncing off that again. And it's interesting to start the day now above 14,000. That's the first time that I've seen this happen. Let's see if we can hold this level. It looks like it is coming down on some of these numbers here, but we'll wait to hear. I mean, obviously, it's sort of ears to the ground again about debt ceiling today, Max. Ears to the ground about anything happening here. We got Microsoft with an upgrade. We got Ford and Tesla news coming through today. A little bit of Fed speak. We just printed it out. PCE, U of Michigan coming out at 10 o'clock as well. So, a couple numbers coming through on a Friday. Doesn't feel like a free-for-all Friday at all. To me, we were up almost, we were up, what, 2.5%, 6.4%, something like that, yesterday in the NASDAQ, and led by the biggest and the baddest of them all, apparently, the semis, right? You had a great trade there yesterday on NVIDIA. We're looking for day 2 plays all over the place. AMD breaks 120 yesterday with a monstrous play. I like Microsoft. We just talked about that with an upgrade off the watch list. Make sure you get that watch list on tradertv.live. And today, we're trusting the teal, baby.
Oh, yeah.
We're all over the teal. Max is wearing the teal.
Wearing the teal.
If I don't see a trade by you coming off of the teal today, I'm going to be disappointed.
I mean, we're going to at least refer to it today.
And what is the teal? Why don't we explain that? Do you want
21-minute EMA. Yeah, it's EMA for sure.
We'll double check.
We'll double check if it's E or S. I believe it's the EMA.
It won't matter that much when you're
doesn't
trading
really
it on
matter.
a daily, on an intraday level. But
Yeah, exactly.
Yeah, it's a 21 period moving average, and you put that on. What is it? A 1 minute, 3 minute, 5 minute?
1 minute chart.
1 minute chart.
Although, like I've seen it, it kind of holds on the 5 minute, but that's the same as like the 100 period on the 1 minute. So
that's
maybe I should add the 100 period 1 minute.
Add the 105 period.
105 period.
21 times 5
Yeah,
yeah. Okay. All right, so there we go. We're ready to rock and roll. Max is here, man. He's got the brain working already, and that's always a good sign here on an early Friday. It's 8:30, Brendo and Sharif. Sharif told us about a new color, Egyptian blue. I'm going to try to check that out very, very soon. Shout out to Ahmed, who was here last week, and shout out to all of our Egyptian friends as well. But yeah, Brendan, you're right. The market right now back down to 14,000. Didn't like those numbers. We're bouncing around a key level here. Let's see if we can hold.
Yeah, and we're back to basically a coin flip when it comes to this as well. Here's the CME Fed Funds tool pointing to, basically 45, 46% versus 54. So this is on a hold coming up in June. This would be another quarter point hike to come in June. Just a couple weeks away, guys. Remember, June 14th will be the next meeting. This goes out to July then, still 50%, basically where it was yesterday, but a little bit less maybe on the hold, essentially, or pause, but 50% chance of another then quarter point hike coming up in June. So lots to consider here heading into a long weekend.
Yeah, and these interest rate hikes haven't been helped with the debt ceiling debacle that we've been having. We've had a number of Fed speakers go on television say that the terminal rate is about 50 bips from where we're at now. So I think this probably makes their case for them. Let's continue to watch and see what happens.
Yeah, we had comments earlier in the week from a number of Fed members suggesting that by the end of the year, we're going to have it at least that much. 50 basis points, as you're saying, back to the upside. But yeah, perfectly teed up here for what we were dealing with in the pre-market. Joe Biden and Congressional Republican Kevin McCarthy, Speaker McCarthy, closing in on a deal. I mean, pretty much the same language as we heard late in the day yesterday that saw a little bit of positivity return to stocks going into the close on Thursday. But I mean, as we've been saying all week, kind of a wait and see, really, as to how this is going to play out, how we're going to, come to some sort of conclusion that, I mean, I saw somebody actually say the Janet Yellen date is next Thursday, June 1st. Whether or not that's the actual date, I mean, a lot of people suggesting that maybe there's a little bit longer that they have after that, but something to look forward to again next Thursday. Will they leave it to the last minute, or will something maybe happen over the weekend?
I think like you and I have talked off camera a number of times, there's really no obvious reason to get it done early. I talked to Arun off camera as well. He told me about a number of these trades that he's had. They usually go well into the night and trading the futures. So I expect it to be a last minute thing.
All right, we saw a ton of strength yesterday in chip stocks specifically, right across the board, coming off that forecast from NVIDIA when it comes to AI revenue for this quarter. But here's Marvell, MRVL, up on the same note this morning. Yeah, 16.5%. This thing had a huge move after the close yesterday. But down here, they pointed again to annual artificial intelligence-related revenue doubling in the coming quarters. So Marvell all of a sudden jumping in on this NVIDIA party.
Yeah, I mean, AI to the left of them, AI to the right of them. You know how many times Marvell CEO said the words AI or the letters AI in the first 1 minute of that press conference? Or that press conference?
Gotta be at least 5.
That release, yeah, it was 8.
8?
8.
In 1 minute?
8 times, the first minute.
In 1 minute.
The first 1 minute,
So
Max.
every 8 seconds he said AI.
Yeah, I don't know exactly if that was what it was, but that would be the exact way that you would. This guy's on top of the math here today. I'm very impressed.
That's impressive to say it that many times, though.
So that's what I mean. Like, it's almost like we're saying it about 8 times in the last minute. So let's go AI, EIEIO. No, I mean, welcome to the bandwagon here. And I mean, it's just, we've talked about this. Are we in a bubble? Yes, no, maybe so. I just feel like it is the beginning stages of all of this. Now, are we in a bubble as far as what AI can provide for everybody? No, probably not. We're not even really, I mean, we're using it, but I feel like there's so many more applications that are going to come from it. But does that mean that they're monetizable right away? I feel like a lot of these, this talk about AI, we still need to get the applications. We still need to be able to use them in our everyday life. Like, sure, Google's going to put some applications into Bard that shows when you're using it, it'll show an ad. But are we going to click those ads? Is it going to add to the bottom line of anything right here? We're just going to wait to see, but you're going to pay to wait to see, because look at Marvell today. Wow. I remember when Neil used to call this Marvel, and I was like, no, this is not Marvell. We obviously know this is not the superhero franchise, but right now, chips, all the rage. Look at these guys taking out $48 right there. What a monster move for them. Back above, now making new highs and still climbing. So, I mean, whether or not you want to trade this, fade this, we saw NVIDIA yesterday. I didn't trade NVIDIA or AMD very well because it's kind of chaos in the first couple 10, 15 minutes. I feel like we can let this develop a level. It looks like it's trying to give us one right here at 57.50. So we know we want to be long, right? Although, remember what happened to NVIDIA yesterday. We had a huge crank down right off the open, which is where I lost not all my money, but then we went and lost it on AMD as well. But here's the move yesterday on, where is it? This is yesterday. What? This doesn't look like NVIDIA chart. Hold on a second. Well, there's no volume. So, okay, so here's NVIDIA here. $400 all the way down, straight down off the open, down $30, down to $365, even more than $30 off that $400 level. Then finally, during the afternoon, we get back to that $395, and then kind of, it's not barcoding, but it kind of looks like it, where we didn't get much action in the rest of the day. So even today on NVIDIA, we're just going to zoom this back out. Unfortunately, I have these wicks. I'm going to try to get rid of them. But this 378, 375 area could be interesting. But we are talking about Marvell. So look, we came in yesterday, NVIDIA up 28%. Boom, dropped down $30 off the open. So MRVL, let's see if we have the same way. This is obviously yesterday, same kind of a drop down in Marvell, but look where we bounced around 47. See, these are the longs, and then boom, but you have to wait till about noon. So let's see if that happens today. There we go, 48, 49, taking out that daily number. What a huge move. No idea what caused this, but this morning we're all the way back up. You have a $60 pretty clean break. That'll probably come through, but I'd rather see a base first, give us a bottom, so that if we're wrong here, Max, on a 60 break, we have somewhere reasonable to get out. Because yesterday, taking a $6 hit on NVIDIA, it's fine because you share size accordingly, but you never expect to lose on a kind of a dump like that badly. So we'll wait to see what happens with Marvell. I'm still excited for it. Well, look, man, the 200 period yesterday held on NVIDIA, so that's a 55. So if we get down to 55, that's probably a play. But I think it's best to sit on our hands with Marvell. The other one, of course, yesterday, AMD. Wow, it took out that 120. And I just wrote down, let's try to get long 120 today in case we dip. But, I mean, there's that break yesterday of 120. It bounced off there a little bit, comes back in, takes 120 right there at the end of the day. Now today we get that other level bumped up, and then, it just looks like this on the daily chart. There's the take, boom, huge move up for AMD. AMD's up 50% from its earnings report back on May 3rd. So we have like 12 trading days, and AMD's gained 50%. So you tell me if this is appropriately valued. I'm not getting out of anything now, nor am I shorting it. I think we just wait for dips to buy.
Yeah, that Marvell, great report. I'd love to see it dip into like the 55 area to get long, but I don't know. This pre-market chart does not look like it wants to get down there. We'll see what happens. Although, I guess NVIDIA ran up to the highs and then totally dropped off the open. So yeah, like you can't get too aggressive too early on these earnings reports sometimes. You don't want to be, I mean, it's up 18% pre-market, right? So there's definitely room to drop, but yeah, I think Marvell could be pretty exciting today. And obviously the second day play on NVIDIA could be something as well. Also in the chip space, Intel, so muted this one at that 2750 level from yesterday where it rolled over. So I don't know, if you're looking for a short in the chip space, maybe Intel off the open through this 2750 area that it's at right now could be a good fade candidate there.
All right, let's bring in Michael Na, CMT over at Trade Ideas for a wrap-up of what's been a pretty exciting week here. We talked on Monday and gave everyone some ideas. So there he is. Hey, Michael, good to see you.
Good to see you.
Let's maybe revisit some of those that we were discussing on Monday. It's been an exciting week. I mean, the market kind of hanging out here waiting for some sort of resolution to this debt ceiling issue. But talk us through what you saw throughout the week here.
Yeah, sure thing. So for those who are kind of new to what we're doing here, I know a lot of people hang out on Friday. I don't know how many people came to hang out on Monday, but the new plan, and we're always open to feedback, of course, is on Monday, I'm going to go through all the algorithms and everything that Trade Ideas runs in the background, give you guys a couple ideas, come back on Friday, kind of wrap up what the market did this week, and talk about if any of the trades I took myself, how well they worked, how I managed them, that kind of thing. So you guys get a little bit more under the hood as opposed to just giving you ideas and kind of walking away from them. So the first chart I have here is of the SPY, and this is going to explain why not a lot of things triggered. So on Monday, I was talking about how we finally on Friday got through and we closed through that area of resistance right around the 420 area on the SPY, which seems to be the kind of biggest area right now. And then we hung out for a couple days and then immediately kind of fell apart and was just hanging out in that range. So good thing that it happened right away, because that means that not much of, or none of the stuff that we were looking at actually triggered. But I think there's a really good lesson here as well. Into the next chart here, you can kind of see, I know this is a little bit jumbled, but the line pointing up, that is the XLK or the technology sector. And the lines pointing down are pretty much everything else. So like the guys were just talking about on the desk there, if you were in semis, if you were in any sort of technology stuff, you had a good week. If you were in just about anything else, it was down. So it seems like it's really a market centered on this AI play and what's going on in that kind of a sector. So the first stock that I kind of pointed out was this BIIB, and what we were looking for is it to hold this anchored VWAP from these from right before the earnings gap. And you can see it just like the market pretty much fell apart right away. So there was no trade on that one. And the other one was ADVL, the next chart here, and it was the same kind of thing. So the lesson I want to give this week, and I think the important part of this, is that it's an old Warren Buffett quote where the beauty of the market, and he equated it to baseball, is I can sit there and I can put the shoulder on my bat and I can wait over and over and over again, right? There's no strikeouts. I can just wait and wait and wait for my pitch. When I see it, I swing and I hit it. So what I do personally is those stocks that were on the watch list this week just get removed because the idea that I had for them didn't pan out. So no win, no loss. And we call this tending the garden, where every day I'll go through and anything that's not following through or anything that's not doing what I want it to do gets removed from the list. Now, however, some of the names are still setting up and they're still interesting to me. So the next chart here we had was the trade of the week we sent out, which was VVV, which is Valvoline, which is just oil that you put in your car. And it was holding the anchored VWAP from before the earnings report. And we were looking for that to kind of break out. The next chart I have is the current chart, and it didn't break out yet, but it hasn't broken down yet. So if you compare that to the market that broke down, and you compare that to BIIB and the other one that broke down, this one's still holding. So this one remains on the list. And if we can get a bounce from this VWAP today or into next week before it breaks down under that VWAP, then this is still one that I'm going to take. And the other one that I pointed out on Monday that's still holding on, is this is the chart I showed on Monday, was this LNTH, and how $100 was pretty significant for this area. Now, if we go to the current chart, you can see it came back up and it tested that $100 again later in the week, but it couldn't close above there, couldn't hold above there for any time intraday. But again, I'm always comparing these to the market. What did the market do? It kind of fell apart and had 3 or 4 down days in a row this week. This one didn't. It held up strong. So this one remains on the list, and I still think it's good over 100. So of the 4 ideas, none of them triggered, but 2 of them are still interesting. And in my opinion, the longer they set up, the more they're building up energy for, if they end up working out, hopefully making a pretty good return.
As we said, been a headline-driven type of week, although there have been interesting ideas from tech specifically, and this whole surge in AI that continues once again today. Great weekend, obviously, with the long weekend coming up for anyone who's interested to maybe take a look at the platform, trade ideas we're speaking of. But coming up first couple of weeks of June, Michael, tell them about the test drive that's available.
Yeah, and I have a little graphic here on the last slide, but yeah, we have a test drive starting June 5th. So for $11.11, you get 2 weeks of the platform to come kick the tires, test it out. The Anchored View app product's going to be included. Our back tester, the AI engine that recommends trades, all of that is going to be included for those 2 weeks. If you go to trade-ideas.com/tradertv, you can sign up there. And if you sign up, stay tuned to the end. We usually like to give out a pretty good deal for people who want to stick with us after that test drive.
Wonderful long weekend, Mr. Noss. We'll speak again on Friday next week.
Thank you. Have a good one.
We love the NOS boss there.
Oh, yeah.
People going crazy because he had one of his buttons undone there. People were wondering what that is about. I see him laughing over there.
Yeah.
Dad life. And I was like, oh man, maybe the kid was just up way too late last night, or he partied hard.
Maybe.
No, nothing wrong with that, man. Anyway, thank you so much, Michael Noss. I mean, we really love that whole idea here with trade ideas, and we love that test drive is just amazing. I feel like for that value, the fact that you get the whole suite all wrapped up. I mean, you've been using trade ideas for a while.
That's how I got into trade ideas. I got one of those test drives
Really?
for like $10. Yeah.
Great, man.
$15,
Great.
yeah.
And no looking back. So thank Michael Noss for that one. And thank you for some of the ideas. I really like that sort of idea of coming up on Monday, coming back on Friday, talking about some of those names, because they're different names. And, that's part of it. I mean, you can stay here, watch us trade AMD, NVIDIA, but those are day trading names. Like LNTH is not going to have the volume for us to sit here and scalp or anything like that. But as far as a longer term time frame, we really, really like that. I want to thank Michael Noss for that. And it just goes to show you, no matter what style of trading you have, you got to find your niche, And some of the trades that he'd put on or hold in his accounts, probably not what I would hold, and vice versa for everybody that's out there. So get into your lane and figure out, with the test drive lane.
Oh, nice.
Yeah, it's okay. And try to find out, what kind of style suits you best. But great names there. I like Costco on a longer time frame with a good report today. PDD, Brendan, as we see, is up huge again. Not again, but up nicely. We had a great short in PDD yesterday. Good thing we don't hold overnight because it's up nicely here, up 14%. We're going to watch out for that one. Oil extending losses. I was just mentioning to the wife that on the way in today, I didn't have, I'll just call up oil in a second here. I didn't have much gas. I had like 20 kilometers left in the tank. It only takes me 11 kilometers to get here. So, it's not like that's like 5 miles. No, it's more than that, 6, 7 miles. But the gas was expensive. It was $1.67 a liter. So there's about 4 liters in a gallon. So those of you out down there can figure out where that price is right now. But if we're going with the CL, oh, here it is right here. So here's the daily chart on oil right now, bouncing around a little bit here in the pre-market, up to 72.60 right now. But there it is. Oil still trapped underneath the 50 period, underneath here as well, the 200 period, which is $80 flat. Right there for crude oil. So this has been a great top. Hopefully we don't, whatever, I'm long some of the, the XLE, and we've talked about that, but also kind of just in a range right now, man. This 80 top looks pretty good, and then also does this 65-ish bottom, looks pretty good. So right now we're stuck in the middle with oil, but we're gonna have to watch out for some of those names. XOM, we talked about it, down here, it's a New York name, down here in the low hundreds, mid hundreds, good little level there. I think it was 104 or so on XOM that we really liked. Yeah, there it was right down there. So, yo, what's up? Oh, thank you, Randy. I sent Randy a message because I have half a coffee left and it's ice. Porsche Turbo. Porsche. You're always representing the Porsche. You got the Cayenne down. And I didn't know that you're well, I mean, I've heard you and Ian and Brendan and Prad talk cars.
Yeah.
You are a Porsche guy as well.
Oh, yeah. Best company, you know?
Best company?
Yeah. The heritage, exactly.
Heritage, history, and pedigree. So.
And purity.
And hopefully they'll be announcing some AI. Isn't it Volkswagen and stuff? Yeah, anyways. All right, oil and XOM, we like some of those levels. The volume's not really there today on XOM. It's only 16,000 shares, but when I looked at a 5-minute range, I was looking down here, and I mentioned 104, but yesterday's levels of 105 as a basement. There's 104 2 days ago, breaking higher. It looks like we're trying to edge a little bit here on XOM. So if oil can sort of stay pretty consistent here today, maybe a 105 dip buy. We're at 106. I like this little area here for XOM. We often get questions about some of these energy names, so we'll see about that. But you know what? Today, man, it's pretty light. Let me find the imbalance locator here for everybody. There it is. There's absolutely nothing. Palantir, Ford with a buy, NEO with a buy. But if I look through here, now that I see this, TSM is a sell. We saw a big rally. You had a great trade on that yesterday as well. And then there's your AI down to 28 bucks again. So that high of 33 or 34, 35 the last couple of days. Did it get that
32,
high?
32, I think.
No, right here.
Been looking at it.
Oh, that's back in
Yeah,
April.
yeah.
Yeah, 32 the last couple of days. Yeah, good high there. That's that 35 high back in April. So we'll watch out for AI dripping down just a little bit here over the last couple of days, but up 0.42. So, all right, let's go back over to the desk and start talking about the watch list.
First segment of the show brought to you by Surge Trader, where traders can get a funded trading account up to $1 million, keep 90% of the profits, trade stocks, indices, Forex, crypto, and more. Program has simple time rules. Has simple rules and no time limits. SurgeTrader.com/DTV. It's Friday. TTV, promo code, bottom of the screen there. Shout out to Surge Trader, as always. Time rules. Time has lots of rules. Yeah, I mean, a few things of note here as we head towards 9 o'clock. We'll get a check of the overall market with the room coming up here. I was just seeing there are going to be more talks today, so we'll keep an eye out for any kind of headlines that come across as far as the overall debt ceiling negotiations are concerned. ELEV, a little one moving around. PDSB, another one that just popped up on volume, so I'll keep an eye on a few of these. I also saw, I mean, we talked about it right at the end of the day, but Oracle.
Oh, wow.
Massive move yesterday, all-time highs. Some of the other older type of tech names, but it's so strong over the entire week here.
Yeah, it's been a hell of a week for some of these names. I'm keeping my eye on PDD. I know we're going to talk about that coming up, but a hell of a move this morning on an earnings play. You know, it's a Chinese name nonetheless, but I'll keeping my eye on this one for a 70 top.
Yeah, better than expected results from Pinduoduo. Some of the other, remember they announced late last year that they're going to expand into the U.S. market. So that was one catalyst going into that report for PDD. All right, let's bring in a room, get a check of the overall market here. We'll talk some futures. We'll get an understanding of what is important heading into the long weekend here, Arun. What are you looking at?
Yeah, I mean, this market really hasn't broken out a whole lot, so we're going to be stuck with the range until it does break out. But today, in terms of volume, as we're going into the long weekend, I would imagine the most of the volume is going to be done at the open and the close. So in the middle, stuck in a range, unless there's some sort of news catalyst that gets us going to take a shot at the breaking of a range top or the bottom. I would imagine it's going to be more of the same of what we saw yesterday, which was a lot of flashes where we have waves of selling still within the range and the waves of buying still within the range. And that's most of what I would expect. Keep in mind, we do have a 10 a.m. number at on the Michigan Consumer Sentiment. So maybe something there, but I think most of this at this point in time with where we are in the month, it's going to be related to the debt talk. And like you mentioned, there is some conversations happening. So we could get some updates that could move this market and accelerate this market to get that breakout going. But for now, we're still going to use the same levels. 75 is up there. 75 was a marker a few days ago, but at the same time, it wasn't a solid level, but it's establishing itself as something to watch now. So 75 up top, we are at the top end of this range. So if we have a reason to find a short, there could be something, but currently the strength is to the buy side, so we'll leave it alone and wait for it to set up if it does set up. Breakout north of 75, like I said, 75 is something to watch, but not a solid level, so I'd keep an eye on this one to see how it breaks. Is it going to be one of those situations where stops go off and come right back in? At that point, you probably don't want to get involved on the breakout. It's not ready just yet, but just keep an eye on how it breaks north of 75. Downside, we got 41.30, so anything south of 50, preferably into the 45s, that can open up a nice little long dip buy. If it sets up properly, you are trading in the range, so keep your expectations in check when you are dealing with the market like this. But keep in mind the 10 a.m. number. I think that's going to be the last catalyst after the open until we get a headline of some sort related to the debt limit.
All right, great stuff. Thanks, Arun. That's the number that also has that forecast or projection, inflation projection, 1 in 5 years. So the past couple of months, there's been more focused on those projections overall. So we'll have a look after. Again, if you missed it or are just joining us, PCE comes out this morning a little bit hotter than expected, both on the year-over-year and month-over-month number. If you haven't done so yet, make sure you grab that. Go to watchlist.tradertv.live, enter your email address. You get that for free. You can use a QR code there as well if you want to scan that. Absolutely free for you every single morning from us, comes right to your inbox. Let's talk chips once again, 2 days in a row here. All kinds of strength around this AI headlines. All things AI yesterday for NVIDIA caused that huge gap to the upside. I mean, it sold off a little bit out of the gate, but then kind of sideways throughout the session. Here's Marvell setting up very similar. Huge gap to the upside, up 17.5%. 59.60 though, appearing to be obvious levels, but just a monster move overall on the daily chart. Again, they forecast their revenue is going to double because of AI.
Yeah, and a litany of upgrades as a result this morning, Brendo, for Marvell. Let's have a look at the screen here. KeyBank, Credit Suisse, Guggenheim, Deutsche Bank, JP Morgan, Jefferies. The list goes on and on, Brendo. All price target upgrades for this name.
So what you're saying is they like it. They like it a lot. There was a couple as well I saw for NVIDIA again today, guys, after yesterday.
What's up, Elon 2024? I tend to find myself eating nacho cheese. To me, that sounds disgusting right now because we're having a coffee and it's early in the morning. I mean, I'm down for nachos.
Yeah,
If we had nachos, I'd take that back.
Yeah, if you threw those in front of me and I was smelling them right now.
Yeah, you put some little guacamole right there with some salsa. I'm actually...
That sounds kind of good right now.
Why did I have to read that now? Now there's going to be a problem here. So anyways, I really wish that I wish we had, but the thing is, if we had nachos right now, it'd be too crunchy. Our microphones, it would be...
It wouldn't be pleasant for the viewers, but
it would be very pleasant for us, yeah. Damn it, I went on the bike this morning and everything. Okay, just come over to my screen right now. I can't say enough good things about what we've built here at Trader TV Live, and we're very, very proud of what we offer. And I think you got to go over and grab right now the watch list. It's watchlist.tradertv.live. You're going to see here lots of talk about the market. Then we have chip stocks, Ford, PDD, Microsoft today, Tesla here today, Gap here today with the story. So it's like you don't even have to look at what the story is. You just come over here, PDD reports earnings, blah, blah, blah. It's all right here, right now. So make sure you get that watchlist.tradertv.live. We're not putting in all this work for no reason. But okay, here we go. NVIDIA, look, day 2 play, baby. If you want to look at that, you can also go to Trader TV Live, Sean, at Trader TV Sean, and get the sticky note, because on the sticky note today, the number one name, and let's just not lose money today on it like we did yesterday, NVIDIA. There's going to be trading opportunities. Oh yeah, that's right. Let me just call up on a different chart system. There are going to be trading opportunities today in NVIDIA, and if you look back yesterday, this is the pre-market here today. Looks like we're trying to build some longs, I feel like, bouncing off of 379. Decent areas of support right there. Yesterday at around 5:30, we got down to this 376 area, which could be some sort of a pause for concern if we get down there again. But let's just look to see what happened yesterday morning. So this is part of what we talked about here. So yesterday you get up to 400, then here's this big move to the downside, right? Nicely done, fine. But this is kind of the level that I'm looking at right in here as we go. It's like this 375 area, 376. So yesterday we have this big move down. There's a couple couple green candles in here, but other than that, it's a nice swoosh down. And then it's about trying to catch the long. We tried it only once in here, and we tried it right about here at 380. That would have been good if we had market waited for it to settle down, right? 10 and 11 o'clock, 380 held, and you didn't have any dip buy potential at all. I mean, it broke 379 once. That's it. So I feel like that's a really, really solid level. But the problem is we're too close to 380 right now for us to trust it. You can't trust a level until you've seen it. So looking at this down here, 376 down to 375. This is the area that I want to transact my first longs in until we develop something like this, an area of support. So if we can develop an area of support on NVIDIA, I really like it. But for now, we're just going to go back to somewhere yesterday. Look, I mean, we could get down to 368. We won't be in the long if it gets down to 368. We're going to get out if it breaks down below like this 373, 373.50 area. So let's take $1.50 worth of risk, maybe $2 depending on where we get it down in there on NVIDIA. So that's going to be a play for me there today. Another name that we looked at was AMD. We could talk about Marvell, but again, until we find a level, and I'll go over that. I know, I'll leave that for Max. Max has some ideas on Marvell, but there's the break of 120. So we really like a 120 now coming back in for support, but we may not get that level. So right now, you got to look at this 122 area. This is where the 50 period, this is the 200 period, sorry, is lying. 200 last data points right down here at 122. So possibly a pullback for 122 on AMD, but I still stay, it's very similar to what Arun was saying there. For right now, I don't think the shorts are opened up. I think we got to stay long and trust some of the reads that we see. It's like what Michael Noss said. When they throw the fastball down the middle, you take a swing. So if AMD comes in, I think we got to swing this around 122 and watch out for a dip buy opportunity after that into 120. Let's not play with this too much here. We have 121.50, so if you take a 122 long, maybe you get out if it breaks 121.50, but until then, we wait for 120. So I like the dip buy opportunities, but today, because it's a second day play, Max, I think on these names, we got to be patient. I don't think it's worth jumping into anything right now. Let's just hold it out. We had PCE, a complete nothing burger, goes all the way down, breaks 14,000, then just comes right back to where we were pre-number. So let's just, let's hold our cards close here in the morning and try to find the best plays. If anything, I like Ford, and we're going to get to Ford in a minute. That could be the early play. So we'll wait to see on anything there. But for me, AMD and NVIDIA are hold cards close and wait to see if there's any good levels.
Yeah, I like this Marvell off of earnings. Would love to see an NVIDIA-style dip down into the 55 level, which we showed you on the chart previously. But yeah, I got this like 57.50. Yeah, 57.50 to like 58.20, 58.30, kind of as an area of like, this is where you don't want to be getting into any positions, in my opinion. This is like the inflection zone. If we trade above that, we're probably going up. If we trade below it, we're probably going down. So I like the idea potentially of a 60 breakout. I would much, much rather to get like a 55, 56 dip trade. But yeah, I think Marvell, like 61, maybe even 65 today if the market and these chips really get going. Great report, similar to NVIDIA, talking a lot about AI. People love this. Lots of analysts talking about this one. And then I also got TSM for the chips. Crushed the 100 breakout yesterday, so if we get back down to 100 today, I would love to hit TSM long. If you look at, did I lose yesterday? What is this?
Yeah, we had some data. Remember there's some data issues yesterday? Yeah, I don't know
Here's
what was
yesterday.
going on.
Here's yesterday. Yeah. All right. So we break 100, and then we hold 100. So yeah, yesterday's close right around this 150 level. So maybe you have to catch a dip into that, late afternoon support there in that like 150, 145 kind of level. If it gets to 100, I think that's like a full smash long kind of idea, but I doubt it gets there. And then, there's more levels on the chart on the daily back up to like 104, 105 kind of area if we are able to trade above. The next consolidation zone was like that 104 all the way up into 110, which, maybe we get that soon. I don't think we're getting it today, but, anything can happen. And TSM, very, very strong recently.
Here on Ford this morning, Tesla going to open up 12,000 superchargers in their network to Ford and obviously Ford vehicles in North America. So maybe the first step in Tesla, as we heard late last year, going to be a little bit more open to allowing other manufacturers to use their network. But yeah, that's 12,000 by 2024 for Ford.
Be quite frank with you, it's really refreshing to see the private industry do it on its own without government intervention, having two private companies who are technically competitors come together and strike out a deal. I do like that. What I also like, Brendo, is the fact that this was announced on Twitter Spaces yet again. So is this going to become a little thing for Elon here where all the new announcements are via Twitter Spaces? Let's watch.
Yeah, I can't wait for that IPO to come back again. Round two, 2.5% here. Meanwhile, right now, guys, for Ford, stock is liking this news.
Look, I put in a buy here a little bit lower than where we are right now to pick up some more shares in the longer term account for Ford. I mean, I think we're at some key levels. I mean, I don't have to think that. I just look at the chart to tell me what we're doing. And we're down here at 11.20. And we've been bouncing off of here basically for a year down here back to last June where we started this sort of dip buying opportunities in Ford. And like, see, I just got this coffee and it's cold already. This is ridiculous. But down there, that's why I have the Yeti beside me. Down here on Ford. So, you know, I like some of the support that's down here. And I just think that now we're getting just some more reasons to buy Ford. You know, the superchargers, access to what is it, over 12,000 stations now in the U.S. For the supercharge. We don't have very many here, so I don't know how this will impact Tesla or the lineups, but Ford right now doesn't have any cars to really put through there, but this is a play for the future. And if everyone's worried about charging stations, it's nice to wrap it up into a deal here with Tesla. I don't know how this will monetarily, how this will affect the bottom line for Ford or anything like that. They still got to roll out the cars and they still got to get going. But I wrote down here on the sticky note that, hey, let's play some momentum. But the problem is it's only 1.43 million shares. It's not even that many shares today. So I don't know if Ford gets going through 12 bucks. Like, this is the level that I thought we'd get to. I thought when I saw this story, honestly, I thought this was more of a bump than 2.5% for Ford. So let's see. Maybe we're wrong. But here's 11.90 and here's 12. So 12 up here goes all the way back to early May. I thought we'd be up here more closer to the open, take this, and then we could use this as support. So I don't know. Right now, it's not really doing too much. We're trying to buy some not too much lower than this, like around 11.50. So that could be an area of support down there. It doesn't look great. Again, I'm a little disappointed, honestly. Like, I haven't bought any Ford shares lately. Here's a 5-minute chart. So yesterday, a lot of dip buy opportunities down here at 11.25. We saw Ford make a big move down 2 days ago. This is 2 days ago. Yesterday, not much action, and then today we get a bump. So I thought this would wake Ford up, but honestly, Max, I'm a little disappointed that we're not getting too much push through here. So we'll watch out for 12, but I'm almost thinking it's a short rather than a long. But hey, if the volume picks up, and what I wrote down on the sticky note was that I'd like to see a violent move to $12. But we're not violent. Like, if this is violent, then hey, man, Mickey Mouse is one of the most violent cartoons I've seen, but it's not doing anything right now. So let's wait to see if Ford can wake up. It is on the imbalance locator today for 300, 230. Again, that's nothing in my opinion. Like, it might be decent for Ford, but still, in a name that doesn't move at all. And then yesterday we had what was a good day in the market yesterday. Ford top 11.50, bottom 11.35. So 15 cents and actually downward yesterday. So I'm going to hold back my expectations here for Ford. But it's on the sticky note. I think it's worth watching. And I like it for the long term. But again, no cars on the road. They have the Mach-E and the 150. And I'm not really seeing too much momentum here in Ford this morning. Not as much as I thought there would be.
You like trading Ford. I like trading Tesla because I'm a bit of a psycho. But we got these tops here from... I don't know when that was, a few days ago at 186.25-ish. Then we have bottoms here at 186.25. Now we got these tops yesterday at 186 and are topping out in the pre-market at 186. So what does this tell me? The 186 to 186.25 level is significant on Tesla. So I want to see what it does off the open. If it decides to fail that level off the open, then Tesla is probably a short back down into that 183.50, 183 kind of area that we were trading yesterday. If we blast through that, then I'm thinking long, and I'm thinking 193 today. The market super strong today. That debt deal apparently getting done. Big surprise to absolutely nobody. But yeah, finally starting to break out on NASDAQ here. So I think Tesla, if we get going through that 186.25, could be a decent kind of breakout level on this name. So I'll be watching Tesla today. Back to
All right, let's go over to PDD here. A nice move pre-market, 15%. In fact, coming off earnings. What a move initially. But I was just noticing here, Sharif, we're actually holding 68 very, very nicely here. Not bad at all for PDD, coming off better than expected results across the board and a nice forecast.
Yeah, a hell of a forecast, Brendo. Full year 2023 growth, they're looking at 58%. Online marketing is up, non-GAAP operating profit is up, everything is up. Good report.
If you zoom out on a daily chart, though, you get a better idea of where this thing has come from. Yeah, it's 15%, but still long, long way to go here for Pinduoduo.
Look, we had a great short on Pinduoduo yesterday, but the thing about this is, and me and Sharif talked about this over and over again, like when I'm seeing numbers that are blasting like what they are here in Pinduoduo, we have written down here, I'm just reading our, I should actually, let me just bump this out, because I already sort of was pumping up a little bit about our watch list right here. So let's do that again. So here's our watch list coming through. So I'm going to go down here and just find Pinduoduo and read this with you. Like, this is why I don't really trust anything that's happening too much. First of all, let's get that showing Pinduoduo in the background. Right there. So earnings per share of 101. Fine. Outperforming analyst consensus estimates by 54 cents. 87%. Okay? Beat. Reflects substantial year-over-year increase of 115%. Quarterly sales amounted to 5.4 billion. Consensus of 4.5 billion. It just 46% sales growth. Like, I see these numbers, and honestly, it's not that I don't trust some of these, Chinese ADRs or anything like that. But really, I mean, I just think that it's such a blowout quarter that I don't know what to believe. But it is. I mean, and if price is truth, then it's up here to 68. And I'm not going to question whether or not these numbers are real or not. The market's going to trade off that until there's a Hindenburg report or Citron or something about all this. But look where we just bouncing off of, $70. So if I'm going to be shady about this, I think that this is a good level to go short. So this is why I didn't write any longs down here. Now, if there's going to be a long, we'll talk about some levels when they come through. But for me, this is a short on the daily chart. We've already been up here. And again, I apologize about all these wicks, but up there to 69.50. That's that level. That's that 50 period on the daily that we just talked about. I think 69.50 right there is going to be the top for the day. I'd like to test it to see if we're wrong. But if the Chinese government comes in and buys this name up again here today, then I don't know what to do. So we'll have to get out of it if it breaks 70. But for me, let's be patient and wait for this level here, 69. It's well off. It's well up, man. I mean, this is a 5-minute chart blasting to the upside. We had a great short yesterday off Pinduoduo. If you look at yesterday we were short right here, $61. Cranked down to 60 only before bumping up here again today. So I'm going to be a little skeptical about this name. I feel like the report was so good, and without knowing too much about the company, I'm not trying to throw shade at anybody that's done their research or anything. Maybe it's a great company and maybe it's a huge move to the upside. But let's just look at what's been happening here on the daily. This was a $105 stock at the beginning of the year. Now it's down to 60. So this is a great bump to the 50 period. Let's see if we get up here, and then the sky's the limit. But definitely a great base at 60. If you found that and you believed in the quarter, then congratulations. I almost would have thought that, a move down really would have been destruction for this name. I'm happy it's a move up. It's great for these other Chinese ADRs like Alibaba and Neo and everything. But for me, I still remain skeptical in this space until Alibaba, like this was just at $100 itself, and look at this move down. We had Biden talk. And the thing about the Chinese-U.S. relations, it's kind of coming out of both ends here. Biden talking about it being fine and in a good spot, and then the Chinese side saying, what are you talking about? It's like we're at one of the worst levels we've been at in a while. So I'm not sure about U.S.-Chinese relations, and for me, it's a stay away until we see a clear trade like we did on Pinduoduo yesterday, short 61. If we can find that short at 70, your boy will be there, and we'll be riding the bear in this Brad, not working. Stream Deck. We'll be riding the bear there today. Oh, you know what's the problem is? I probably,
See if this one's working.
Don't have it open. So
This one's working.
Yeah, so that's a fail on me and Stream Deck. But we'll be riding the bear there today on PDD unless we feel that there's a great long value somewhere.
I think that there's a decent long value down here at these like 66, 70 kind of areas. It was support right here. Then we get resistance over here at the exact same price, 66, 70. So if we get a dip off the open on PDD into that price, I like it for the long potentially. That's exactly where it held up here right after the earnings report too this morning. So clearly a level of interest on this name, and I'll be watching it around there. You know, the 70 breakout, does that look kind of juicy? Yes, but I don't know. It seems like a bit of a bull trap up there at $70. But you know, I'll be watching it at $70 too. Maybe we take the breakout if we kind of consolidate below it for a while. But if we just scream straight up there, I think that's where a lot of people are going to get trapped. And potentially the fail break there for the move back down would be the way to go on PDD today.
Yeah, I just wanted to, before we go, I know Brendan and Sharif are going to be looking into this. We did get a super chat on Top Financial Group. There's rumors it's opening today. Let's just wait to see. We have this halted quote right now, so nothing really happening on Top. But, you know, the last time we saw this was 771 back here. So let's wait to see what happens with Top right now. But I'm seeing this is e-signal. This is from the 12th, so this is obviously not today. This is the last little movement there. So I guess I said 771, but I guess right there 861 is what I'm seeing from May 12th here on e-signal the last time this traded. So if it opens, we'll have it and we'll have some talk on there. I just throw it back. These are the busiest guys here, so I don't know if there's any information on Top or not, but Brendan or Sharif, have you guys found anything on this name today?
Yeah, this is from Market Insider, so take it for what it's worth. But this goes back to, as you were saying, Sean, the 12th. So this is an SEC halt, according to this article, and it has to do with unexplained market activity raising concerns regarding adequacy and accuracy of public available information. So according to this article, there's no indication as to when this thing will open or if it will open again. So as far as I can see, an SEC halt request for more information on that Top. Let's talk Microsoft here. This was Goldman Sachs this morning coming out with a positive note on Softy, pointing to more upside potential here surrounding all things ChatGPT. Even Goldman getting in on the AI note. It's funny, I was reading a different article on JP Morgan this morning that said JP Morgan's working on their own chat-style AI for financial advice. Yeah. So even the banks playing along.
They know the demand for it because people are trying to use ChatGPT for financial advice with varying degrees of success. But looking at the chart on Microsoft, I traded this guy yesterday on the midday show. It was a relatively strong name. It was definitely outperforming on the AI news from NVIDIA. Today, it is the lone red name in my big tech watch list. 326 close, Brendo. We're at 324.80 right now.
Yeah, nice week overall, guys, as we've been saying, for the NASDAQ. Microsoft, big part of that.
Yeah, we have Microsoft written on here on the sticky note. And a shout out to Brian Shannon, who apparently knows and takes a look at these sticky notes as well. Find it at Trader TV. Sean, I'm actually messaging Brian right now, to be honest with you. So shout out to Brian. Okay, so Microsoft right now, we love the upgrade. I love the Goldman Sachs upgrade. I mean, it's down today on that upgrade, so we're going to be very, very careful with it because the NASDAQ is up 0.35. Look, when a big name like this gets an upgrade from Goldman Sachs, I believe their price target went to 350. Was that what it was? I just heard, I read it this morning. Price target to 350 from 335. So again, it's just talking about expansion, of some of their margins. We have Azure, which is an absolute monster. They've built a moat around themselves. We still wait for the Activision Blizzard news on Microsoft. And then if the EU has already sort of approved that, but I think it was the UK that is not approving that deal. And then we'll wait to hear back from antitrust here as well. But nice move up there for Microsoft. Obviously, we've talked about their earnings report. We talked about their investment in OpenAI. All of that is everywhere right now, and it's all the rage. So I feel like Microsoft has been one of my top stocks in the lifetime of myself trading. So I feel like we want to stick with what we know. And I'm not sure, again, why it's down today. Generally, when a big house like Goldman Sachs upgrades somebody and the market's up and its name is Microsoft, which is 7% of the NASDAQ, it should be up as well. So I wonder if it's just getting a little top heavy up here at this 327, 326 area. I do not expect a huge blowout or anything today, but with a little bit of a base coming through on the upgrade, I feel like if it dips down, we're safe on this name. So let's just have a look here. Here's VWAP again at 324. We're up here again at 325. So I'm looking for a little bit of a dip buy opportunity, and we'll just go back to yesterday. Here's 323. So again, we saw a violent open in many names. Then we had this huge move up. Here is the dip at 322. It bounces clean off 323, almost to the penny. That also matches with some pre-market support. So I'm going to be down here looking at Microsoft at 323. I like this for a pullback. If you're looking for shorts in the market, and I know Apple absolutely ripped there in the afternoon, and we got owned on some of our shorts there because we were shorting it. That's still Microsoft, because we were shorting Apple yesterday. But again, I feel like this name up here near 174, 173.50, where we are now, is a potential for a short as well. So let's just wait on Microsoft. There it is, 173, 174, possible short here and a possible short. We're running out of time, so I'm just trying to get this going as fast as we can. And also a possible short in Google, as Google remains pretty weak off of 125. So there's a couple names that are going to set up for me on the short side and the long side. I like Microsoft on dips. I like shorting Google and Apple on pops.
Yeah, I think you covered Microsoft well enough, and you are probably the best Microsoft trader on the internet, so I don't think I have to cover that. What I will cover is this ELEV that I've been long for the past 20 minutes or so, whatever that's been, that people have been yelling about in the chat. Took out a key 510 level on the daily chart, goes up, comes back, holds it on the bid, so I get long. And looking for like 750, I think, on ELEV, so congrats to the longs on this one. Some kind of, I don't know, they do pharmaceutical stuff. Who cares? 5% short interest, 15 mil float. It could definitely squeeze. So this is what I'm watching in small cap land. Already done 12 million or 10 million shares of volume today in the pre-market.
All right, rundown brought to you by Trade Ideas, real-time scanning and alerting used on this desk by everyone you see on the show. See what's moving in the moment. Shout out to Trade Ideas again, coming up, guys, in June, first 2 weeks of June. Take advantage of this. You get the entire platform, data included, real-time data, charting, access to Michael Noss, $11.11 first couple of weeks of June. Make sure you grab that. Let's talk about Gap here to wrap things up. GPS out with a decent report, actually, talking a lot about cost-saving measures that are going to come into play, some restructuring as well. So nice look for Gap. First time in a while. GPS up nicely.
Yeah, it's been a mixed bag with some of these mall clothing retailers. We saw Abercrombie and Fitch do well. We saw American Eagle not. Gap coming in with a better than expected report. They actually, like what you were saying, cost savings, and they didn't actually have to mark down as many products to move the inventory because it was an inventory glut. So better look for Gap.
Came off a little bit there on that move we got at 8:30 with the overall market, but trying to get back to $8 right now, guys, for GPS.
This is in our note. Nevertheless, sales across all of Gap's 4 brands experienced a downturn. So that makes sense, up 8.5%. So less inventory, I think, is the key, right? You don't want to have too much inventory on hand, so they're obviously doing a much better job of managing said inventory, and that's the key, right? Get your supply chain fixed up, get your inventory going. If you have to start to sell some of it off, that makes sense to me too. We've heard a very similar play happen on Nike with them selling some of their inventory off for a little bit of cheaper prices than they thought. We talked about this with Lululemon and Sharif the other day. When you have buying power and staying power, that's what you don't have to necessarily downgrade some of your sales, right? And put it off. He was talking, Sharif's talking about 15% on a warehouse deal, right? You go to Gap or Old Navy or anything like that, they're 40% every day right there on this. So let's just wait to see again. Huge short interest, big move to the downside here on Gap. I believe it was 20-something percent. We'll check my favorite tool here on Trade Ideas. And it's a very simple one. I mean, charting is my favorite, but this is a good one there. It's actually only 14%. So Gap right there could see a nice little bump up. Still, PE not existent. So we'll wait wait to see what happens there with Gap off a nice bounce of 780. I don't believe in this name for a long, so I won't be going long. Instead, we'll be looking for some shorts. That's $9.50 period. That sounds good to me, man, on Gap with only a minute left. Let's get this party started. Let's look at quickly here, Max, what's going, I don't know, unless you want to talk about Gap, which we will in a minute. There's Space, there's Tilray with a buy. What? Tilray with a buy? That must be smoking something. GPS, Mara, Nikola. Not too much action here on the NASDAQ and not too much to go. Quickly, Max, anything on GPS?
Yeah, I mean, when I walked in this morning, you said something about Gap. I said that's got to be a fade, and it just fades all pre-market. So I had like 870 as a short level, maybe 925 as a short
What
level,
happened
but
to
I don't
Tilray,
think
by the
we're going there today. Tilray?
What the hell happened with Tilray? An offering? Jesus. Why do I own this stock? Katrine, I'm not going to miss the bell this time. Maybe you are. There's only 10 seconds right now. So let's go. It's countdown time, and she's running. Do not pull a hamstring, but she's got the nice Nikes on, so I like that. Damn you, Tilray, another offering as if. 3, 2, and Gillett. Man, like, I'm really glad that my marijuana holdings have been up in smoke now for like 3 years, or else, like, I mean, what was like a $10,000 in my account is now like 500. So, losing 22% on 5 bills is a walk in the park. But, that's disappointing for sure for anybody that thought that they would get some love there from Tilray. Wow, another offering, as if. I want those guys on the show. I got to speak to those guys. Okay, there we go. Nice little move to the downside right here for NVIDIA. We talked about a level of 375. So if we're going to talk about it, we got to trade it, right? Maybe not. But let's put our bid there now at 375 and just see if we do get a fill if this does come down. So we're going to try to trust that. Here's the move downside. We sort of expected that in NVIDIA. Let's check out what else is moving. Is Microsoft doing anything? We wrote down here on Microsoft 323, but you can see it's starting to go back up to the upside here. Softy on a mission upside on that upgrade from Goldman Sachs. We're not in anything. The only bid we have is NVIDIA down there at 375, and it looks like it wants to come in.
Yeah, I'm long Marvell off of this 60 break, absolutely flying to the high side. 60-60, the high, looking for way more than this, looking for 61, then 64, 65 kind of area. So
that's a great
Marvell absolutely screaming up. Barely gave me the chance to enter the order to get long, and I'm about to get stopped out of that ELEV. But yeah, I mean, that's whatever.
50,
who cares about that one?
58. Yeah, I might have just like Widowmakered this trade here with Marvell with you because I'm long as well right now at 60-30 on a little bit of a pullback here for Marvell.
Oh, yeah,
it's flying, but I saw bad experiences from yesterday with earnings names.
Oh, here we go.
So here we go, man.
61 incoming.
All right, I ain't. Bang! Me and Max. It's
Oh,
here,
baby. Oh, baby.
Here we go. Let's go
Here
to
we
Marvell
go.
as we'll hype the shit out of this thing because we need this to get going right now, man. What a difference a day makes. Let's go, Max. We love Maximilian on the desk with us. Max, man. Neil, I hope you're enjoying Paris. He's going to be back here right now because we're having some fun with Marvell right now. This guy taking the long. We're in the long right now, and there's some wows being dropped here, so we like that. We'll do this.
Oh my God.
Right there. Give me that 61.35. We just take $1.20 on that, Max, and I'm sure that you're not even getting out of it because you are Max and I am Sean. But here we go. Nice moves up to the upside right now, Max, and we're really happy with that. We just took a piece out at 61.35. Still hold 60% though, and when I see a dip down like that, I get scared. So I put out another offer right there at 70, and now we'll wait to see. I'm going to try to use, 60 is right there. Where's the teal? Where's the teal here? Trust the teal down here at 58.50. I can't trust it that far, Max, can I?
Not that far, not that far. I don't think you want to hold this below that 60 number, but we are getting a dip, and the dip is getting bought, so not scared yet on this Marvell. But yeah, having some trouble in the 40s here.
Scared.
I think we get back above 61 here. We will see lots of volatility off the open.
Let's just hold it, dude. Let's just hold it.
Just hold it. I got my offers out above 61 here for the next profit taker. Maybe I'll take a little more right there, but yeah, still have more than half of this position, about 60-something%, hanging on for the dream of 65. Let's see what happens on this one. These chips, when they go, they go. So yeah, looking very, very strong. Never even really touches 60 again. after breaking it, that key level on the chart being 60 and 61. So let's see if we can trade above 61
Microsoft,
here for
shoot.
a decent amount of time, and that will likely propel it into those higher levels. Wow, what a breakout on Marvell. Loving these breakouts off the open these days.
Oh man, I hate those trades. So I'm glad that you like them because I haven't had so much great luck in that. But what we did look at right here was a Microsoft, man. Microsoft, what a beast. Now it's taking out 327 and making new all-time highs in Microsoft right here today as we're starting to take out some levels. That would be right here, 327. So let's see if we can break that level. We've seen that before. Let's see if we see it again. It's coming through right now, 327. So this is a breakout again, Max. But it just touched it. I'm going to wait to 324, see if we get any bids down there on Softy, 324-ish for Microsoft. I mean, we could test it at 325 if it goes. All right, we just got more Marvell down here. Oops, that's not Marvell. We just got more Marvell right here at $60.35. So let's see if this wants to work to the upside again. But there it is, quick pullback. Looks like we're having some problems at 61, Max. That's the next taker. It has to go through. If we break back down through 60, we'll get out, and then we'll reassess a little bit lower on Marvell right there right now. All right, let's just check out Google. The market's kind of up and down here, so let's go over to a stock that we know we liked for the weakness here. That was Google. It looks like it's trying to break down below 120. Oh, we're out of Marvell right there. So we're flat on that trade, believe it or not. We were just hyping it up. And it broke, and that came right back. So let's buy a little bit more there. So it just broke. We got out at 59. 90s or something like that. So let's wait to see now. We just bought it back. We're going to use a little bit lower. Let's use 59.50. There are going to be pullbacks in these names. So it's like if we're just going to get out and like yesterday on NVIDIA, you know, sometimes there are holding spots and let's hold it now just a little bit more. Break a 59.50 there on Marvell and we're going to get out. So we've reloaded the position. It's fine. Obviously now we're up on this. So all is good. You probably didn't get out, Max, but nice move back up to the
No, that's
upside.
what I like to see there is like it breaks the level and then comes right back through.
Yeah, me
lots
too.
of buying below that 60 level. So I'm thinking that we hold here and go back above 61, hoping for that like 64 kind of area. Looking for the big move on Marvell. These earnings were an absolute banger, and here we go back towards 61. So yeah, you can't scare me out, bots. Here we go, up to
in your face,
back up to the
bots.
high here. Those bots are trying to be nasty, trying to break people back down, get them out of the trade. They bamboozled you, but you got right back in, right at the same price. So yeah.
Temporary bamboozlement. But we did
Temporary
get something out at
bamboozlement.
50 when it went up there, Max. And now I was looking at like a 61.60 or something, which is the high of the day. Actually, let's go a little higher than that. Let's go 61.90 right there and see if we can get something to blast like that. We have some great outs on Marvell. It's been obviously a great trade there so far. In your face bots. I really, really like that one. This guy's killing it over here. Okay, Microsoft back to VWAP. Is that what I just saw there? Yes, back to 325 right now. So Microsoft is pulling back while the NASDAQ is blasting. So that's going to be a good little look for us here on Microsoft. Let's test the long right now in the 40s on Microsoft. Again, just pulling back. So we'll take the long. There's VWAP right there at 325. We got to take the long somewhere. I like it. It's already been up to 327. The only problem is 327's been the high. So we'll start the position right now, but definitely understanding that 324 is a much, much better level for us here on Microsoft. So we'll start it now. It's going to suck, but that's okay. We do not have many shares. We're being patient until we come into some good levels here. So Softy, we'll try it. NASDAQ's still making moves, right? I mean, we're still going to the high side right now. So this name should be okay. It's Microsoft, and we're back long, trying to bounce off a little bit. 325 will take a little bit more, but we do understand again that we are waiting around 324 for a much bigger position on Microsoft right now. But, you know, if we take it, I'm just saying, like, I don't want to be stubborn to the strategy, right? And that is waiting and being patient for good names. So let's sit here. We'll see about a reload down there at 325. But again, let's try to sit on our hands a little bit if we can. PDD is another name, obviously, we got to look at there. And no surprise to me that it dipped down. I don't really want to go long. We want to wait for a little bit of a short opportunity. And right now, PDD maybe giving us one near 69.
Yeah, I'm looking for some of the other opportunities here. AMD kind of coming in a little bit. Tesla broke, so I forgot about Tesla while I was taking this Marvell trade. And Tesla takes out my level, pulls back right to that 186. Let me pull up the chart here. pulls back right to that 186 and then flies. So great long on Tesla for anybody who had that. You all owe me a beer if you took that off of me. And Tesla looking for that like 190. So yeah, big moves out of a lot of names here. Marvell just consolidating below that 61 level, looking for that to kind of blast off through that level here, above VWAP, holding VWAP nicely, holding the pre-market highs nicely of that 59.50 kind of area, and yeah, looking for higher on Marvell. No, offers out at 61.50, but just a couple profit takers here. Still have half the trade left on for that bigger picture idea. I think we can trend all day on Marvell if we can hold this 60 level to the upside and start trending up as the NASDAQ is just screaming up. So looking for like 14,100, I guess. Massive, massive move here on NASDAQ. Really like the idea of these tech longs, but a lot of the other chip names are kind of falling off. Like NVIDIA did not hold that 380 level that we were talking about.
Right. Microsoft
it does get into like the 376, 375 range that you were talking about previously. So maybe there's a long idea there. Not doing anywhere near as much volume as it was doing yesterday, though. So yeah, maybe just wait on NVIDIA. If we get like that 380 hold later on in the day, you take that for like the 385, 390 kind of bigger picture idea, but don't want to rush into that. And then PDD goes right off my level as well, so probably should be long this. Hard to be, in a breakout off the open and trying to do other things as well, but PDD comes right into that 66.80 level, right from this consolidation here and blasts right back into that 68, which is key. And here goes Marvell back for that 61 level. So looks like we're coiling up for a big old breakout on Marvell, and I will be there to take the profits at 61.50. That's only another 5%, and then we'll be looking for like 62, 63. If you look at the daily, we got lots and lots of room on Marvell to go. What's this? Yeah, that's the 65 right there. So 63 and then 65 next levels
bouncing at 61
on Marvell. Still bouncing at 61, but these things have to play themselves out. There's obviously going to be sellers, profit takers on an earnings report.
Yep.
So yeah, we'll see. I don't know. Maybe I'm wrong. It can always be wrong, and I'm willing to accept it.
Yeah, exactly.
But good trade so far. Got about $1 off the first half, and yeah, we'll see if we can get more off of the rest. Is AMD starting to scream back down?
Yeah, I'm noticing some of these moves to the downside. We do have a new position alert to Sharif. Okay, let's go to Sharif. We do have a new position alert. It's Disney, and we're long Disney. Let's go Mickey Mouse. What's up, Sharif?
A blast from the past, Sean. Tilray Brands down 20%. Yes, 20% on news that the company announced pricing of a registered offering of $150 million of unsecured convertible senior notes. Tilray, 20% south.
Thanks for bringing that up again there, Sharif. That was very, very appropriate, Like, I'm thinking that we got some breaking news here, and all we're doing is like, where's the wound? Here's some salt right there. So thanks, Sharif. I really like that. And a happy belated birthday to you as well. Not a happy birthday if you are a shareholder of Tilray, of course, but hey, man, all is good. We're just playing around here. So, okay. I can't. There's a lot of chatter happening over there. I feel like we're missing out on something. Okay, Disney. So yeah, so where's the Disney trade, right? Why are we long Disney? Well, look, we're breaking this level right here. This is not a VWAP play. This has nothing to do with anything like that. This is just breaking higher on Disney. Let's see if it wants to go. This has been a beatdown name. It's only down 0.6% or up 0.7%. I think we can climb a little bit higher. Let's look for 89s. I mean, we were just there yesterday. 89.50, 89.60. This name wants to work. Let's let it work. So right there, just touched out to 85. We were at Eric Lindros. We're at 88s up there. So let's see if that can hit. I still think Disney has a chance to go. I want to be long this name until we break 20 right there. So Disney working early. Let's see if it wants to work late. We like the name. I like Disney here today for a trade. So so far so good on Disney. Let's just see if it wants to work. We're only in the money now, 15 cents on that name. Microsoft is in the building, and we talked about this one again as well. Nice nice little mover here. We'll see if it wants to take out 26. Just went to 26.50, which was the high. I think we could try to test there again. Let's put something in the middle. Again, actually, you know what? Let's put a piece out at 26. If we can get that, we'll be pretty happy campers with that play. So Microsoft there at 26. We'll see if we can get a play right now. We're in the money, and it's a nice money position for us, guys. So here goes Microsoft. We just took that out. Let's go. It's a money dance right now, and that's a nice little take right there on Microsoft. Blasting from 325.50 up there to 326. Good trade for that one. Marvell's trying to work. Let's go. Disney upside as well. Let's go Marvell. Still just hovering here, 15 cents in the money. We want more, Max. We want more.
We definitely do want more. Yeah, that Marvell, lots of aggressive buying, and then it kind of tails off and comes back down. So we're just consolidating in like a dollar range right now on Marvell.
Yeah.
Lots of people in the chat talking about Amazon. I kind of wrote this one off today because we're in the middle of the range. But Amazon gets going off the open, breaks that 116.50 up to 117.20. I deem that, anything above 117 right now to be kind of a short range on Amazon. If you look at recent tops here, anytime it gets up to that 117, it kind of fades off the last few days. So that's what it's doing right now. If we break out of that range like 117.50, I think Amazon could definitely get going, but I didn't really have it on my list because we're just stuck in this kind of consolidation range for the past, I don't know how many days here, but definitely at the top of the range. Interesting for a breakout candidate over that 117.50 area, currently pulling back. And Marvell is still trying at that 61 level. So eyes on Marvell, watching the tape here. The buying is very aggressive when it comes back above like that 60.50, and then the selling comes in. So people placing a lot of bets here. Whichever way it does go, I expect it to be kind of explosive here. So with the market ripping, and being long already, I'm betting that it goes up. But willing to accept being wrong here, and I'm not holding this down into 59. Like the market's absolutely flying, and so is Marvell. Some size on 95 that gets absolutely smashed. Here we go. Break new highs, and
let's go.
Yeah, Marvell is flying, guys.
Yeah, let's see if that wants to go, man.
Wow.
Yeah. Good trade on Marvell, dude. I mean, I'm glad that you're still long this. We're still long it. We reloaded the long, so all is well in Marvell land. And also all is well right now in Disneyland. Let's hit the sirens for that one. We just brought you this trade live, and you guys, had it at this price. Hopefully you have it with me right now as well. We're long Disney here at 88.60, and it's blasting. We're at the highest spot we've been at all day right now, obviously, as Marvell's continuing to go. I mean, look at the damage that we're doing, man. We have $1.50 in the money on Marvell. We have 89 cents, $1 in the money here on Microsoft. We have 40 cents, 30 cents in the money on Disney. So far we're going to go 3 for 3 today, and it's been a great morning. And I consider every morning a great morning, man. We're alive, we're here, we're kicking, we're healthy, and we're able to do something that we love, and that is trade these markets. So let's just continue to do that, man. I'm going to... I don't know, man. I'm debating taking a piece on Marvell, but I'm waiting at 61.90. So let's see if we can get up to there. Is that too aggressive?
I took some out. I took 15% out on that breakout, but we're still holding
bouncing around 50 here, which
whatever this is. Yeah. Oh, now we're flying. Now we're flying. 1 minute pullback and then flying. What is this? A small cap? This is crazy. This is going nuts. Marvell, I got no offers here. I got no offers. This is absolutely flying.
I just took a 75 there. I canceled my 90, and the 90 was probably right.
If the analysts are going to compare this to NVIDIA, like we got...
Well, no, if we compare it to NVIDIA, then we're about to turn around, because 26% right now, I think, is where we were on NVIDIA the other day. But still, man, let's go. The great trade, Max, man. We're 62 now on this and still holding, so that's going to be a great trade. Now up to the upside. Congratulations, everybody that's got this. It's rocking and rolling right now. Marvell, huge move to the upside. Microsoft, huge move to the upside as well, man. That's breaking right now, this 327. We're long from 325 and change. This is going to be a good one for us as well. If you want to get some shorts in the business right here, I was looking at Google for a short, and I think we're getting close to that. It's just bouncing off view up right now. We have some protection up here. I'd rather be short around this 123.50 area, sort of where the 50 period is, but I am obviously understanding what this market's doing, and it is making, a fool out of anybody that's short right now, but not on some specific names. So I'm just talking about the market. So let's go over here right now and look at Google and see if we can't get a play. So we're going to go short right now. We just talked about that. There's the short in Google. It's a new position alert. So let's just see where it fades out to right here. It's Google. We're short this name. Or we're short this name back in here. So let's see if we can get a play on this. We'll put a bid here near 123. Hopefully that will fill. And then after that, what's up to fill? Then after that, we'll go to 122.60, the bottom of the day. Hey, sometimes you might think it's unbelievable to get there, but we're going to put a bid down there anyways, just in case it does. But yeah, Marvell ripping, still 62, man. Great call. Microsoft has just broken 327. So let's go, man. And look, if you're watching today, thank you so much. But make sure that you definitely hit this up on Sticky Note Nation. It's right here. I think you still have yesterday's pinned, unpin. So right here, this is today's, what we're talking about all day, every day on this. Here's Microsoft right down there. Let's get the long on Microsoft. If we're looking for shorts, Apple, Google, BABA, PBD. We talked about the Ford long, the AMD long, and the NVIDIA long. It's all right here on the Sticky Note. It's all 100% free. You can find it at Trader TV Live. As right now, we are going to the downside in nothing. The market is ripping right now. We talked about going long through 14,000. That was the note that we made, man. 14,000 is here, and so is this damn market, man. Microsoft is now $2 in the money. That's a good trade for us. Let's see if we can't make some money on it, though. Microsoft right now long, $2 in the money.
Yeah, I'm looking out for some things. PDD didn't quite get to that 70 level for the short, but I mean, if you like the 70 level, why not just pay 69.50 and give it a little bit of extra space? Now rolling over back into that 68 key kind of inflection level that we talked about in the pre-market. Amazon, I do kind of like the idea of the fade on Amazon, but now here we are, 117.50 and still continuing higher. So scratch that idea. Amazon absolutely flying as we take out 14.1. I wish I had some more longs on. I mean, Marvell's great, but like, I think I need something else here. If we're just going to scream up, up, up on the market, apparently the debt deal is news, even though everybody knew it was getting done anyway. But I mean, maybe this is a little fade here off Amazon. Maybe I'd take something in the 40s.
We can go to Brendan or whatever, but I don't think there's any news at all for this move.
There's no news.
I mean, this is just a very, very aggressive play. The last high for Microsoft, or the last high, its previous 52-week high, I'm just trying to find it right now, was, right there. 326.98. So we've already busted through there. So now we're through almost 250 in the money right now on Microsoft. $2.50 in the money on Microsoft, and up to, what a time to be alive, Max. I mean, honestly, some of these moves that are happening are absolutely extensions, and it's a good one. Right now, we're short only right here now. We added to our Google position. Let's put something in the teens. This is a dangerous, I feel really like we're dancing with the devil here, because is this market an actual short, or what are we even doing here with Google? Let's try the lines. It's red today. We're going short against this 123.50 or so area. If it breaks higher, then we can get out. I'll probably hold this until 124. So average it in somewhere around the 75s now, because if it gets aggressive, we'll let it pop up, then we'll take the short into that pop. So that's what we're gonna do for right now. Let's see if it wants to work. More shorts into 123. We're just short right now at 31, so this is, we're just talking about it. Microsoft may be a little extended up there at 328. Let's put an offer and just get out, man. This is a big move. Well, I don't know. Maybe we don't need to get out at all. I'm going to wait at 328 and take a piece out for Microsoft. Let's just see. It got the upgrade from Goldman Sachs. We're already catching a nice heat wave here on Microsoft. So I'm pretty happy taking a 328 if we can get it. So let's put an offer right there. We're still net short, of course, here on Google. So we'll take an out if we can get it on Microsoft all the way to the top side.
I'm thinking the market needs a bit of a pullback here. So I did get short Amazon off of my level, 117.50, already pulling back, already 15 cents in the money. So we're chilling here, waiting for this 117.20 kind of breakdown, pull back to the teal. I'm thinking pullback. I'm not thinking big idea. So not trying to get like a $2 winner here, just trying to get a scalp back into 117, maybe back in a VWAP 116.75 kind of area. Going to get out if this makes a new high. But I think Amazon's a little extended here, up 2%. Market's definitely extended, but is not stopping at all. So find a stock that's at a key level if you think the market's extended and short it.
1 minute, Max. We're going to go to Sharif.
All the semiconductors names really running here. Let's go to the chart. SMH up 2% right now, looking to break that 143.70. And then the other one, the triple levered SOXL, the semiconductor bull, 3 times leverage, up over 8%, looking to break 9%. Semis really lifting up the NQ today, guys.
Wow. Yeah, I was just saying to Max, I love the SMH, man. I've been an investor. That's one of the only ETFs that I've been buying throughout this whole time. You know, I've never really bought the Qs or the SPY or anything like that in the long-term portfolio because I tend to buy the name, like the equity names instead. But the SMH, obviously I have NVIDIA, AMD, and now Intel. But I like the SMH. That's a good one there. I don't really dabble in triple levered, the SOXLs or anything like that. But for day trade, obviously, I'll stamp those as great trades for that. All right, Google's getting a little spicy, man. As this market continues to rip up, Google is kind of saying, hey, man, maybe we're not a short. But let's just see. We took some more there at 50. Our average price is 33. We talked about where we want to get out up there at 24. Let's check out on another short that we talked about today. Apple, no, not a short at all. It's actually with the market right here on a 5-minute range. Well, we're bouncing off some key levels up here at 175 for Apple. So maybe there is something here. This is a 20-minute chart now for Apple. So wow. 175 and change. Stop, don't keep doing that chart. Right there, if we can get this 175, that's not bad, but the top is 176.50, and on a breakout here on the NASDAQ, I think we are playing a little risky there. Let's just hold the short that we have, which of course is Google, which isn't working. Let's not short at Microsoft or anything until we get a clear signal that this market does want to pull back, because right now Google's taking our lunch going to the upside right now. So be very, very careful if you are short with me here on Google, because we have one more take at 75, which we're going to get up to. Then we're going to watch out for 124. But we'll take a piece here in case this is the high, because we don't want it. We'll take a little piece. We are waiting for more where we mentioned there, and hopefully we don't get stopped out. But 123.75, another fill coming for us now on Google, watching out for that 124 breakout.
Yeah, I got stopped out of that Amazon, so it does make a new high. There was someone on the bid with like 40 lots on 4 different gateways chasing it up, so I assume they were kind of stuck, needed a fill to get out of a short maybe, but yeah, it makes a new high, so doesn't even, like, it won't even pull back like 25, 30 cents on Amazon. So everything's super strong today. Wrong idea on Amazon, no big deal, lose 20 cents there, whatever that was. Marvell took a little more profit here, got a little scared on a dip, but shouldn't be scared. Looking for that 62.50 breakout, and then that potentially 64.50, 65 level. Tesla making new highs again, so should definitely be long Tesla right now. That's a big fail off that 186 breakout and retest. Like, that is such an easy trade to make, but is what it is on Tesla. Flying up to that 189, 190 level. Don't step in front of Tesla is my rule, and I think, you know, we're basically at my level right now, like that 189 kind of 190 area. So we'll see if we can fly through that zone, but I ain't stepping in front of that. AMD held, oh yeah, and
always got
NVIDIA.
Microsoft.
NVIDIA is back over 380. So do we hold this? Do we hold this teal line here? Maybe I want to start a position on NVIDIA at the teal if we get back into that 380 kind of zone. I'd like to see it hold like 379.80 kind of, and then start to bounce. So we'll see what happens here on NVIDIA. Maybe this is the next trade that I take. Everything else, I mean, my Marvell is trail stop, just like $1.75 in the money. Market is still ripping. Like,
market is absolutely on fire right now. I mean, Max, the other day I was like, hey man, maybe we get a retracement in the NASDAQ. Yeah, maybe we don't get a retracement in the NASDAQ. This market is absolutely flying right now. So just be careful with any of your shorts. And we're doing that right now. We're aggressively looking for some solutions here. The NASDAQ is a huge move. We got out of our Microsoft on what is, I think, a good level. So we'll make sure that we watch out for that. But we are out of Microsoft right now. Look at the NASDAQ. There's really no levels to be seen right now. We can go over maybe like this is not, well, here. You know what? Let's go to a daily chart on the NASDAQ, because yeah, I mean, there it is. Let's go to a weekly chart. I mean, we are really busting out here on the NQ. So let's just be careful, like I keep saying, with any of these shorts. But there's still room. I mean, 15,000. I mean, the high is ridiculous. So we're not worried about that. Not too many key levels here on the weekly chart or anything like that. Let's just go back to a 30-minute. But it is blasting. And there it is, man. We've taken out this 14,000. And that's what we wrote on our sticky note. The minute that we saw that 14,000 open up and we were opening above then we knew there was a shot here for a big day, and that's exactly what's come through for us. So big day alert here on the NASDAQ. Big day alert for Microsoft. We had that on the sticky note. Look at that out, man, 328. We just saved ourselves 80 cents on the pullback, and now we're reloaded here on Google. So now Google all of a sudden in the money. We always take 10 cents for 10%. So let's see if this can come back. It's right to the 50 period right now on Google. If the market does fade, this is going to be a trade that we like. We traded the futures yesterday. We may have to hop in if this market does pull back just a little bit. Marvell's pulling back, obviously. You've already identified that. But for me right now, the only real position that we have on is going to be Google. And there it is. We'll take a little bit out there as it does fall in just a slight bit right now. Disney also coming in. We took some good outs near 89. Let's watch out for Disney. We'll do some work on this near VWAP. Probably getting out if it takes 88.50 on the downside here for Disney. So, all right, without any further ado, it's 10 o'clock, and it is happening now.
Hey guys, happening now, brought to you by FX View. Are you tired of high spreads and excessive commission fees eating away at your earnings? Look no further than FX View, the cost-leading broker run by traders for traders. Enjoy tight spreads of 0 pips that remain low even during peak market hours and a low commission of only $100 per 100K with zero cost funding. So why wait? Sign up now to experience a tailored trading experience like no other using the QR code below. Guys, let's go to the screen because we just got the Michigan Consumer Sentiment Index, and it is above expectations. Finally, something good on the day. 59.2 versus 58 expected. So that comes in better than expected. The market already having a hot day, no question about that. Let's see what the market is up to here. The S&P up 0.69. The NQ flying 1.15% to the high side. Even the Dow Jones decided to get it in on the action today. It's up 75.75%. Toronto also up 0.58%. Let's see what's moving on the day. You guys know it. Marvell moving up big. Maxim World in this one up over 20% on earnings and multiple upgrades. It's knocking on the door of 62.50. Currently 62.41 the high on Marvell. PDD also coming in hot today. The Chinese ADR reported early this morning and blew away estimates as it increased revenue over 20% year over year on the quarter. Here is the chart on PDD, up 14.6%, but below 69 with a 69.70 high on the day. Tesla as well, the EV giant, is up over 2% on news of its new association with Ford. Look at Tesla go, knocking on the door of 190. That's what's happening now, guys.
I like that. That's what's happening now. That is sick right there. Thank you, Sharif, for that. I want to give a big Trader TV welcome to Fabian, now switching on the board. So shout out to you, Fabian. So far, so good. Yeah, we're really happy to extend, more love to more people on this trading floor. So shout out to Fabian joining us here at Trader TV Live. Yeah, all right. Okay. That sucked. And we're fine. We're not hurt. We're not in or out of anything. But Google was cruising. It just gave us an opportunity to reload it. So let's hold off on it being too sucky right now. But that number, consumer Michigan sentiment, not great here for the shorts. Great for the longs. I mean, it started to bump up a couple of these names, including Google, which went right to our 124 area. It didn't stop us out, but I mean, it went right there. We got another short at 85. Now let's see if this pulls back lower and lower and lower here. The Marvell is an absolute cooker right now. What a great trade that is, man. Long at 60. So glad to have you here beside me, because when you're like, we're long, it broke 60. I was like, it did? Boom. I just got right in as well right there. We have one out. When it broke back down below, we put an offer like 10 cents lower than that. There's Marvell. We take that out right there at 62.50, the day's high. 62.40 40. We taken out right there on Marvell. So that's for me, that's a good trade, and we're pretty happy with that. And good job holding it, Max. I don't know where your targets are, but mine was just hit right there on Marvell. So good take, good out, I think. Let's see if that can continue to moon. My only concern right now is with Google. We've been talking about this name. It hasn't been strong. As you can see with the market, it's only up 0.36. Market rocking right now. So it has some catch up to do. And honestly, if it takes 124, we'll say, good on you. We'll back away from that, and it will take in our money today. That's Google, and we'll wait for a better spot. But I'm in this name. I like the short. It's just the economic number came out better, and we're breaking huge on the NASDAQ. So yeah, this one on me, man. We should just be looking for longs. We do have good outs, though, on Microsoft. That was 328. That seems like a good out. Now let's try to find something else. Anything you're looking at there, big guy?
Yeah, just got chopped around twice on NVIDIA, so I'm going to wait for that one to iron itself out before I get involved. Tesla turning around off 190 right now, so maybe if you fancy a market correction here, Tesla off 190 could be a short, but again, like stepping in front of a Tesla on a Friday is probably a terrible idea, so that's not going to be the flavor for me at the moment. Amazon keeps going, so I'm just kind of waiting for something to come into a level that I like. AMD potentially breaking out 125, but we're kind of far away from that right now. Yeah, I mean, new high of day again for Marvell, so chilling on that one. I think I don't know. I got nothing. I got nothing going on here. Maybe if what is it? NVIDIA breaks that 385 level. We could potentially get involved. I should have waited for VWAP here, 379 area, instead of trying that 380, but it was giving all the signs on the tape and then just kept flushing down. Probably should have just given a dollar stop instead, but is what it is. I think 385, maybe 382.50 is kind of the level that NVIDIA has to break to get going again.
Palantir is blasting. Is there news on Palantir or something? Palantir is absolutely on one right now. I don't have very many, the greatest news streams here right now, so I don't see anything. We're going to find out. Palantir right now, 650, blasting to the upside, 6.5%, not 650, 6.5%. Huge move up for Palantir today. I don't know. If anything, maybe it's a technical, but I mean, why was this breaking out from 1280? It's just taking out highs right now. That little wick high, there we go. We're stopped out of Google. That sucks. We got out of 75%. We'll hold to see if that is exactly the top or not. But right there, 1380 on Palantir has been the high, and it's trying to fade off that right now. So huge move up there for Palantir. I don't know if we want to short this, but that's a big mover right now for PLTR back to highs. We can short this against that 1380. That could be something right now. So I think we could probably try to do that. I don't think there's anything wrong with trying that, so maybe we will. Palantir short against 1380. I don't know. This name up 77% here at 1370. Let's try to take this for a dime. A dime short. Yeah, we can probably hold out on that one. Marvell, huge move again. You're already on that, so that's good right there. Let's try this short. We'll start it here at 68 and build it up a little bit into 80. So if we break 80, then fine. But right now, we'll try a short here in PLTR against that 80 level.
Someone just brought up AI in the chat, and I haven't traded AI today, which is clearly a mistake. We're up 5% going for that 30 level. We got some size on the offer on 30, so do I fancy a breakout on AI at the moment? Volume's kind of light, so I'm going to say no. But if it does take out that 30 level and pull back into it, hold it on the bid, I will be interested in an AI 30 long, looking for 32, and then 35. Lots of room on the daily chart if we do clear 35 up to like 40, 42 kind of area. Yeah, this one's got, zoom out here. Come on, load, load, load. Like, look at where we've come from on AI. We got 180, 185 tops, I think, on AI. So, if the AI bubble is just starting, then, you got these to target here on AI, $25 to 180. That wouldn't be a terrible swing trade there. But yeah, if we can take out 30 today, I think that we can get into like this 31, 32.50, and then maybe even 35 if this really starts to squeeze. The volume hasn't really come into it yet. So AI can do 30, 40 million shares of volume. We've only done 8 so far. So you wonder where the shorts start to get squeezed out of this one. I'm thinking that 30 level is pretty key. If you're short, you're probably in somewhere, between 25 and 32. I don't think people would be short in the low 20s, but maybe they are. That would be kind of risky there. So maybe people start to get squeezed out above this 30. Short interest, if I do double check, should still be at 33% on AI. Short float has gone down slightly to 29% as we just break that 30. We'll see if that can hold some size at 30.11 and we go right back down. So maybe 30's the fade level on AI. I don't really feel like fading this one today. Tesla
Yes, sir.
did pull back. What do you got going over there?
Well, we re-shorted Google. We talked about holding onto a piece of it, and we actually took a little bit more once we saw that wick top break there. So we're back into the short on Google, and we're now making a little bit of money on that one. So we'll wait for that. And what I said, yes, sir, was we just got a 61 fill there on Palantir. Well, now it's, wow, it's a good thing we got it filled. We got over third there. I told you we were trying to take a dime on this, and that's about it. But the market is right now trying to take out the highs again. We were just down there, and now it's Blast City. So yeah, in what was a good short for Palantir is now Squash City. So let's wait to see here. What Squash City? We're out of the money at 1 cent. So let's just wait to see where this goes. But a take of 1381 will find me out of this one. So putting the stop order in right now and just hope it works. There goes Google, man. Google was working. We got fills in the 70s, and we were pretty patient with that too. We got one at 80 and then a couple at 72 or 73, and now we're starting to break higher again as this market is taking out highs, man. Now that Microsoft is going to look like it was a bad out, probably no. Microsoft's still below, so I like that. Okay, Palantir reloaded, and then, shoot, man, we just missed an opportunity to get out again on Palantir. We were just it went to 68 there. That would have been a good out for me. So let's put some bids. Let's put some bids down low, man, because we just got a great fill up there at 75. So, when you get good fills counter trend, sometimes they don't last. Like, you get a great fill, it pulls back, you get opportunities to get out, and then it just retakes some of those highs again. So let's just try to get out if this dips back down in for PLTR. Obviously, we have a 68, we have a 65, so let's see if that pulls back and we get a fill there on Palantir. Otherwise, man, we're going to get out at 81. So that's 72s to 81s. Obviously, that's about a 10-cent hit there with slippage. Let's say we get out 83s. So we need to try to make 10 cents on this trade to get to R to Rs. But we just saw resistance at 68, so let's see if that comes in. And then the other play here, of course, Google. Right now, we're watching out for this. Nervous Nancy hands on this one because of where we just came from, right? We were all the way down, but there it is. Give us those 80s. We're bouncing. Okay, good. Another play there at 80 for us. Let's take another out as well if we can at 82, and we'll take that as it's trying to pull back, but still finding resistance, right? So let's wait to see if it comes back even lower. The 50 periods here at 60, that's where my next fill is. I have one at 72, then one down here at 63. Let's see if we get that fill through. Okay, Palantir, there it is. 68 just filled. Now we're coming through on PLTR, baby. 66 is, see, just bought up immediately there. So let's put another bid at 66. Then we'll hold for lower because, again, trying to make that 10 cents on this, if not a little bit more on this name. So, yeah, man. So far, so good. One mistake there on that Google blowout max, but after that, it's been pretty good. Disney, just a quick checker on this. Disney, yes, sir.
Awesome.
I don't know, man. I mean, that's another trade. They're up here again. Let's go. Let's take another piece out on Disney. Today we're rocking, man. 89s. Disney, let's go. That's a banger for me, man. I mean, we're long right here at 60s. It's a nice 40-cent win there for Disney. Let's just keep on climbing. But right now, my whole morning is really just relied on Google right now and Palantir. So let's see if these two names want to work. Look, man, we got a 68 out. That was pretty good.
Yeah, I got out of that Marvell when it dipped below 62 again there. Probably a mistake. It was giving me turnaround vibes, and I got out, but I think that's probably going to take out the high again. I'm looking at Tesla here on 190. I'm going to try to take this breakout. There's 2,000 lots on the offer here, 190 being a key level on Tesla. It did break out a few days ago from the same level, so not a ton of conviction on this trade necessarily, but if the market is just going to keep ripping and Tesla is going to keep testing this high, I mean, we've touched it 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 times now on a 1-minute chart. I think the breakout could be good. Tesla does love to rip on these Fridays on options days. So yeah, I think we could probably get into that 193.50 kind of area on Tesla and then continue going potentially. So going to take a position here. We'll see if this works. If it does, find a spot to add to it higher on a pullback. And here we go, already in the 20s. So Tesla making new highs. Struggling with that 20 price for whatever reason, kind of reserving on the offer. We'll see if this can blast through. I'm going to get out of it if it does fail into the 80s. But yeah, there we go. Keep going. Come on, Tesla. Come on.
What do you got on board for Tesla? Nothing right now.
Yeah, 190.08. I'm wrong. And there we go. New
So
high
your
again.
position board is not, I don't know if we can do anything there, but Max's position's not showing up on the board. Yeah, 190.08. So just sorry if you guys missed that. That's where Max is long, 190.08 there on Tesla. Great trade, Max. Once again, we already talked about Marvell. This Google, man, we just took another fill there at 72. We talked about having that bid there. So, you know, not afraid to talk about these positions. And when they go against us, we do this, man. We tell you that we just got flushed. And that's what happened there on Google. We got back in off that top wick. So we're still going to go short against that, despite what the market is doing. All right, so we're still positive on Palantir, but it is trying to go. And there it is right now, back into these 80s. Let's take a piece right. Well, we offer and get them immediately at 77. It's going, man. But we do know it can pull back. So I'm going to put a bid like at 70. What are we short? 70. Let's put a bid at 71 here. If we can just sort of get out of what we just put on there at 77, that'd be fine. But we are definitely respecting this level right there. We break through 80s, we're gone. It's right at the high. Great day for Palantir. As a shareholder, we a happy camper, but we would like to have this name come back in for sanity of our day trading account right now. So hopefully that can pull back. It just did pull back to 74 there off of 78 short. All these pullbacks are good, Max, but you got to really be able to take advantage of them, and they need to continue a little bit right now. Yeah, okay, you're going to have to get in and out of something. So Max's shares, thanks, Prad, they will show up once he gets in and out of something. So as soon as you exit a percentage of that, it will show up. But I just want to make everyone clear that you got a banger on there with Tesla.
Oh yeah, we do have a banger on here. Printing in the 60s, long in 06, so going to take some profit right now. And now should show
there we
up,
go.
190.08, there we go. So 20% off in the 60s, looking for 191 and then 192.50 for Tesla. Just keeps screaming to the upside. I want to catch a dip on this one, maybe into the teal a little later on. Maybe at my price of 190 would be good. But we will wait and see on Tesla. Feeling pretty solid about this one. Just screaming to the upside all day. So the shorts coming in and then getting railroaded back to the upside on Tesla all day.
We're about to get railroaded here on Palantir. Congratulations to anybody who went long. We should have just gone long against that number. So there's no doubt about that. We didn't understand why it was going crazy right now. But there's Palantir just breaking 80s. We were close to getting out there, but we did not. Sharif, what's good?
AVGO, Broadcom up big, 5%, looking to break through 765 on, yes, you guessed it, an upgrade from Oppenheimer, raising the price target from 720 to 800. The group as a whole having a great day, semis.
Oh man, so we'll just go slight. Thank you for that, Broadcom. Yeah, man, this chip space has been absolutely hot fire. Obviously, to talk about that with Marvell, AMD, Nvidia, but unfortunately, there it is, man. We're going to be down a cup of coffee. It's really nothing on Palantir. I'm just more upset that we didn't go long on Palantir. We had a couple dip buy opportunities. We didn't quite get to the teal. I'm not going to revenge trade this thing long or short right now. The next level up for Palantir is a lot higher. I can't even find it on a 20-minute. I mean, if you're going to a daily chart right now on Palantir, I mean, this is what we're doing. It's an extension move. It's a Disney. Let's go Disney now, breaking through 89. But there it is. You know, next levels of concern, 1450, all aboard right now. It's the Palantir train, and Kathy Wood probably buying millions of shares again today. I just wish my aunt would have told me that, but it's a nice move up, and of course, I am not related to Kathy Wood. But there, huge move for Palantir. Did we find news on this, Sharif? Yeah, because it's up 8%, and I get that it's a free float. just up higher every single day. Seems to want to bounce. So yeah, again, congratulations on everything, but it is probably an insider buy or something like that, or an ARK investment or whatever. But hey, ask Max and you shall receive, unless it's related to stocks price movement, because we want it to go down. But here he comes with some news. It's the madman himself, Sharif, not Mad Max. Like I normally hear Sharif's mic, so I'm going to say his mic was off. So if we can go back to Sharif at some point, let's do that right there.
My bad.
So,
Bradley was talking to me.
all right, let's go over to let's go over to Sharif quickly if we can.
Palantir announces live stream of its first AICon, essentially an artificial intelligence convention that comes to us this morning, 7 a.m. Palantir announcing a conference.
All right. Good, there we go. So yeah, well, what a surprise, man. I mean, it kind of reminds me of that whole Bard situation, that ChatGPT, where they started demoing things, and we really saw the market rally up on that kind of news. So great job, thanks Sharif for that one there, and yeah, we'll get that old microphone check all worked out very, very soon. No. Hey, what do you mean? That's completely fine. I mean, my mic's off probably more than anybody else. Well, that's probably not true. Neil's mic, I think, is off the most. But, you know, Brendan and Sharif sitting there at the big board there, there's conversations back and forth, so makes sense why those are off. So shout out to you guys. And yeah, so, all right, welcome to the danger zone one more time here for Google. You know, again, we're short at 99s here. We're going to give it to that day's high. It is ripping. Obviously, the market's ripping. When I see stuff like this and it's relatively weak, I like to hold the short in a relatively weak name. The only problem with Google right now is where VWAP is all the way down here. Like, this is not really being supported by any other ideas other than me wanting to go short right now. I mean, you have this high. We've talked about this take right there at 20. That's a technical reason for me to go short. But, I mean, fighting the market has not been a winning proposition over the last couple weeks. It just kept on going. Once it goes, it goes. We haven't had like those big quadunks or anything like that in the market. And again, it's just so strange that my mind is the other way, because I'm like debt ceiling this, debt ceiling that. You know, are we going to get up with anything? Plus the NASDAQ seems to be overvalued. Plus I'm thinking that there it is. Plus I'm thinking that we have an AI bubble, but it doesn't matter. I mean, these names continue to rock with it to the upside, and there goes Google, launched on that one, as that just keeps on going to the upside. So we're not fighting Palantir short. I may get back into this Google at some point, but there it is, man. Taking out highs. We should just be staying net long everything. We got out of Google or Microsoft, which was a great trade. That's $2.50 right there. But yeah, 328. Definitely should have been looking at that as a break long there for Microsoft. I'm not really finding anything like that's near VWAP or anything. Everything seems to just be blasting up to the upside right now. So let's be patient with this market. Disney, definitely a nice move, man. Taking out 89 to the upside as well. Whenever I hear Sharif laughing and everything, I can always look back and expect something to happen. What's up, Randy? How's your morning been? Boom. Okay, Bulls. All right. You're good with the Bulls, okay. We'll talk more about Randy's bullish, feverish pitch coming through on Tesla soon. We'll look at that. Are you still long Tesla, by the way?
I am long. I did have a stop at 99s there, and then I was like, wait a second. That's not how we play these. You watch the break and see if it wants to hold below, and it does not want to hold below. Oh, maybe now it does. A little bit of selling coming in, so do we stop out now? Wait for it. No,
Don't stop out.
That's it.
Shit.
That's it. Tesla's over for me. That's too bad. Thought we could get to higher, but you know, not going to hold this back down to like 189 when my target's 180, 192. So is what it is on Tesla.
Oopsies,
AI also should have been long this AI. So the 30 break doesn't work, but then it wicks down and then right back through 30, right up to 31. Won't touch the teal, so I'm looking for a pullback to 30-50 kind of area on AI. And AMD as well as TSM are absolutely flying. AMD,
Semis are just not stopping, man.
yeah, NVIDIA is still like hanging out, Marvell hanging out, but both of those are up huge in the past couple days, so it makes sense there. AMD, though, flying to 125, so I'm considering if I like the 125.
125?
Yeah, 124.15 right now.
We like the 120 long, but what we like even more is Sharif at the big desk. Let's go over to him, and then we'll bring it back to some trading.
Small cap recap, guys. ONFO, Onfolio. This company completes development of a generative AI search tool, leading to a 75% plus move in the stock. 240 the high. We're dancing at 208, below VWAP, but above 2. Keep your eye on this one. There was another one today, ELEV. It's since given up the ghost, down 20% since the open, but still up over 50% on the day. Not tradable for me to the long side, guys, as it's below VWAP, breaking down below 5.
Okay, yeah, a couple names that are not performing well. Square, I see. We were just going to talk about PayPal. I mean, Square's still up right now today, but PayPal, on the other hand, is red. And this, you know, instead of trying to chase the dream, I don't know if it's a dream or a nightmare, on Google, trying to fight that short. PayPal right now is below VWAP. It's below. We have 59.60 area right there, which is the 200 period. We're trying to fight this one when we don't really need to fight it, man. The day on PayPal is over. We've talked about it. I think this is a brand new 52-week low, possibly here on PayPal right now. So yeah, I don't want to say it's completely dead or anything like that. You may get a valuation bump at some point, but for right now, I mean, PayPal just continues to get. Really, I mean, as soon as you broke that on earnings, it was been a downside move. So 72 break to the downside, now hitting 59.40. Looks like it wants to go lower here, PayPal. Yeah, so let's try to find a trade. So this is what it looks like on a 1 minute. I mean, is there is there a trade here? I mean, yesterday was disastrous for PayPal. Today, it's kind of just hovering. So although I'd like to find something right here, I don't want to trade too much in the middle. So I think you always want to look up here around that $60 mark. We had some good support and resistance yesterday at that level. Well, it's just resistance. It wasn't much support. It was support right there, but then we broke. Now you can use that as a possible resistance level, but it's PayPal right now, and it is downside, but there's a little bit of a bump. As look at this damn market, man, up 1.5 right now and still going. We need to be long something, dude, and I know you already are, but I need to be long something myself. We've got Disney in the money now, 50 cents. We're just waiting for one last take there on Google. And there goes Disney, upside, huge move. Let's just find a long. I mean, we talked about Apple being possibly relatively weak. No, 174, Apple.ny. Apple with a huge move to the upside as well. The problem is there's nothing near any pullback levels because there really hasn't been one, so.
Yeah, that Apple's got to get to like 176 before you can consider shorting it, I think. Like, TSM just broke 103.
Breaks back.
So TSM does the 103 breakout, already 30 cents in the money. AMD is just flying. AI pulled back to the teal, so I said I would take a pullback to the teal on AI. Looking for $32.50 on this one. Ready to add if we break this reserve at 30.49, 30.50 here, and then get up into that 31 kind of level. So just watching the tape here, watching for 51 to print, and then I will add another 50% to this trade. There we go. So now we are long 30.50 and looking for 32.50 on this trade on AI. Will not add to it any lower, but I will add higher, potentially on the 31 break if there's size there, if the tape looks the way that I want it to look. I think that AI can really start to squeeze. I mean, people are definitely feeling it on this one. The question is, like, if you're long-term short on this, is this where you want to add or is this where you get stopped out? So we will see what happens on this AI and AMD coming into 125. I feel like I have to take that breakout, but we'll see what it looks like when we get up there to 125 at AMD.
Okay, we wrote this on the sticky note, and it's Ford. And I just got noticed that I got long in my own account today at 11.55 for Ford. So we talked about that earlier, that we putting some orders in to get filled. So that was a good fill for us on Ford, and now it's trying to take 12. So, I mean, if it does take 12, I think that's a long that we need to be in. So we'll try it there on a break of $12 for Ford. Obviously, it needs to get a little bit higher than that, 12.01. We'll just see. What am I doing? 12.01. Problem is, now we have all these different stop orders, and now I'm putting in like $120. That doesn't make any sense. So we'll see about a take here long hopefully on Ford. And then, you know what? Oops. Sorry about that. Didn't even realize it was on the wrong stock. I was trying to get my order in. Right there, Ford NQ. No, Ford NY. There it is. So now we're long on a forward break of 12. We wrote this down on the sticky note. We probably should have been buying it a little bit earlier than this. So right now we have to sort of suffer through a potential little bit of a bump up through 12. So we get long bad. Well, we're long at 01. It's a good price because it's at 03 now, but it's not a good price from where we've come from. So sometimes you take out key levels, you dance around like Palantir, then you make a pullback, pull up. So let's see if there is a pullback here in Ford. We take the early break, willing to take some more, but we're going to represent the teal rate down there at 11.90. So we're going to watch out for that. That's going to be the stop. 10 cents worth of a stop here on Ford. Well worth it. Well in the pocket for us on that one. So pullback here. Wouldn't be surprised if we pull back a little bit to 95. So let's put a bid there, 95. We do like the break, pull back, back upside. So let's see if we can hold that. Teal at 11.90 there for Ford.
Yeah, AI is starting to work now, and AMD is absolutely screaming. So I got my my order ready to go for that 125 breakout on AMD. We haven't seen these levels for I don't even know how long. So yeah, looking pretty bullish here on AMD as the market. I mean, the market's hitting 14.2, so we're definitely getting to a pullback level. This AMD trade is going to be more of a scalp kind of idea. Try to get to 125.50, maybe 126 off of this breakout. Not going to be like holding this for the dream. I'm buying high of day after a 4% move to the upside. Yeah, AI, I don't think I'm going to add on the 31 break because I don't see anything there. But if we get there and kind of hold above, maybe that's a good idea. And TSM, absolutely flying off 103. I wish I took that breakout. I saw it there. I didn't decide to participate, but look at
Microsoft is 330 almost.
chart. Look at that, 103 goes up to 103.80. So these chips are absolutely flying today with the market going up so much and you know, these chip earnings going crazy. So yeah, we wait here on AMD and yeah,
we take a little bit out of Ford, like literally 5% here at 05. We'll look at Marvell, still hovering around the top. That was at least a good out. Our out on Microsoft, not so good because we took a 328 fill. Now it's busting through 329 and still taking names. What's up, Momo? I see you there as well for sure, man. Yeah, great call by Momo on Ford, but we are on Ford too. Ford is on the sticky note. It's the third name and it's long $12. So we have it. We're out now. We're not out. We're in it. But we took another 07 there for another 5%. We're at a 10% so far of Ford, and that's rocking to the upside. All right, let's go over. Remind me, Fabian, what this segment is called? Crypto update.
You guessed it, ex post facto, Sean, but good enough there. Everything flying to the high side. You have the NASDAQ flying. You have the S&P flying. So why not crypto? Let's look at the chart. BTC up 1.5%, knocking on the door of 26,900. Is it poised to take 27,000? We saw it dance with that level last week. ETH also no slouch, up basically at day's highs, 1.61%, 1,837. That's where it's at right now. Coinbase also flying to the high side from the equity perspective, looking to take out day's highs, up 3%. The mining names also very strong. Riot up 6%, yeah, 5.96, looking to take out 11 3/4. Mara, no slouch either, up 5%, looking to take out that 960 area, guys.
All right, I just said to Max like how frustrated I am today at some of these names, like as if we thought Google was a short. Like I feel like we're fine with that theory because the fact that Google is up half of what the market's up, but still, man, like, wow, pretty strong move right there today. There is a little, so we're going to try to short it in front of, I mean, I can't believe I'm saying this again, but we're going to try to short it in front of 125. And the thing about 125 is we've gotten some great pullbacks. You know, there's 125 here. We've gotten some great pullbacks on names like an AMD where I think it was like one of our trades of the day the other day was, I think I was short like 108 or something, and it went down to like 105 on just an equally as crazy day. So, you know, lots of opportunities here to get short some of these names that are blowing out off the top right now. So we'll wait for that. I mean, good trade. One of my better ones here because it's just so damn clean. And we're okay. We'll take it. We got to take an 11, man. We got to spin that money right now on Ford. It's Sticky No Nation. We're on fire today. Microsoft's to the upside. That was a great call for us. Marvell's huge. And here we go again. Let's go, man. We're ringing the registers on Ford. Look, we take a hit on Google, but there's Ford putting it right back in. So nice little move there. Up to 12s now. We're long at O's. We're long at 01s on that break. Too late to the party, but hey, man, we're out of half now because it took that 10. Now we're going to hold the rest. It's house money. Let's go to the upside. The teal now is 11.95, so we have a little bit of pullback opportunities there, but right now, Ford working. We said this would happen, man, and if it took 12, we wanted it, so finally, we stick to our guns, and we got this trade. Nice upside move here in Ford. Let's see if it can hold it. Longer time frame. I mean, that's why we like 12. It broke it, so let's wait to see where we can go from now. So that's what we're looking at on Ford. Good little fill here. Earlier, we got an 11.50 fill. Wish we had it here on the show, though, but we don't. So here goes Ford. We'll wait for that teal pullback to 95.
Yeah, I feel like the market needs a pullback here, so I decided to short Amazon one more time. 118.50 being a level for me. It goes up, breaks it, and then comes right back down in, so I get short on the way down. Let's see if we can get back through this teal. I'm thinking we can do a little pullback into this like 118 level, into the 50 period. We haven't touched it all day. So yeah, I mean, if the market's going to pull back off this 14,200 key kind of resistance area, nice little candle here on the 5-minute for a reversal. I think the market needs a pullback, so can't be all longs right now. Got to get a little short on, and I think Amazon's the guy that could provide me with a decent pullback. Amazon, in the past, in my experience, does like to pull back to VWAP, so let's see what happens here. I don't know that we're seeing VWAP today on such a crazy market squeeze kind of day, but you know, I think this is the guy.
Well, I'm going to hitch my wagon and do an AMD short off 125. So let's go. Let's go on that. I mean, we got a wick top. These wick tops, we thought we had one in Google at 120. Was it 124 and change or 123 and change? Didn't necessarily work for us there. But like I said, AMD, I mean, this is a blow off top day. I mean, you know, all these stocks, like look at Ford. Ford is just like, sheesh, right now to the upside on Ford. That is continuing to go right now. Ford is at 12.16 right now. Ford up, what, 5%? What are we up here on Ford today? 7%, sorry. Wow, okay. I'm gonna take another piece, man. Let's get another 10% out right now on Ford up at 16s. Obviously, wish we had held it for this dream, but a lot of our outs there were at 11s and 12s. Can't even get us. Did we get a 16 there? No, we did not. So see, like now when I don't get that, I'm like, oh my God, we missed the top. So let's put something at 14 now, see if we can get that kind of a play. There it is. So there we go, out at some 14s. We'll wait, get another 16, and then if it keeps on going, good for us on that one. But yeah, AMD, again, you said the last time we saw this level, yeah. Let's go back to, how about last March? What were you doing last March? There it is right there. 126 is that blow top right there. But again, you know, there is some 124s, 125. So that's 124, that's 126. So we're kind of right in the middle here. I'm not playing anything based on like past highs or past lows. At this point, it's a daily chart. It's like an intraday chart, and that's what I'm rocking with, period. If it takes that 125, then let's get out of there, man. We've only lost on the shorts today. Everything is booming to the upside, right? Your Tesla's booming. Here we go. We're not into a huge position yet on AMD, waiting for something now. Like this is kind of the pop that we're waiting for. There we go. We get an 84. Now we're much more comfortable with losing 25 cents if it does pop up. So here we go, man. We're right in here right now. We're back up to this 125 on AMD. So let's go, man. If it takes it, it takes it. And we're gone, and we'll feel real dumb again. Shorting these tops has not been working, yet I keep saying that and keep doing it. So here we go, a little bit of a pullback. Like we're only short at 76, so 25 cents, well worth it, but we could have easily gone long when we started the short, right? We could have gone long there. So I don't know, man. These names are definitely in it, and they're in it to win it for the long. And here goes AMD through 25.
Yeah, I just got filled on that breakthrough 125 on AMD, so let's see if this works. It's struggling, kind of.
Oh,
Filled
man.
at 02s. All right. So this is working. I got to take some profit
You got the
off
long
in
at
the
02s
20s.
there?
Oh, yeah.
Okay, good,
Here
yeah.
we go. All right, AMD starting to fly.
Sometimes it's just
So
that
let's
easy, man.
let's get some profit off here.
All right, you can manage that.
manage this.
Palantir, the same kind of thing. Back to the highs as well. Good job, Max, on all of that. As there it is, man. A nice little blow there to the top. Let's just check out what Nvidia is doing. I lose 25 cents. Damn it. Wow. Okay. Yeah. There we go. So Nvidia also with a huge pop right now, up to that 383 level. We do have too many bad wicks here, but maybe if I can zoom this back out, just shoot. I really got to clean this up. So right into there again. So just so you know, we are getting a little bit of a pullback in Nvidia, but not much. It just took out 383.65, pulling back down into 383. So a little bit of a pullback there for Nvidia, but AMD is the one that's rocking right now to the top side. Good trade on that one. Ford back up there as well. Stop. Someone asked me how I feel about Apple. I felt short on a lot of these names and they've all been wrong. Wow, amazing. Prada up 1% in his trading account. Not day trading account, his TFSA, his long-term. Yeah, man, well, I told you, keep buying all these dips, bro. We talked about Microsoft at 230, you know that. Okay, so right now, NVIDIA 283 with a nice move to the upside right now. I'm not really seeing anything. We just got to find something that was weak that's maybe trying to get strong because this market is just blasting to the upside and all we're kind of doing is looking for shorts. That's the wrong way to look right now. It's 1040 and it's been a great day, man. You know what? Intel, maybe Intel gets going at some point up through 28 bucks. That could be a good one. What's going on in your AMD right now?
Yeah, I took a bunch out of this AMD, so it was a scalp. I wanted it to get to 50s really quickly. It is doing that, so now we got the stop in. I got a good amount left. AI also screaming, so I did add over 31 like I wanted to. Now we got 2 profit takers on AI. Still have 70% of the trade left on, looking for higher, everything squeezing, all of these longs are printing. I guess I should have hung on to Tesla too because that now has a 191.19 high and NVIDIA has just started to go. So NVIDIA waking up here, 383.50 on NVIDIA. Need to take no, I'm leaving that AI in, stop is in. So market's ripping, AI's going crazy. Amazon stopped out of. AMD making new highs, so next profit taker on AMD going to be 125.50. We'll see if we can get to 126 on this one. Just kind of grinding up, won't even touch the teal, so everything is just squeezing everybody out. It's one of those days. Once again, we were up like 2% yesterday. We're up another 2% today on NASDAQ.
Like,
this
insane.
is nuts. This is crazy.
This is the day to check your trading account for sure, because if you haven't done that in a while, definitely check it out. You'll probably be pretty happy. I know I was happy this morning checking out some of those plays back in because we're long this whole freaking market. It's just that today we're trying to play the short again. So, all right, it's another update time, and there goes Ford. Look where Ford is going, man. We're all the way up to 1220 again, as there's the long at 12. We're like building, we're planting red roses right there, all the way up there to 12, and it's still motoring. Thank God for Ford today because that short on AMD squanched. Well, that was okay though. I'm okay with some of those hits. It was really the Google hit that really got us going there because we believed it wouldn't break 124, and when it did, that was the problem. So we're back short Google against 125, waiting for a big piece up here, man. We're winning in the 80s. Excuse me, for something on that. But without any further ado, it's happening now. Sector Watch with Sharif.
New segment, I like it. Happening now, Sector Watch, guys. Here's a headline. The market's green. Let's look at the board, guys. Absolutely a litany of green names with one exception. Ulta Beauty coming out with decent earnings and revenue, but expectations missed with respect to guidance. And it's down 11%, despite the fact that it had multiple upgrades today from several big analyst names, still down 11%. I mean, I don't know where to start here from the green names, so I'll send it back to you guys, let you know that ULTA down 11%.
Ulta Beauty, a good one there. All right, what's Jay Lee saying right now? I mean, what's up, Jay Lee? Jet Li, maybe? I like Jet Li, a great actor. What happened to that guy? What's up, Sharif? How are you doing? Okay, debt ceiling and sticky inflation, more rate hikes. You don't have to thinking sell and take profits on your long-term account. Well, that's what I've been doing, man. And then, like, I was doing that last week, Jay Lee, and it's like, and now I'm looking back and like, what was I doing exactly last week by getting out of everything? So, hey, I'm with you. I talked about this before. The debt ceiling to me is kind of just one of those things. It's going to trade. It's going to act the way it's going to act. But yeah, like some of these market moves, I'm not believing them. Obviously, you can see me shorting some of these big tech names, but it has not. Oh, I didn't sell anything. I sold 10%. Like it's talking about trying to build some capital, and we put that capital to work, but we put it to work a little bit on Disney. That really hasn't been working, and we bought some Ford today. I told you we got filled at 11.55 there this morning, so that was a good fill for us as Ford's back to 12.20. I just wonder if there's a little bit better valuation. I didn't sell any of my Palantir, so that was a good one as well. What I've been selling is Microsoft, Google, which, I mean, I can tell you it's been wrong. Apple, I believe we sold a little bit of Apple as well. Some Meta. Basically, every major cap tech name. We didn't do any NVIDIA selling over the last couple of days, so we're still in the pocket on that one. That should be a good trade, obviously, moving forward. And we haven't sold any AMD. So we're still okay. We're still okay. But it's like, is it better now to buy Google or Microsoft at these levels, or wait for something to get depressed a little bit and pick up something where you have a little bit more, I guess, alpha to the market, to what you got on some of these other names. So, hey, look, to each their own, but you don't make money until you sell something, and I experienced that firsthand. All of us that were riding high in 2020, you got slapped. So, there are going to be pullbacks in the market. Whether or not you or I believe in it, Max, is one of them. So, I don't know, man. This market is just...
I mean, stonks go up.
Stonks do, but do stocks? I mean, look at this 5-minute on the NASDAQ.
This is ridiculous.
Look at this.
This is absolutely ridiculous.
And like, I tweeted it out this morning. I was like, we're above 14,000. Time to go long, and it's just like, stink face. Yeah. Nice move to the upside, though, man. Congratulations on anybody that has this. And Max, you're having a monster day again, man. So there it is. Unfortunately, I have to move you off that seat on Monday, though. You can go back to the lion's den back there with everybody else. Yeah. But for right now, you're a welcome guest, and I can't thank you enough for bringing what you have to the show. So props to you, Max. And we'll do a little props. I thought I had the props thing here. There it is. Props to you, Max, as I manage this stupid Google position.
Yeah, I've been taking some profits out along the way on AI. I've been taking a lot out of AMD. I took too much out initially. I got a little scared because the market was at these crazy levels, and like I told Sean when Sharif was talking, I thought I had a horrible position here on AMD. It was kind of going nowhere, and it was above a key level. It was 8 cents above there. So I'm like, screw it. I'm going to take out 65% of the position at 20s, 18s. Terrible idea there. Obviously, AMD wants to go. I didn't think that we would get this high above 125. Well, I did, but I don't know. I was thinking it would be that quick, go up, grab all the liquidity, and then come back down. Apparently, it just wants to grind up with everything else. NVIDIA also, NVIDIA long at that VWAP, I had it, was obviously the right decision. It was just, you got the wrong level. Where is it consolidating this morning? It's consolidating below 379. So why are you paying 380 for a stock where 379 is clearly the level on the day, and NVIDIA holds 379 on the bid 1, 2, 3, 4 times and then explodes up to 385? So terrible execution for me on NVIDIA. Good idea to go long, but yeah, I mean, we could end up getting that 395 break today. That's the next level for me to break out for NVIDIA. You can't really just take 385 when we were there 5 times yesterday. Maybe you can take 390 because we only broke that once yesterday, but still that's a little sketchy, and you're not necessarily going to get the same press up off of that level where so many people are offside. But we'll see what happens at 390 on NVIDIA.
Sharif never loses. That's the problem, man, honestly. No, it was I'm constantly losing. No, what we're talking about is these Bluetooth headsets that Sharif and I have hooked up here. They never seem to connect. Every day I come in and it's put the Bluetooth in, and it's nope. Nothing. Then I got to pair them, and it's like a nightmare to pair them. And then, so anyways, woe is me, but it's a nightmare sometimes. So we'll, and then Sharif just sits down there, puts in the Bluetooth connected.
Nothing ever goes wrong.
This guy's killing me, man. Happy belated birthday again to Sharif. Okay, so what exactly are we looking for right now? I mean, NASDAQ up 2%. I mean, we were up 2.5% yesterday. It's up 2% again today. The ES up 1.14%. So, I mean, we could have a look. You know what we haven't looked at in a while? PAC. So let's go to PAC-W and have a quick look to see what's going. So still $7. Looks like it wants to be asleep a little bit. Wow, that Ford is right now, man, is like. She had that shirt on the other day. It's slapping people around right now, and it's slapping me around in the good way. It came down. Look what happened, Max. It came right down into teal.
Trust the teal, baby.
And I got
Trust
a piece
that teal.
out there, and then it bounced up huge and went right back to the day's high.
That's what happens with that teal line. If you want an ultra trender, you know, it just bounces right off.
That teal news. Oh my God! Did Amazon have AWS? Did Amazon have AI news?
I don't know. They must have, because I got smoked twice on Amazon. That's my worst stock on the day. It just won't go down.
I'm trying to figure out if anything does happen here. I'm looking at it here. Prime Video reshuffles organization a little bit. Prime Video trolls Netflix because they don't have that password. Oh, how about that? Might be something. No password sharing on Prime. No content also on Prime. Yo, Prad, you're off the show, bro.
I was watching something on Prime last night, actually.
I know. Come on. Show. I want to show your face on the show. There he is. What's up, Prad? Right there. So I know there's a lot of love for Prad, so I don't want him sneaking in. I want him to show his face right there on the show. So shout out to Pradley there, helping out everywhere. So we have Fabian learning here, and Prad's amazing on the board. So shout out to Prad right there, right behind us. So okay.
AMD above 126 now.
I liked that short at 125.
I liked the idea of the short at 125. I have 10% left, guys.
Pretty soon,
I only had 10% left, like here. Like this sucks. This is a terrible trade for me, from a execution perspective. I should have been hanging on to this. This is not my setup to get out for 20 cents. Yeah, this would have been the trade of the day, actually, if I just hung on to it. But is what it is. You know, good trade anyway on this one. And AI is kind of pulling back, so I might just bail out of that. It got to that 32 level and then pulled around. So if we break the teal here, I think I'll get out. Currently, the stop's at 31 even. I think I might move it up to like 31.19 here. This is a good trade. I don't know. I don't want to hold it against me at all. So yeah, just chilling on these.
We just had a call for Sharif because there's only 10 minutes left, man, in this show. Max, the way you're trading now, pretty soon you're gonna have to pay me to come on the show because you're making so much money. And congratulations again to Max because he's got the diamond hands right there with AMD today. What's your Marvell doing? We are gonna go to Money Talks in just a minute. Wow, 63, man. We got out at 62.50. You're still no. Okay, but it doesn't matter.
I bailed out of that way too early as well.
That was a great call, regardless, man.
A little antsy today. I don't know what's wrong with me.
Don't know what's wrong with you. Okay. Yeah. Well, I can't wait to see when everything is right with you, Max. Okay. So let's go. It is not happening now. It is Money Talks. I won't get that one wrong with our guy Sharif as we just sit here and hope that the market pulls back at some point. And it doesn't look like it wants to. But let's go, Sharif. Let's see how that USD is doing.
The market is flying to the high side, but the US dollar index has not gotten the message. It is literally flat, 0% on the day. Much the same way with many of the other currencies, the euro, the loonie, the quid, the yen. They're all flat against the US dollar. Actually, the yen's down 1/4 point. The Russian ruble now, dancing, when I sat down here, was down 1%. Now it's above flat at 0.16 to the high side. BTC and ETH both having a good day as we discussed during the crypto update. Not much in the way of earnings today, guys. Usually no earnings on Friday afternoon, but before the bell on Monday, not many names I recognize there.
Okay, keep them up. Keep them up. I can't see after the close. Yeah, don't like any of those names. Before the open, never heard of any of those names.
Yeah.
What the hell is Gautu? What is going on right now? Is that?
Is
yeah,
it
no,
really?
I think really, Sharif. Sharif's saying it's an ADR, guys. All right, well, I would call up Gautu, but I have no idea of the symbol or anything like that, so we will not. We're just playing around here on what is a fun Friday, man. You're about to get Arun in the show here. We'll talk about some of the futures plays that he is looking at or has on or whatever. I heard Sharif talking about swinging the futures. Maybe they'll talk about that a little bit as well for all the swing traders that are out there. Yeah, those are odd names that make odd products on Amazon. Yeah, you might be right there. It's the go-to of stocks. Yes, you're right. We do have the go-to of traders, and it's Brendan right there. Sheep or goat? We're wondering about that graphic right there. But yeah, good day so far. We had that Michigan consumer confidence come out as well. And I'm not really seeing anything too much here on news. Oh, we did get an Ian Rispetto. Look, I'm long CRM for a very, very long time. And this has been a stock that I've been buying. I've loved Mark Benioff. We did get a lot of investor action on this. Not investor. What do you call it when it's... Carl Icahn is a activist.
Activist. There you go. All right.
Activist movements there on CRM, and it's just been an absolute monster to the upside. And there it goes. Like, I don't know, Ian, man. I mean, I'm with everybody on this. CRM has been a monster move. I'm still long. This was another name that we actually sold at 200, which looks like a little bit of a mistake. Not much of one. It's only at 216. But yeah, with earnings coming through on CRM, I mean, let's just see what is exactly the earnings date. We didn't get it for Monday, but May 31st. So next week, post-market, we'll get that. What day is May 31st? It is Wednesday night. So Wednesday night coming through on CRM. You know, again, that's not going to be right, but their price to earnings has always been quite high. So if you're worried about valuation, fine. But this is another name that, I mean, they're catching the AI wave, and they haven't even reported yet. So, yeah, I would stay long. I mean, I'm staying long this name. We don't give financial advice as in like, if I were you, I would do this. But, you know, for me, I'm in this name. I feel like when Pinduoduo mentions AI and it goes up 14%, and I don't even know what they do. Well, no, that's not true about Pinduoduo, but every single name. We saw Marvell yesterday come out with, they mentioned AI 8 times in the first 1 minute of their conference call. So what's going to happen when CRM, and I consider these guys to be pretty sharp, they're going to be talking all about that as well. So I look for a move to the high side right now. HubSpot was just at 52-week highs as another CRM. So I'm excited for it, and I think you're here for that. The reason why we're not showing any data is we had a split, right? So CRM, we'll wait to see what happens on that call. But yeah, Ian, I think you're in the right name, and congratulations on everybody that's been long CRM. Just like if you've been long any of the other chip names, like not the CRM's chip name, but any chip name, because we talked about Marvell, other than
Intel.
Intel.
Is Intel down today? There's no way. No, they're up 2%, guys. Intel
Bear
all
on
the way to
Intel.
28.50. What a move.
Intel is a hot piece of garbage.
Yeah.
Is that too hard?
I don't think so.
Would you agree
I
with
don't
that?
think so. If I was an investor in Intel, I'd be pretty pissed off.
So you're saying my reaction is somewhat warranted?
Totally warranted there. Totally
And
warranted.
we just put in a little small piece, man. I mean, I think I'm actually still in the money on it, but when you see the reaction to the other stocks, and then you know that Intel's building the foundry, and it is a little bit of a different business. So it's not like, you know, we're throwing shade on what Intel's trying to do. It's just they're not performing in the same way. And if Neil was here, he would say, but that's the story of Intel. And we sort of know that. We've been shorting that name for a very, very long time and hating life if you've been long on Intel. So we're not hating life too much. We do have a Google play. We talked about waiting for it to bump up here, so now we're short 75. Again, I remember the last time we were short 75, we took a 25-cent hit when it blasted through 124. So right now, we're trying it again right here, right now. So we put on a bigger, these were all little positions, only to get the big one, which we just put on right here at 85. 125. So let's see if it fades out. We just got the teal again all the way back down. So we took a couple pieces out right there. I am looking for a fade in this name, but the fade's been completely wrong. So what we're doing is also taking out profit. Like there's a 60, we get a 60 fill. So now we're short at 80s, and we have on a very, very maximum position for me on this, considering the freaking day. So let's go. We'll spin a little bit of money. We'll get, I mean, if this just drops 20 cents, we're pretty much back to flat here on Google. So let's see, can we get a pullback off 125? This is a desperation play. There's no doubt, no, honestly, because the way it's moving, you should be long today. But we took hits on the long. Now we finally wait for an exhaustion period, and maybe that's at 125. I say the word maybe because I am not confident that this name pulls back. So we're going to have to wait on this. I was confident earlier, not confident late just because of the price action, but we'll put some more bids here at 50. We just got a couple good fills, 56 there and a 60. So now we're waiting down a little bit lower. I just put a 52. Let's see if it fades out. We know that if the market drops here, Max, that Google should fall down. It's less than the market. It just hit a key level of 125. So I'm pretty happy with all this. But with that being said, I'm going to punch out a little bit more there at 56. So let's let it drop down. We're now out of a third of what we have on this short. So let's hold the rest and see if we can't make back these losses on Google.
Yeah, we were talking.
Go ahead. Yeah.
We were talking pre-market about Pinduoduo, and I kind of downplayed that 70 breakout. Clearly not the move here. That 70 breakout was pretty good. Goes up to 71.20. But I see this consolidation, this little failed breakout here, and I want to start a position short on Pinduoduo. I think 20% to the north side is a little high for this name. So looking for a pullback here back into like 69, let's say $70. I think we can pull back into that 70 level on PDD. I don't want this to get above 71.50, but I mean, the NASDAQ's at the spot that it should be pulling back from. And I mean, I say should be, it should have been pulling back, 100 handles ago, but I think like eventually we got to get a pullback. It is 11 a.m., so at some point, the market's got to turn around. I know a lot of people have gotten totally run over saying that in the past, so I'm not going to hold this too far against me, but I'm thinking we got to get a pullback, and PDD's kind of a POS. So I think, and here it goes. So 30 cents in the money already. Keep going down and pull back to 70 bucks. Let's make this day a little bit better on PDD here. AI, I did bail on. There was a little bit of a fail breakout there. So fail breakout on this 31.50 kind of level. So I just punched out of the remainder of the shares. Now holding that 50 period. See if it'll hold maybe 31 and then start to move back up. I think really you want to get VWAP on this one. And AMD as well, I bailed out of because I thought the market should be turning around. Where's AMD? So bailed out right here of the rest of the shares on AMD. Probably should have just held for the teal, but I don't know. Whatever. Good trade regardless on AMD. Just wish I held more of that size for the big move there.
We're rocking here, man. We had some good trades. I mean, Palantir's rocked, man. Marvell, Microsoft was a great trade, even though it's at Even though it's at 331. I'm going to, at some point during the show, like if you watch this long enough, we got to go to the midday show, but I'm probably going to like throw up in my mouth when I start to see some of this stuff, because I know that's a little odd, but it's like, what? Like I cannot, we used to have graphics like that where that was really funny back in the day. Wow, what a big move. And the reason why I say that, it's like I cannot, some of these moves are really, really extended. And there we go, we're getting out of Google, now finally pulling back. This is a big one for me here, so pretty happy with that. But Microsoft, wow, really moving. Marvell, really moving. A great day today, there it goes. Palantir, 14s, great trade there for Palantir today for sure. Ford and Disney, I mean, Ford is like as if Ford. 12 up to the top side again. Huge moves, but that's enough of us, man. Max, thank you so much, man. It's been a great week.
Of course.
Need you back at 2 o'clock, so don't go anywhere. Enjoy some of those dumplings if you go get those again. But for right now, it is a big midday show once again. It's going to be Sharif, and it is Arun. And here we go. So let's rock with these guys on the midday show. Thank you to everybody for watching. Thanks, Fabian. Thanks, Mahad. Thanks for Prad for helping out as well. Big show there in this morning. Let's go Google. Let's get to the downside. And without any further ado, thanks, Brendo, as well. Let's throw it over to the midday, guys.
What is up, beautiful people? Welcome to the Midday Show. You know who that is. I'm Sharif, and I hope you had your seatbelt on this morning as we were rocketing up to the high side here on the big tech names and the market in general.
Yeah, man. This,
Wow.
You know what's funny is that we're coming to today, or I've been in my head, I'm just like, yeah, we were talking about this yesterday too. It's like, oh, Thursday, guys are going to take the extra long weekend. They're handed off to their junior traders. I don't know if these junior traders are actually pressing the wrong button or they're doing something they're not supposed to be doing. But this market is active in one direction, clearly to the buy side. Clear strength, futures strong across the board here. All the index names, I'm looking at your screen there to see what's hot. Everything.
Everything.
Tesla's up 3.6, and the other ones are at least 1.5, and then Google's lagging there at 0.76 to the upside. But they're all up. All the index names are up. You saw Sean show that 5-minute chart on the NASDAQ futures. Damn.
Up and to the right.
Up and to the right. You do like that's your term.
That's right.
There
Baby.
you
Up
go.
and to the right.
That's it.
It's a little on the nose to get that as vanity plates, though. No?
Up and to the right.
Yeah, a little on the nose. No, I'm saying it's a little on the nose to get that on vanity plates.
Yeah.
Up and to the right. Yeah, okay, guys, let's talk markets here, babe. What'd you say, Max? Quadruple.
Oh,
yeah, that's not on the nose. That actually I could do, but up and to the right, it's a little, no.
That's too long. Can you make
Look,
it happen on vanity plates?
I
You looked
worked
into it,
a little
didn't you?
bit. Yeah,
Oh,
of
no,
course I
of course
did.
you did.
Arun, of course I did. Let's go, bro. You know me.
no.
Let's look at these NQ.
I mean, I can't really say anything. I got vanity plates, though.
Do you?
Yeah, I do.
Okay, well, we won't say what your vanity plates
Yeah,
are,
let's not say that,
obviously.
but
We're not going to
yes,
say
that's
that,
fine.
but yeah, okay.
Yeah.
All right. Is it market related? Give us that much.
No.
No, it's not market.
No.
Okay. Well, okay, without disclosing, what is it in relation to? Hold on. Oh, FTR, TDR, futures trader, says Sean. Okay.
I mean,
There
now
you
everyone's
go.
gonna be looking for a red.
There you go. You guys got
red
some
SUV
ideas
with
right
that
there.
those plates on, but no, let's anyways.
Sharif's mom is back in the chat.
Oh no, I gotta pull up the chat. I don't know.
Yeah, Sharif's mom.
What's she
is back
saying?
in
What's
the chat.
Mama saying?
I don't know.
I'm gonna look it up. Hold on. Let me log in and get into the chat. I didn't realize. I
Yeah,
didn't
no,
have
it's
it set up.
okay. All right, guys, let's look at the screen here because we're kind of slowing down on the futures. Can it be said that? Can we even say that at this point? 14,269 and a quarter, the high of day on the NQ June contract. I'm seeing one of the very few red candles develop now here on my 5-minute chart on the NQ. Have a look at this. I mean, yes, relative strength is very much an understatement here. Not interested in anything short. I came to this guy mid-segment up there, and I said to him, "Are you looking at 4,200?" And I'm sure he'll get to that on the NQ. And he said, "To do what?" And I jokingly said short, obviously because I was not expecting him to say yes, and I don't think he is going to. But yeah, 42.1175. What's up? Amazon is flying apparently. We're at 120. So that is a critical level on Amazon. We're not breaking this area. So I got to go into the trading screen so that we can see the book and the tape here. There we go. Okay, so we got 97s, 96s. It's just up and to the right, Sean. Literally, Sean keeps yelling. Look at that chart. And yeah, it's a very similar looking pattern. You see it on a lot of stocks today, whether you're looking at tech or other.
We were talking about this earlier this week, where like certain indicators are great in certain markets. You know what's great in a market like this? An EMA or a moving average of some sort. Any sort of moving average, because it's gonna follow. I'm looking at your screen. I don't even know what the moving average is. That second one from the top.
The second one?
The second one, not the closest one, but the second one from the top.
It's the 20. It's Max's teal, essentially.
There you go.
Yeah.
And that's on the 1 minute, and it's just perfect trail. If you're ever in a position and you're wondering where do I get out, well, clearly based on this is whenever it breaks.
It's holding like a glove, yeah.
Yeah, so essentially this is the perfect day for moving averages to show you why they're strong. And then I think the last couple days may have been oscillators showing strength.
Yeah.
Right.
Talk about
the
ranging markets and
exactly,
trending markets, correct?
Exactly.
Yeah.
And that's the two markets you got to figure out how to deal with them. And then it's just a difference of, or the hard part is finding which one to use when. When do you know it's going to be trending? When do you know it's going to be oscillating? When is that transition from one to the other? That remains, that's the hard part, really. Once you got it going, you got it going. It's an easy one, right?
Yeah.
But, yeah. There we
I'm
go.
just, okay, bias-wise, I'm looking for, a 5, 10, maybe 15-minute pullback on some big tech, maybe even the future, and I'm looking for continuation or some, at least, consolidation before you, move. I'm not looking for short. So,
People suggesting some names on your plates there. Almost, Jameson.
you didn't finish.
What?
So give us what is it in relation to, without disclosing the plates themselves. The general.
Well,
what is the subject
you're parked right
matter
in front
it?
of me.
I didn't.
You're
know.
parked right behind me, so when you go to your right, you'll see it.
But then we're off the show.
Oh, yeah. I mean, what's
Yeah,
it
I'm parked
related
right-
to?
Yeah.
And nothing trading related.
Yeah,
I'll
no,
say that
I
much.
get that, but what is it in relation?
That's all I'm going to say. Nothing trading related. That's
Right, man.
that's
Really, we
big
can't
enough of a
figure out the
question.
plates with just that, but whatever.
That's the
but-
whole point.
Yeah, I get it. I'm gonna have a look anyway.
You will.
later,
You will.
so.
Yeah.
Yeah, okay, holding 4,200 at the moment. I don't know if there's an equivalent level on the NQ, really. I mean, I don't like calling it a blue sky setup, but we can have a look at the continuous contract on the NQ.
Damn, man. Okay, so futures. Since
Go.
we'll talk about.
Go.
I came into today with the understanding that the market's been ranging. It was a Friday. Expected lower volume. We were near the top end of our range, so we had no reason to exactly chase the long until we broke out the range.
Just to
This
interrupt
was the
you
level
quickly,
that I had broken. What's
I'm
up?
watching 120
Amazon,
here on Amazon.
120?
I'll
Yeah.
break it. Here it
There
comes.
it
It
goes.
just broke. Guys, it's a critical level. I didn't want to interrupt you, Arun, but
Yeah,
it's
it's all
broken.
good.
Now we're gonna decide here. Are we gonna continue, or is it gonna be a breakdown? I say probably continuation, given the just overall trend of the day. But we'll continue to watch it. Sorry.
Yeah, and I was going to say, this was the area that we were watching, that 75 up top. If we had a reason for a short. We never got a reason for a short, but we also never got a reason for a long. And then it was a 75. And once you got past 75, I think you were already at 85 for a little bit, 10 o'clock, and then boom, boom, boom.
15.
This is the 15. It
15,
was just
okay.
straight shots up. So
Yeah.
unless you were willing to blindly go long whenever it broke yesterday's high or even today's overnight, it would have been. It had to be that situation to get involved, I think. Individual equities would have been a little different because I did notice that NVIDIA.
It's been weak. It has not had the move.
No, but NVIDIA.
0.68 to the
but
high
NVIDIA
side.
today was actually, even though.
There goes Amazon. Amazon's
Amazon
going.
was at
Amazon's
30?
going.
30,
Yeah,
yeah, it's nice.
We're in the 30s now. There's continuation
So
here.
NVIDIA actually was trending down,
Right.
while the futures were kind of middling around. And then it actually set up a base around the just after the open, and then finally made a move from 81 to 87. So although it's been weak, the latter part of yesterday, was I guess showing strength earlier. Now it's right back to showing weakness.
Yeah.
So
You feel there's exhaustion. Someone
There's
buying
definitely-
there. I mean,
this is like the 2-day move, right? The day that it goes 30%, everyone's exhausted, they're selling, profit taking. The following day, the market explodes and it just doesn't have the juice anymore because it's already made its move 2 days ago.
Yeah.
Right, or the day before. So that's a strength you're getting in NVIDIA.
oh my goodness,
across the
Amazon
board.
is going here.
Oh,
There's a
damn.
bit of a
Yeah, let's go
squeeze
to the screen.
happening at the moment. Come to the screen because we're coming. We just broke 2/3. We're coming in on 3/4 here of a dollar break, and there it goes. What's the top there? 79's the top at the moment. Something tells me we probably break that up 4.9. There it is, 5% on the day. We're right back at 79. A lot of accumulation. Don't see too much size following us up on the book here, but I don't see too much size standing in front of us either. So, it's clean right now. We're not really seeing a corresponding move in the futures. In fact, you're getting a decline on both the NQ and the ES at the same time that Amazon is making highs. Now, is there anything moving with Amazon right now? I don't see anything. Nothing Microsoft related, not Meta, not Apple, not Tesla, and certainly not Google. Amazon, completely secular. Let's go to the blotter. See, maybe something's popped up. The blotter's been getting a little bit better, Arun, lately, to be honest with you. It's been showing me stuff a bit quicker.
News
yeah,
better?
so There's a bit of an issue with this. Oh, the assignment has changed. I got to group this window. Okay. So
all
we're
good,
going to
man.
do that real quick here, and then we're going to click
I see your
this.
tech board. His tech board's nuts right now.
Yeah, everything is
Oh, you know what I want
green.
to talk about while you're doing that? Let's go to my screen.
for it.
This is one of those names we were talking about the other day. Well, yesterday, because one of you guys brought
Go
it
to his
up.
screen.
AVGO. Broadcom. Remember? We're like, intraday is going to be difficult to trade. Yeah, AVGO on fire. We were underneath 700 yesterday. We are now at 770. 10%.
Yeah, I talked about this one
2
on the
days.
big board. Yeah,
It is
it's a monster.
absolutely on fire. Intraday wise,
Yep.
hard to trade. But on a multi-day swing position, you
Multiple
don't
upgrades.
need to worry about the spreads, right? You're just going to bid your way in, and you know that you should be okay on the larger chart, and then you just kind of close your eyes, hold your breath, and let it go at that point. But if you want to play that game, we talked about AVGO
baby.
because of the high spreads, right? Right now, the spread is already 70-something cents on AVGO intraday-wise, but it is quite the mover here to the upside. Broadcom, always a great mover when it chooses a direction, but absolutely messy when it decides to go range bound. So it's a matter of which one makes more money when you get chopped up versus, or does that net out with when the stock actually trends up to the upside. Sharif, 4,200 incoming.
Yeah, I'm just about to talk to you about
what
that.
are you gonna
as
do with that?
I didn't organize my screen here, so don't come to my screen until I
Okay,
can
so
organize
dare
it.
I say, as 4,200 breaks, if this holds up, short side move. Everyone's thinking long. We know
Okay.
trail stops are in place.
Right.
I just need those trail stops to get hit. And then if we can't bounce from that, then most likely there's a chance for a short. I'll look at it. I mean, it's bound to happen in the next little bit if it's going to happen.
Right.
So we'll see if we can jump on board and grab a short if certain conditions come into play. Right now, the stops are going off. Let's just let that happen. It's sitting at 41.98 and change.
Okay.
I'm always looking, okay, how do I participate in the long that's running? If
Right.
sometimes it's just too late. You should have had it much earlier. And the flip side is what happens whenever the trend breaks. And in this case, if the NASDAQ futures breaks this 4,200, which we're breaking now, can we sustain the sell side move? Because I know the initial move with everyone long.
Yeah.
You saw what Amazon did,
Yeah,
right?
yeah, yeah.
Amazon 120 all the way 70 cents immediately. But then that's just a quick move that's expected with stops. At some point, when it slows down, it'll tell you whether that was based on stops or whether it's going to be a legit follow-up buy. And that I'm looking for the complete opposite thing on the futures. We saw the 4,200s break. Now we're seeing the 4,200 it bounce back above 4,200. It's
Yeah.
going to be a matter of where is the sustained selling if there is anything left. Or flip side of this is that this is going to be a dip buy opportunity, and we find a reason to get a long on with the short stops out of the way. Right? I'm being aware of both sides of this. I do know that if we get underneath 4,200, the chance of a short is there. If we bounce up from that break, there's a chance of a continuation. So long or short should be determined in the next little bit. The only thing I will say, though, with the market this strong at the moment, European closes come in about 15 minutes. And we do know that as we get closer to the European close, that there's going to be some activity. Usually there's the burst of activity in the final 10 minutes,
Right.
even in the North American futures, as they close up shop.
Okay.
So I'm always wary of the moves that happen in the final few minutes of the European close,
our eye on
even though we're trading the ES contract or the North American futures contract, and
Yeah, very
not
much
related
linked.
to the European indexes. But it's been quite the rally. Let's see if this is a continuation or a break point right here at 4,200
Yeah.
as we are flirting with this time. I think after 15 minutes, we should have a better understanding of whether this is going to carry forward or not, I think.
With respect to Amazon, I'm looking for a catalyst here, and nothing really fundamental coming up, but there is this little tidbit. The technical view here is we have a golden cross on the daily, but it's an SMA golden cross because it doesn't quite translate to that when you use the EMAs. Here's my chart. This is Amazon. I should probably mark this so that everybody can see it. AMZN. This is the daily chart on Amazon. And you can see here, the blue is the 200 EMA. The red is the 50 EMA. They're quite close to crossing, but not quite. If you were to switch that to the SMA, according to this article here, there is 1, that is happening if you're using the 50 and the 200 SMA, as you can see here. So possible technical breakout. To be fair, it had already been breaking out. We talked about this a lot last week. We counted the amount of days green versus relative to red, and it was like 11 green days to out of 12 or something like that. It was ridiculous. So it's been strong. It's been a bit of a slow mover, but look at that. Great trend line up from those January lows at $82. Not the rocket Meta and NVIDIA has been for sure, but definitely I'd say outperforming Apple so far. Up 4 3/4% on the day, really rejecting off that 121 area. In fact, the high is exactly 120.99. Here is the tape and chart on Amazon. Now back into 120, mid 40s. This could be an interesting buy-up opportunity here as we do stall out in our descent on the ES. Stalling out at around 4,200, dancing. I muted the mic there quick.
Oh, look at
those
you.
Those
Smooth
are
moves
veteran
there.
reflexes right there. As I go into my 9th month on the show now.
Not bad.
Oh yeah, man.
It's been a while.
4,200 Arun.
Yo.
I don't know. So this has got to be an important level for you.
I mean, it's a decision-making point, right? There's a few of them in a move like this, and this has been the first one I've seen since the 80-ish area that was possibly something. We're either going to continue this rally, like I said, or we're going to break away from this rally. If we are going to continue this rally, then we should get a move maybe into the 5s or so, and then hold up there, and that should be enough. I think a timing of a break into north of 42.05 with European close, or just after the European close, should be the trigger point for me to execute on a continuation.
All right.
But we'll see. We'll see. There's a lot that can happen between now and then. We can, blow through whatever low we just put in at
1135.
Well, final prints come in at 11:35.
Okay.
The actual last trade is going. European closes are a little bit different from North American closes because there's a 5-minute window where you can't trade, but they'll accept closing orders.
Yeah, like the mocks.
The mocks, right?
Yeah.
Here they're accepted until 4 o'clock, and then
Yes.
they got to be executed. There they have a 5-minute window after the close to accept. So close at 11:30. Prints at 11:35 on most markets. I know Italy might be off by a little bit, and Switzerland might be off by a little bit, but most of them are going to fall into that time frame. So I'm just going to wait for that 30 to 35-ish time to determine how I'm going to play this. So that's kind of how we're going. Going through the chat, credit goes out to Soup.
Who?
Soup.
Soup.
Brought the AVGO plan in place yesterday.
Love
so
it.
I know somebody else made a ton
Love
of
it.
money on the calls there after being brought up. So you can thank Soup for that.
Soup.
Sharif.
I like saying
Sharif.
that. Yes.
Mama says that she was like, okay, well, he doesn't organize his screen.
Sharif's mom.
Mama says he doesn't organize his screen. You should see his room.
Oof.
Yo, Mama's coming for you, man.
Yo, man. Sharif's
coming for
mom
you.
is lighting it up there in the chat, apparently. Yesterday, we were bamboozled. Huh? No. Oh, it's fine. Hell. I love it. I was like, yeah. No. It's all good. Yesterday, we were bamboozled. I thought my actual mom was in the chat. I'm like,
You were
so
confused. You were so
there for a little
confused.
bit, right? No, we're kidding, guys. All right, I'm seeing Meta making a bit of a move here as Amazon as well continues to show strength. Here's the Amazon chart, not really breaking below 120, hanging out at 120.5, really maybe accumulating here for potential continuation through 121. What's 121? What's $3 or $4 between friends, guys, right? So we can get continuation maybe up to 125. That would just be aces. 4,200 still in play on the NQ, but Meta made a bit of a move. It's slowing down now. It was kind of curling up. This is the candle I'm talking about right here, this 5-minute candle from 257.50, touching 258.25. Now we're holding above 258, so we could get continuation here on Meta. High a day, 258.37. Let's go to the half an hour. Oh, Yeah, we're in a blue sky setup here on Meta. Obviously, it's not blue sky, but we're talking about 52-week highs for sure. And we're talking about probably 290, I think the next level is. I can look at the daily quickly. I always have to switch to the weekly because they don't have their in order. 300. Yeah, you can take it from 290 because there is this wick down. But if you're looking at the weekly, the better level where the closes are is 300. So this is the gap that we've been talking about. You could use this as your breakout point. We talked about this 235 area. Once it got above there, that was the gap into 300, giving you about nice little run up there. Okay, so we'll get out of that. And yeah, we'll keep my eye on Amazon here as it continues to accumulate up, looking to break out, and we hold 4,200 here on the future.
Still holding. I mean, we're flirting with it. Like I said, this is going to be like for the next 10 minutes or so. This market's going to decide whether this is going to carry forward or not. It's been obviously a great run. This has been a 50-point run, north of 50 points since I sat down to watch it. We were in the mid-50s, and now we got as high, well, I guess just over 50 points, as high as 42, just north of 42.10, and now here we are at 4,200. So the second leg is either going to be building up or it's going to be breaking. Well, that means we got a position up on the equity side for the break or the long. I'm looking at Baidu. Sharif, I'm looking at your list because I don't have my list.
Yeah.
So I'm looking at your list as seeing what's up and strong. I'm noticing Baidu there with your Chinese ADRs.
I'll bring
group.
that down for you. Here you go.
Baidu, strong run to the upside, but then it's just starting to go sideways, meaning it's, it's not an index name.
PDD is the name.
It doesn't, but yeah, but like those aren't index names, right? So it really doesn't matter what the market as a whole does, but it's just interesting to see that Baidu is actually kind of flirting with that 125 potentially on a break to end the trend to the downside if it breaks. And then PDD, like you mentioned, you guys have been talking quite a bit about PDD, but PDD's chart is just different. It was
an earnings winner. Baby.
Yeah, but it's like a different chart, right? Like, I mean, yeah, it was hot in the pre-market, and then it broke through 69, and then made its move to 71, and then it's just kind of 71 to 70, right? It's a little different from Baidu's chart. That's why I'm like, you know what? I think Baidu might be the contender here for a trade, whether it's continuation or even the breakdown, because it's pretty clear where the marker is. It's 125, right? So I'm going to work with 125 for now.
This is the news item, guys. Come to my screen. Baidu shares are trading higher following reports suggesting the company CEO said it will launch officially its AI, which they've called Ernie 3.5, which is a generative AI, large language model, LLM, very soon, quote unquote. No date given, obviously, but the very soon. Now, you recall, last time they launched this product, it was not a live demonstration. It was a video, so you got to watch them use it rather than, seeing it in real time.
That's not.
Yeah.
No.
Yeah, so we weren't impressed. Weekend at Ernie, says the chat, says Klopp. That's funny. That's an 80s movie, baby. But yeah, it wasn't impressive. We'll see what they have. I mean, unless it's really something groundbreaking in terms of something we don't already have, in terms of Bard, ChatGPT, ChatGPT-4, what could they show us? I'd really like to see what their twist, what their take is on it. It'll be the first major one out of China, I would say, right? So
the only thing I will say is, though, everyone's jumping on board with the AI train, right? Mm-hmm. And obviously, there's a ton of positives to it. Mm-hmm. I just wonder how saturated it's going to get.
It's going to get
right. It's going just like everything else. When it gets hot, it just gets saturated. So as long as they can make use of this current stardom that AI has and launch it into something that's very useful across the board and implement it well, then I feel like every single market or stock is going to come out with some AI-related thing, right? For all we know, I mean, I'm sure there's actually, I don't even know. I was going to say cars. Well, cars are already automated.
Oh,
so
God, it's going to be very... Yeah. And that's what I want to say. I mean, with Tesla's algorithm and how they use the cameras to image recognize, situation recognize, et cetera, for their full self-drive. I mean, I don't know. Obviously, Tesla's involved in AI. There's no question about that. But I mean, once you put these really like multiplied AIs, because the theory with AI is that you put one version of it and then it becomes so good, it gets better, and there's exponential improvement in a very short span of time. So the improvement on the AI is like the amount that it's able to learn versus what humans usually their learning curve generationally, it's cut by like
But
we're talking about.
that's
So
machine learning.
The point I want to make, what I'm going to come to, is now you're taking that amazing incremental learning and now you're putting it into the self-drive. I mean, how much better does it get? I mean, and that's the thing. I mean, I don't know. I think it makes a huge leap in that, and that's why Elon is so confident.
Machine learning is such a big thing. I remember, like, this is when
Amazon's going, by the way.
Of course it is.
Yeah, Amazon's going. Sorry to keep interrupting. I just have to keep mentioning it.
Yeah,
Tesla's
definitely.
going.
It's
Amazon's
121.
going. Microsoft was
There's
about to
64
go.
thou on the offer there on Amazon. It's 121 off your screen, right?
It's big. There's big
64
levels
plus
at
26
120.
plus 21.
There
all
it
gone.
goes.
All
There
gone.
it goes.
Well,
like
I
no
don't know
one's
what the print
business,
was.
man. It is flying. Palantir is flying.
AMD's taking up.
AMD's flying.
Yeah, they're all
Everything is
bouncing.
going here, baby. There is a whole bunch of power.
Long's still holding
Yeah,
on
man,
for now,
4,200.
but at the same time, remember Euro close. We got to worry whether this is the last push or not. European close still looking strong though right now, and Baidu still bouncing off those 125s and looking good for the time being. AMD obviously towards 127 to the upside. Let's get the smaller chart in there. Okay, why are they not linked? I thought I linked them.
Unreal.
But anyways, AMD to the upside, has broken that high, 126.5 to the upside, and now looking at 127. Apple, the weaker one it seems, because Apple's not participating in this explosion to the upside that you're seeing in some individual names. So if Apple starts to lose track south of 175, you got to wonder, Apple, and then Microsoft being the next one. Remember, Apple and Microsoft are about 25% of the NASDAQ.
Yeah.
So Microsoft's doing well. Microsoft's in a solid trend. It's doing like the step move up in a rally. That's exactly what you want for a strong rally. Move up, sideways or a little bit down, move up, same thing. So the trend in Microsoft is solid. Apple's shaky at the moment. So it remains to be seen whether Apple's going to start to negate Microsoft's gains as we continue to the upside.
We have an interesting VWAP retracement possibly on Apple. That 174.75-ish area. I'd like to see if there's support on Apple at that area. Apple on the day is up 1.16%. Volume-wise and percentage-wise, it's definitely one of the lower-end guys. Not Google bad. Google's the worst of the bunch, up only 0.5 point at the moment. But Amazon retracing now after another, well, not another, it broke 121, but we're getting a flush. Do we get bought up? Look, we've been holding the 20 period quite well. You heard Arun make that observation earlier. If you've been buying off this 20 period, you've been rewarded anytime, going back, you guessed it, to 930. So is this just more of the same? Is this, just another quick level rejection and then we get bought back up, So now we're dancing with that $0.75 level. The 20 period was high 50s, low 60s, so we're already like 20 pennies off that. There we go, back into the 80s we go, and looks like we're gonna knock on the door of 121 again. Do we get in here? I mean, like, we're extended. We're extended. There's no question.
Quite extended.
Yeah.
But it does, that's the thing. You never put
Does it matter?
It doesn't really matter. You don't put a ceiling on anything.
No.
Whether we're going down fast and hard or whatever, or we're running up strong, you never want to cap the market. The market will surprise you.
Okay.
Right. This goes back quite a few years. Remember, it's like at round 355, like, oh, the market's done. 5 minutes left, market's done, whatever. Like what? I remember specifically saying this, looking at the market, like, okay, it's not going to do anything in the next 5 minutes. It's 3:55. The market closes at 4.
I feel like I know how this ends.
Yeah, the market surprised me with a 20-point move in the final 5 minutes.
That's crazy.
And I was just like, where did this come from? And this was like no earnings,
Did you
nothing.
get out?
No, I wasn't
weren't in.
positioned. I was like, I was calling it a day. I'm like, the market's done. We've had quite the move today. The market's done.
Yeah.
And then in the
Got
final
another
5
20.
minutes, I get another 20-point move. And like, what? That's why it's like you never want to put a cap on the market at all. You always want to just roll with what's currently in front of you. And right now, this market is flirting with the 4,200. It's picking up a bit. European closes in. So now this could be firming up for another leg, dare I say, to the upside. As long as we can stick around with this 4,200 and build up the strength, there's a chance for that continuation to be in play here as we are looking for that long. If we are going to be looking for that long, that means we got to pick up some longs here. Possibly Baidu maybe is starting to. I'm starting to lean on that Baidu potential, and see if we can grab some there.
You're gonna get some Baidu?
I'm gonna step in and see if I can't maybe work it. I mean, it's not going to cost me much. It's like 40-something cents, right? So. Why is there a 10-cent spread? Is this normal on Baidu?
Yeah, the liquidity, I mean,
it's an ADR, I get it, but still.
These ADRs, okay, let me look real quick here. Yeah, that's normal trading for Baidu. Yeah, such is the case. 127.15 on our friend AMD, says my friend Sean Katina to the right. 127.15 the high. We're curling on the NQ. We're looking to take possible days highs here on the NQ, 14,269. We're at 14,258. We're not seeing that similar test on the ES. We're hanging at 4,200, yet we have a 42.11 high. So the NQ showing more of its relative strength. That's been the case lately, going back to the beginning of the year, essentially. Tech has been taking this name north. And the NDX has outperformed the S&P since January. So, yeah, we've just punched in here. Amazon's back into 121. It's looking a lot more stable, and quite frankly, it has held the 20 period, and there it goes again through 121, looking to take out days highs possibly at 121.19. Apple, I'm seeing in the corner of my eye here, also holding that 175-ish level, holding VWAP, and looking to curl back possibly into the high side. Tesla just made new highs. We broke through 191.50. We're knocking on the door of 192 on Tesla, 191.88 the high there. Oh, baby, here comes the bull run again. We get a curl. Even Google's waking up, 124.50 test incoming. What else is moving here? I'm seeing Marvell even curl up.
Google refuses to break its trend. The range high, but that 125 though, if we get that range going, that could be it. That could be a nice one here. I'll just put that marker right there, that 125 top end, and see. We've been struggling. Google's been lagging, and we know Apple's been lagging. Well, Apple's been running, but Apple hasn't participated in the latter half of the rally. So it's going to be interesting to see when Google and Apple get involved in this rally, if they do get involved in this rally to the upside. Obviously. AI, okay, you guys are talking about AI. Let's see what AI is doing.
AI.
31.50, strong rally, secondary leg, maybe?
It's curling.
I mean, 31.5.
It's very market dependent, which is unusual for these AI stocks. This looks much like the market. The pull back and the curl back up.
Yeah.
No, I don't like that.
No?
Because I expect tech names to run that way. I don't expect this stock to run that way.
Oh, because of the weighting?
I don't want this one moving with the market.
You use the index as a reference point, but then you also have to be aware of the influence that the stock you're trading is going to be, or the correlation you're going to have between the stock you're trading and the index that you're looking at. Right?
And there typically isn't with this one. And
no, there shouldn't be, because it's not an index name at all. But it is moving that way. But you know, Sharif, though, this type of move is actually good.
Very bullish.
Very bullish and very strong. That pullback actually allows for buyers that wanted to take profit to get out, and then allows for a base to build again for another leg up. When it's just straight in one direction, you never know when the house of cards is going to fall, right? This type of rally is what you want in a strong market. So you have a way to trail this, and if this takes 32, I think that's the next decision point on AI to the upside here is if you take the highs and you take 32, is this an extension or is this going to be a failed high break situation? I know you're still looking at Amazon at 121.
Man, I want to punch in here. I
you
don't know why I'm hesitating.
Step in there? Step in there and just hit that 121?
I missed my opportunity. This is the point right here. Come to the screen real quick. I had an opportunity in the 120.60s here to pick some up on that latest touch up on the 20. The 20 EMA I'm talking about. That's this orange line, orange-ish line that's moving right there. And it's been holding. I mean, you don't have to be a super technician. You don't have to be Michael Moss-esque to know that it hasn't broken the 20 period since 9:32 on the 1 minute. You could have pulled up anywhere around there. Your best opportunity was probably this 118-ish dip at around 1020, but that's all in the past. I want to see if this breaks, though. Here we go. The ES, I'm keeping my eye on the ES. It's weak. Looking for an NQ top test here, but we're slowing down in how high we're going. So you wonder if we get a consolidation hold around the highs for a possible accumulation through, into that more liquid time of day into the afternoon. But we'll continue to watch. We'll continue to see. Tesla high a day, 192 test there, 191.97 now the high a day on Tesla. Just printed that. What else is going on here? Palantir is also strong, guys. By the way, moving up into 10% now. 14.13 we're at. 14.20 the high on Palantir. What else is going on?
It's very. Here's the thing: when the market's like, I guess, range bound or something, there's always something. When it's range bound or hasn't gone too crazy, there's always something to pick. Mm-hmm. When you're in the middle or you're at the tail end of a strong rally, everything that you could potentially find is going to be already, everything that's strong is going to be mostly overextended, or it's going to be too late to get involved at risk that makes sense. I'm trying to get into Baidu and I can't even get close to a fill, it just doesn't even want to get south of 50 to make sense of the risk on Baidu. But this is kind of what you're dealing with now, is you're going to have to find names that are actually stalling out, but the stalling out process is going to require you to analyze the strength that this market has versus the strength of relative strength of the stock versus the market. And if the stock is starting to act weak and the market's not, then you start to wonder whether the rally's over and it's just all profit taking and it's like relative strength or not. And
you're damned if you do, you're damned if you don't, kind of thing.
And that's the hard part of it. If you don't get in on the elevator on the ground floor, it's hard to jump on board when you're on like the second last floor at the top. You're like, can I keep going here?
I gotta tell you the truth. I see accumulation here on Meta. I'm seeing a bunch of higher highs and flat tops. So I'm going in on here on Meta. I've been keeping it in the corner of my eye a little bit.
128.5?
I'm going in here. I want that 28.5. 258.50 break. That's the area that I'll be looking for as a breakout. I'm going to get in here, and at 257 will be the out. So there it goes on Meta. I'm looking. The reason I'm into this, number one, it's a bull flag on my 5-minute chart, and it's a series of higher lows with an accumulation top on a green bullish day. I like that. I'll take it into 257. I'll give it $1. Amazon's looking juicy now that it's retracing back into 120.5. It's just, where does this one stop up? And how do you determine where to kind of look for a retracement bottom? Or as Neil would say, you wait to get it on the backside. So you wait until it curls and it shows you that it's curled, and then you get in on the backside. As shout out to Neil. I hope he's enjoying his time out in Paris.
Yeah.
Paris.
That's
Mon chéri.
Yeah, that's gonna be a fun time in Paris. You've been to Paris, yeah?
I've been to Paris.
Yeah.
I don't like it. No disrespect, and
Okay, so last time I was in Paris last year.
Not my.
I was there for 3 days.
We're moving here on Meta, baby.
Day one, I ended up getting food poisoning. So that 3 days was the wash. So this time around, I'm gonna give it another chance. But like,
when are you going?
When? In August. So give it another chance.
Beautiful in August.
But at the same time, it's pretty nice. But at the same time, I was like, from what I remember, I'm just like, it's mostly going to be me with baguettes in one hand and croissants in the other, and that's it. That's just me.
What I
walking down the
remember of
street.
Paris is being 20 years old, wanting to party, and the drinks were like I don't know, doubles were like 40 euros on a student's budget. That was not pleasant.
I don't think Paris is a student's budget place.
No.
No.
No. So that was my last foray, but obviously I do a completely different trip now.
Yeah.
And I did dabble in the scenery and stuff. I met up with my parents after. I met up with my friends, and then we kind of like we have family that lives in Paris. My mom's first cousin, so they took us around.
Okay.
They showed us, the landmarks and stuff like that, several churches, and yeah. So we did the whole scenic thing too, right? But
Oh, here's what I need to know from a lot of people in the chat here, just because futures
Meta's
market?
an absolute
Futures
print
market?
factory right now.
I like this. Okay.
And by print factory, I'm talking about like 40 cents. Not even.
All right. Okay.
Someone's funny. I got horrifically drunk in Paris when I was 17. Shout out to you. And admissions of a day trader live on Day Trader TV, baby.
Yeah,
Yeah, 258.09 long Meta, guys.
Yeah, I also jumped into a futures position. By
All
the way.
right, there we
North of
go.
5. I like the idea. Remember, we're looking for either the consolidation continuation or the breakdown. I'm gonna play for the extension. Let's see what happens. I'm long right at 5. 42.05 is the play.
All right.
Let's see what happens. I mean, we have a chance to break out, or no, not break out, continue this extended rally, or we fail at this point, and it's going to be an absolute meltdown to the downside if that happens. But
well, there you go.
remains to be seen how this market wants to play it. Let's just play it out. As this market is coming back in a little bit.
Tesla's an absolute rocket right now. Here comes 192.50. We may have gotten into the wrong name here. Excuse me, let me just put this back. Yeah, I'm going to need the level 2 for my trade meta. I'm looking at Marvell as well, but we're going to take this one off for a second so we can look at our friend Secula, or whatever I called it yesterday. Tesla is absolutely going here. Here comes a 192.50 test. It's up 4.3%. Elon Musk doing a bit of, showmanship slash, I don't know, whatever you want to call it. Anyway, he was on Twitter Spaces yesterday with Ford CEO Jim Farley, and they announced that Ford is going to use the Tesla EV plug on some of its units, and that will give them access, obviously, to Tesla's huge network. Believe Brendo was telling me this morning, 12,000 different stations they're going to have access to as Tesla is absolutely pumping to the high side. Right through 50s we go, 192.60 high a day. Lots of buying here on Tesla as we reach into 4.5% up on the day. And simultaneously, we're back up to highs on Meta, 258 into the 40s we go. We're looking for continuation through the $0.50 high of day on Meta 53s. Microsoft just printed another high a day. 332.31. You're smiling. I hope you're in it. He was long 325, says Sean. Yeah, as he smiles, obviously. Yeah. We're all smiling. 192.72 on Tesla. Even Apple really holding that 175 level for the moment. Looking to possibly come into highs here at 175.75. Amazon holding 120 so far.
I mean, they're all doing a lot of holding, it seems. Holding is going to be the name of the game during lunch hour,
Offense, right? Number 69. 10-yard penalty. Replay first down.
Damn those penalties, man.
We have fun. All right, Arun was not impressed with that whatsoever. He didn't even pop a smile. He was like,
I mean,
what is
I
this?
get it, but I'm just like...
Yeah, anyway. High a day on the NQ.
High days on NQ. Future S&P is still not doing a whole lot. We got about 5. That's what kind of roughly where I was like, you know what? If we're going to extend from here, we probably got to get above 5 to do it. I'm playing for the break. Let's see if we can get that break going. I mean, it's taking its time. It's bound to take its time. Baidu not doing it. Now I've committed to the futures. I'm going to pull all the equity orders I may have had out. Just that's not happening. So we're just going to stick with the futures at the moment right now. So we got that going to the upside.
Yeah.
All right. Sharif, I was going to ask, from what you remember about Paris,
Okay.
and this is the hard thing I guess this is the thing I had a hard time with, is the food. It's known for food.
It's very good,
the gastronomic, it's reputation, the gastronomic reputation of Paris is huge, right?
It's very
But for me, on a day-to-day basis, what am I eating, man? Like, I don't know.
Yeah, and I had that problem in Europe in general. When, you know, in North America, you go to the States, you know exactly what to get. It's not much of a change from being in Canada. You go to Europe, you know, like the protein, well, at least when I lived there, and I lived there end of the 2000s, so like 2007 to 2009. Like, I just felt I wasn't able to get as many health products. They're not as, you know, they have more carbohydrates in their food. They eat more cheeses. Anyway, I'm making generalizations here. I realize that, but what I found hard was to be able to find my type of food in their supermarkets. I felt like I had to go to more specialty places. That was my experience.
You're also like an absolute health nut, right?
Yeah,
so
it was a
that's
little
different, I
different
feel.
for me.
But the experience for you
I
is
bet
going to be
you they
different.
have this stuff now.
No, but that's not what I mean. I mean,
just-
in terms
it's
of
my
like
experience.
food and dishes and stuff, like I was just like, what do I get?
Yeah, I don't know, man.
It's a tough one to answer, right? Yeah. I know baguettes and croissants, but apart from that, it's like, what am I doing? All right. Meta, we're getting closer to that 58.5 area, 358.5. We're getting closer and closer. We may have ticked above it a little bit. Yeah, 53. We got as high as 358.53. Not really holding up above there, though.
Oh.
But if futures can catch another bid, Meta taking out a 258.5 for the second time, that could open up well. So Meta against, and the risk will be tight too on Meta,
Here
I
it is,
think.
baby.
If we can sit above here, above that 58.5,
Pump it.
the risk is about 50 cents or so, as long as we can stick around up here. 57, okay, Meta could be another thing I can add. I've already got the futures. I can put up 50 cents in risk on the equity side. Yeah, I can probably put up 50 cents on risk. Okay, let's get Meta. Not yet, but I am going to get the order ready for Meta as well as we take a shot at these 50s. As long as
We're
we
a
can
print
stick
factory
above,
over here.
as long as we can stick above these 50s, and we're already in. You're already in.
I'm in.
I'm looking to get
Oh,
in
nice.
now, but
Yeah,
you're
I'm in on
already
that.
in, making some money on that move
Well,
to the
here,
upside.
you can see this chart over here. I'm going to bring it in real quick, but this is what I'm looking at, guys. This is the 5 minute. You have accumulation, a series of higher lows, higher lows. Before you had the breakout, you had this top right here at the $quarter level. So I'm like, okay, you know, whatever the level is, it's a bull flag. It's a continuation. We have an up market. Take it long. I'm riding it into 260, guy. I think we have more continuation here. I think we probably get something too from Big K. I'm talking about Kevin McCarthy with respect to some debt ceiling stuff. We already had some inklings this morning that something may be announced by the end of the day, and the market's clearly rallying on news of that because I heard nothing. I saw a bad PCE number this morning. That's what I saw, but I saw better than expected. Michigan consumer sentiment came in better than expected, but lower month over month nonetheless. So that's my look. My look is we're running up here on Big K, and Congress getting something done.
I mean, they said they're gonna what? Take it off on Monday, right? Unless it's an emergency session or something.
They said they're on call.
They're on call.
They're taking it off, but they're on call. Last I heard, that may have changed.
So I mean, knowing how people don't want to show up to work
Tesla's a
on a holiday, I wouldn't be surprised if they just try to
Are
get
you
this
looking
done
at
and
a
out of the way.
friend, secular low?
Secular?
Secular.
I mean, Meta hasn't been able to stick above those 50, so
No,
we're
it
still
has
holding
not.
on that. But Tesla, let's take a look at Tesla here. What's Tesla doing?
Secular is an absolute rocket. It
Oof.
wants to take 194
Oof.
here.
What is it, $2 since that pop? Yeah, since the
What
last
is Secular up?
consolidation pop, that 191 half, it just
5%.
took off to the upside. Yeah, almost 5% on Tesla to the upside. Strong move. At this pace, we could, I mean, based on, and here's the thing too, because as of today, we'll be closed until Tuesday morning.
Yes.
And if there's some news that comes out over the weekend,
Yeah.
you could see if we close strong here today around this price, we could easily be gapped above 200
I agree.
come Tuesday.
I agree.
So that could be an interesting move. So be prepared. Here's the thing too, we're going into a long weekend with this whole debt talk in front of us. At the same time, we're going into the end of the month which already brings in unusual, or not unusual, but higher activity than normal as it is. So pair all of that together, and I can reasonably expect the last 2 days of this month, apart from today, to be somewhat active, or more active than we have seen in the last little bit here. So I would expect volume to come through. There we go. There's another 3 points on the futures right
There
now.
it is, baby.
We are long for anyone who's not seeing it on the board. You're not going to see it on the board. Futures positions aren't on the board. Everything equity side, so North American equities, including the ETFs, they're up there, but futures are not. So here we are, right here, long 4205, looking for that extension to the upside. Are you in Meta?
Oh, baby.
Damn.
Oh,
259?
baby.
Oh, no. That's okay. I don't really care. I've got the futures to make up for that. But this is kind of the play we're going for here. But Tesla's at 94, Meta breaking to the upside. All right, now it's all about, you said Big K? Is that what you said?
K.
As long as Big K
Big
doesn't come
Kevin.
out and say some random thing that this market does not like, we should be able to see the highs, I would think, on
Let's
the
go.
ESs as well. I know you guys were
Yes.
talking about the NASDAQ futures, but ESs as well to the upside if we can get going here. That'd be nice to put in some new highs. The highs on the ES is 42.1175. We're about 4.5 points from that
Dump
top.
it.
The closer we get to 10, the more magnetic it's going to get. So for now, 7/4, not that big of a deal. If we get into like 9s or so, I think we can reasonably expect that high to be in play. But damn, Tesla going, Meta going at the same time. How's Microsoft? I
Tesla
know
does not care about
No.
absolutely
Tesla's never
anybody's
cared,
feeling.
no. Tesla's never cared. Tesla's always been like, you know
Unreal.
what? I'm going to do this. Future's coming down. That's perfectly fine. Not a big deal. I'm going to keep going, or I'm going to do whatever I've been doing. Microsoft can't stop, won't stop. We're at 332.50, north of 332.50 on Microsoft here, and that's another strong rally move that we've seen so far. So we're seeing a lot of these strong one-directional moves. Let's see what Apple's doing. What's up?
14.3. I mean,
NASDAQ?
it's not any level that I had earmarked. I don't know if Arun had earmarked it, but 14.3, these 100-point levels are always on my radar at least.
Yeah,
for
they should
possible
be.
area of-
I think they should be on your level because they round figures are always something to get magnetic to. The fact that we got to 14.3 is one thing. We cracked it by a few points or a couple points, 14.301 half. Great. But now it's a matter of, those are all like checkpoints, right?
Yep.
It's not really going to make a difference until we build up something around that price point. These are all new price points that we're seeing for the first time in a while, and it sees a $100 marker, and then it's like, you know what, maybe a break here, and then if we're going to continue, we're going to continue.
Right.
But if you had given me this consolidation, this one that we did around 270, higher and closer to 14.3, that would make a lot more of a difference for me to be like, oh,
Okay,
you know,
so
that's
that's
extension.
very interesting. Can you
Yeah.
please elaborate on that? Because that
Stop
fundamentally
placement.
changes things.
Stop placement.
Okay.
That's why, because when you see consolidation and it's somehow timed well with the location of a big round number,
Right.
most people psychologically are going to throw the stop past the round number, right? That's where they're going to be looking to, if they go for a short or if they're starting to step into a new long
Yeah.
or whatever, they're going to want to do it on the other side of that round number.
Right.
So that 270 top that we put in on NASDAQ initially before we dipped to 220, that 270 before we dipped to 220, that's a little too far. But if you had started this high up around 295-ish and then dipped down, and then you went for that high at 14.3 for
Got
the
it.
second
Yeah.
time,
Yep.
immediately you're thinking high break and 14,300 break.
Exactly.
That's going to attract a lot more people and a lot more volume at those price points, right? So that, I think that's going to be the play here.
Fair.
Right now, I mean, we broke the 270s. We got to 14.3, all great. But at the end of the day, 14.3 was a little too far away from the last high. So now it's just going to be a matter of, oh, it's a round number. Let's see what we can do around this price now that we're here, right? But again, market taking a break. I mean, we were
Yep.
up 3 points. Now we're only up half. As the market comes back down, expect these gyrations to happen as this market is going to take a little bit longer. We've had you get spoiled when the moves are this fast,
Yeah,
right? And
it's
then it's
nice.
going to take some time when it wants to continue and make its move. If it wants to make its move. I mean, the way it's coming down, it might not want to make its move to the upside or continue its move to the upside, but it's definitely going to take a little bit longer than what you saw this morning. So just be patient with it. If you have positions you're starting to build now, just be patient with it. It will, if you still believe in the long, like I do,
Yeah.
at this point I do. So I'm just going to, if it wants to take forever, it's like 11:55, 12 o'clock almost. And if it wants to take another 2 hours to do it, time is fine. Sideways is okay with me. It just means there's more pressure to build in the direction that I want to play. I could be wrong, of course. That's part of the game.
Yep.
You can't always be right. But at the same time, you don't interfere with your trade if that's your read, and just let it play out. Mark the Realtor saying Tesla 200 today. Damn, Mark,
I mean,
that's an aggressive.
195 is like pennies away.
That's an aggressive target, but like I said
wouldn't put it
yesterday,
past Tesla,
I would never say never in this market. Like I said earlier, this market surprised me anytime I said
definitely
it's
not.
over. So you might be right, man. I mean, it's a Friday. A lot of things can happen. You get this market extending one more time, you might see that 200. You might be right, Mark, for Tesla and 200 today, dare I say. Wow.
That'd be nice.
That'd be crazy.
We've been dancing with 259, 30-ish on Meta. We have a high of day at 31. I've been sitting at 39s here with a resting order, 38s actually. Haven't gotten filled. We haven't made it up that far. We're below 14.3 on VNQ. We're at 14.291. We're accumulating a little bit, like Arun said, likely to show some resistance at these even 100 point levels, which is what 14.3 is. 42.05 is where we're at now on the ES. Tesla coming into that 194.80-ish level. I had that earmarked as a former level of close. So we're at that level at the moment, 195. You got to assume, it's going to be the whole dollar levels here that we're probably going to find resistance and support at. But can you really find support for Tesla until 191 or maybe 191.5? That's the only action I see around there. Where's Tesla? There we go. 191.5. That's the area, the last area of support. Otherwise, it's a breakout area. So a bit of a move down, possibly, especially if we do reject 14.3. We're seeing a curl back down in Meta now, back below 259 into the high 258. We'll see if we get support here at the whole dollar level on Meta. All right, we haven't talked about any small cappers on the midday. Talked a little bit about them this morning during the small cap recap. There wasn't much moving, and to be honest with you, there really isn't at the moment here. I'm looking at some of the names that I was watching this morning, and they are doing, you guessed it, Bubkiss, GCT showing up, GigaCloud. Again, this one is a constant name here on my scanner, up 18%, but not doing enough volume to get me interested. ELEV, yeah, it's this one over here. This one was a mover in the morning. ELEV, let's look at quickly. It's kind of at VWAP, which, keeps me interested in this name because it is an NQ name. Because you know how I trade these small cappers. If it's not above VWAP, I ain't going long. And if it's not below, I ain't going short. But here we're doing a bit of a dance with it. We're looking to reclaim it. VWAP and $5 are almost one and the same. So you kind of like when those two levels conflate, and you look for a possible breakout there at 536, 535 or so to make a newer high and test high day at 589. Ultimately, you're probably looking for a test or break of 6. But, it's holding the 50 period quite nicely here on the 5-minute as well. So showing higher lows, which I like. And you have a couple of higher highs here. So this is an interesting little opportunity to get in maybe on ELEV. Now, if you were to get in here 492, say you were to get in this price, you'd have to at least give it to 470. So you'd be risking around 20 pennies. Minimum you'd be looking to make is at least at 1-to-1. You'd be rewarded with more, though, if you were to look for the breakout above that 540, because that presents you with a 40 penny upside. So ELEV might be an interesting one to look at. We don't have to go in full size either. I mean, we could just get involved, right? So
you can dabble.
We're going to dabble. I just feel like there's better trades, especially possibly here with Tesla, especially Tesla taking a bit of a break. Does Tesla retrace, back into 192 area? Do you look for a dip into 192? So there's some other trades here that are brewing that I'd like to be a part of, but we'll look at ELEV because we already started that. Let's go ahead here and get involved with ELEV, and we're going to give this to 65s. Arun, that's what we're going to do here. It's my story, and I'm sticking to it. So there, we're long ELEV, and then here comes the stop at, we're going to give it, I'm going to put a random number because Luca always believed the algos were listening to his stop placement. and would therefore, push it beyond. I'm not wearing that tin hat, Arun, but I'll tell you what, I'm not going to go against it, so I'm not going to announce where my stop is going to go.
I mean, that's always my thing.
There it
the
is,
show is
10
that I
maybe.
never announce exactly where it is. It'd be like general area.
Okay.
So it's just, I think it's
get it.
better that way. I get it. Yeah, I totally get it. All right. So one thing I had noticed on this little pullback on the futures, Meta, that 58.5, dare I say, that potential pickup is still in play. So I do have a bid there to participate if Meta is going to give me the fill there. I know you're in way before I'm even pricing this, but I am going to look for closer to those halves to pick up a bid on this dip here. See if I can. I do like the trade. This is like Sharif was saying, this is the compression play against 58.5. The one thing I would worry about when you do get that type of compression is that it's a false break. But Meta, the way it moved, I want to say it looks fairly legit. At that point, if you lose, you lose. But you got to put up the risk to find out. So on this way back down, I will definitely take a look and see what we got here on the move down. There we go, Meta. Keep coming down. Keep coming down so I can get a fill here and use this as the jump spot for the trade. And then 258 even. Well, not exactly, but just underneath would be the stop here. Somewhere underneath would be the stop. Futures market as a whole, remember, we're long, but it's not doing a whole lot. It's just flirting around. It's flat right now. Expected. It's lunchtime. Don't expect too much with this market.
Oh, Kevin.
But yeah, but like it's he needs to say the right thing. He needs to say the right thing.
Of course. No. Don't go out there and tank this market. We're long, baby.
Yeah. Just confirm everything going into the weekend. Let the market be happy and just close it out that way. Let's go, Kevin. Well, come on, Kevin. Say something good.
Let's go, Kevin.
Or you know what? It's gonna be like Home Alone. Kevin! No! Oh my God. Let's not do that. We don't want that. But hopefully it's a good thing that when he does come out and say something, that we actually get a decent.
Well, it could be Biden too. Biden may want to front run him because everybody. Look, if there's going to be good press,
absolutely.
If it's going to be good press, you want to be the one to break that. It's probably going to be, or maybe they'll do it together. Who knows? Yeah. Well, he said he didn't talk to Biden the last day. I mean, I was reading Brendo's Twitter feed up there, and we get a lot of stuff from Financial Juice.
Yeah.
And one of the comments Kevin McCarthy, Speaker McCarthy was saying was that he hadn't talked to Joe Biden the past day. So, maybe that always might be like a head fake to mislead you.
Let's not do that. There was a super chat from Mullen. So I'll just take a quick look at Mullen. Mullen's been active in the last few days. I mean, it's fairly quiet, and then all of a sudden he goes from 76 cents all the way to 87 cents. So shout out to a normal guy's perspective. He's a normal guy looking at Mullen. It's an interesting move, though. The way it topped out, look at where it topped out. We were talking about the consolidation around on the futures closer to the even round number. The 14.3 being, if we had topped out first before we did a retracement, then that round number would make more of an influence or have more of an influence. Well, look at Mullen. Tops out very close to 1. So obviously, the stops are going to be sitting north of 1. That's a pretty clear breakout that you got to look out for. And then the downside, I'm always looking, or not the downside, but the downside support level or the underneath. Where did it, after it popped from that 76 marker, it went all the way to 94. Where did it bottom out? It's about 81, pretty much today's low. Always looking for that marker. Anytime we get a big move, how far did we go in the opposite direction? And then mark that area off. In this case, about 81, 80 being the round number, so I'll use 80 as the marker here. And right now we've got a 1 even top, we've got a 80 cent baseline, and then looks like if we can catch a long, if we're gonna catch a reason or find a reason for a long, it's gonna have to be in the next 4 cents or so. Keep in mind, Mullen, because it's sub-dollar, you're gonna get sub-dollar moves, right? It's not gonna be full cent moves. It's gonna be something like this. So it doesn't have to be the whole penny here when you decide to go for the long, if you decide to go for a long at these price points, if that sets up for you. So north of 1, that price will change, but right now it's moving sub pennies and it's about 4 cents away from the bottom end of the range breaking. If the range does go, that's another trade in itself. So definitely keep an eye on this from the larger perspective as well. This is the multi-day, I guess yesterday and today, But then previously, it took us a few days to go a few cents. And now all of a sudden, we're moving like 20, 30 cents at a shot, in one shot. So I would definitely keep an eye on Mullen at those price points if that's what you're trading. As a normal guy, I mean, I get it. You're trading Mullen. Me, I don't like I know Neil likes, I think he likes the low price names. I don't really care for them. I have like an upper and a lower band, and then even within those bands, I don't even trade it if I have a futures position. So I don't even get involved there. And then we are long Meta as well on the.
You got long?
I got long
Nice.
Meta at 50, 56.
I want to say the position board is wrong here. I'm long ELEV. I'm long ELEV at $4.87. The out is the break of the $0.50. So I don't know why it's not reflected on the position board. Maybe when I take a fill, it will be long.
It shouldn't.
ELEV 4. Sometimes the position board is.
I don't know why
it's
that's
okay.
such
It's no
an issue.
problem. We'll update. I wrote it in the chat too, so no biggie. Meta, you're long Meta. I'm still holding Meta. I'm displeased with the retracement here on Meta.
Displeased, are you?
I am. But I want to talk about another position here, that Marvell. Marvell's accumulating at 63, and it's looking to break out to highs. I feel like I'm late to the name on this. Here we go on Marvell. We've been looking for this breakout. Held 62.50, a series of higher lows. Held VWAP. This is accumulating for a high of daybreak. This is a big name, but it's trading like a small capper today, up 27.25%. We're knocking on the door of 63. We've been through it before. 42 is the high. 63.42 I'm talking about. Some size showing up there on the book at 63, but I don't think it's enough to hold this freight train back. There it goes. 63 comes and goes. We printed 10s, 15s. There it goes. Marvell's a rocket. Shout out to Max, who actually took this trade. I debated taking this right now. I said this was not a plan, but I loved the chart pattern, especially on the 5-minute. It was absolutely bullish. I'm lamenting not having punched into this one. That was a mistake. Marvell absolutely popping up to the high side here. Good trade on that. Look for 42 breaks. 42 is the high. I'm going to look quickly here on the side chart. I want to see the daily. What's up with the next level? Where do we get the next level at, guys? Well, the next level to me is 65. We have a bit of action around there. Late April 2022. So 65, the next level for me. The next major level, though, has to be said, it really is 75. But 65, that's the one I'll be looking at from an intraday perspective. Marvell is an absolute beast of a name.
You know, if you get that high break, the day high break,
That's what I was talking about. Yeah,
Oh, you haven't taken it yet?
42.
Oh,
No.
it just disappeared. Okay.
Sad. I don't know what.
How many
the
positions do
board
we
is doing.
have? You have 2, I have 2, right?
Yes, I do.
He has 2 equities. I've got 1 futures, 1 equity.
Marvell's going.
I've got
Oh, my
Meta. We
goodness.
both have Meta. He's got 10, 258.10. I've got 258.56.
Retracing here, Meta.
I've got futures at 05. He's got Elevate, or not Elevate.
Yeah,
ELEV.
Elevation Oncology.
Okay, so
ELEV.
he's got that as well. So,
Yeah,
I mean,
flat.
we're long. It's 4 longs pretty much right now. And Meta's breaking down. I mean,
Meta is
it was a
breaking down.
low-risk shot. If Meta can't do it now,
Annoying.
then I'm okay with just walking away from Meta completely south of 258 and calling it a day here on Meta. We will ride out the futures however long this takes, but that's going to be my primary here.
I wanna see if we get bought up.
As we continue to figure out a way, we got close. We're like 875, maybe. No, it was more than 875. Yeah, it was 875 actually. We were like 875. Can we get close to the 10s? And they're like, no, we're just gonna back off a little bit. Maybe not just yet. We're getting closer, but not just yet. It does seem like once we get to those 10s, we can actually take a shot at the highs, but it does seem like they're going to defend this fairly well here as we get closer and closer to those highs here at 42.1175 on the ES. NASDAQ, have you taken the 300s? I would think so.
What
that
is
would be the
Meta
expectation.
doing?
No, you haven't taken the 300s. Okay. So NASDAQ breaking 14.3 and the futures breaking 42.10 might happen together. And if that happens together, we might see a nice little pop on some stops here to the upside. That would be very, very helpful for my position as well. And Meta, if it can catch a nice little bit, I'm out 16 cents at the moment, but if we can catch a nice little bit here on Meta, Meta's starting to lag a little bit here.
It is.
That's okay. Let's not
Sean
overthink
is
that.
short Meta, by the way.
Okay. Let's not overthink that. We'll just play it out. And
All right.
the risk is going to be tight anyway, so let's just see what
Marvell,
happens.
There it goes. Arun,
Yo.
I'm so frustrated with myself for not having taken this stock. Why? The only reason I didn't take it is because it was not planned. All right? But
that's
what
not a bad thing,
hell
though.
of a chart.
But that's not a bad thing. If you're, here's the thing, too, right? If your trades aren't planned, you're more likely to scramble.
For sure.
Because you don't know you haven't thought about like the
No, I haven't
process
thought
of
about
how
the
you're going to manage.
exits, yeah.
Exactly, right? So it's okay.
It's flying.
Like, it's
What a
fine. You
great
can't catch
trade.
everything, right?
No.
So if it's part of the plan, great. If it's not, I mean,
Eek.
that's part of trading.
FOMO
I
is
guess.
real, says Janesh Patel.
What's that?
FOMO is real.
Oh, I mean, that's
says.
what this market is built on.
Oh,
right?
baby.
But the emotional reactions is what this market is built on.
Mm-hmm.
But at the same time, if you can get that under control, that's how you're going to make money, really, right? So
14-3 Arun.
it's trying.
It's
It tried.
a level.
It tried
Yeah.
multiple times.
Yeah. Do you
And,
like this, or is this forming a rejection? Now, what do you like?
No. If you start looking at this and like it's forming a rejection, it's too micro. You're looking at it in too small of a scale.
Elaborate.
Like when it's at a round number, you're like, is it reject? Every single tick is information to you.
Right. Yeah.
But if it wasn't a round number, this is just normal noise in a
Normal
market.
noise.
Like it.
Very good point.
You can't go that close into the time of sales or even the tick action to be like, oh, it's rejecting, it's positive. No, what chart are you looking at? Well, look at that chart, and then with enough time, you'll know whether it accepts or rejects. Remember, we were looking at 4,200 going into the European close to see whether we were going to break up, or we were going to look for the long or the short.
Right.
Right. And like 4,200, it's back and forth a little bit. We didn't do anything with it because that was the inflection point. What does
Right.
it do? Finally catches the action that we needed to the upside. So we got the action we wanted. I wasn't microanalyzing the 4,200 because there's a lot of back and forth there. But based on the chart that I'm looking at, I'd be like, you know what? At this point in time, now I have enough to see whether this is accepted or rejected.
Right.
Instead of looking at, I'm sure if I looked at the time of sales, I'd be like, it's accepted, it's rejected, it's accepted, it's rejected.
completely different.
So,
yeah.
like
That's
you
not
can't like scale down just because all of a sudden it's at a price point that you really want to pay attention to or whatnot. So, I mean, the market's coming back a little bit here, but again, it's a few points. We went from 8 to 6, 2 points. That's okay. That's part of market noise. So it's like the part of the game too is also knowing when to pay attention, like really, really pay attention, and when to back off. And you know, I've completely backed off. I know my trade. I know where my stops are.
Yeah.
I'm either getting that break or I'm losing. Simple as that. Cool. And then Meta is the same thing. We put up the 50-cent risk or so. We're either going to make money on that continuation or we're going to lose on it, and that's part of it.
There you go. All right. Made a new high on Marvell. 63.62 high of day, up 28.25%. Let's look at the chart, guys. We're at 63.40-ish now. You know, I was obviously the chart person in me wants to see a double top and maybe a retracement into VWAP. But let's see what it gives us. If we accumulate and start printing new highs and don't just reject off this high that we printed here, I think I'm going to build into this position, albeit a small position. The other one I'm in, I'm 3 pennies in the money on this one, which is the ELEV. This is accumulating at the bottom. I like my entry. I've already got profit takers sitting at different levels in front of 5 and beyond for quick fills if it should, you know, just flash up there. These small cap cappers don't tend to spend too much time in these areas of extreme. They tend to do them quick. So I always use resting orders to try and catch those price movements when and if they do happen. Meta curling, finding a bit of
Remember what I said about market noise?
What's that?
Remember what I said about market noise?
Yeah, I know.
It's all part of it, man.
I'm
Let
all
it
about
be.
the micro scalping, looking for, you know,
Let
that
it be,
60,
bro.
that 70 touch, you know. Anyway, into 60s, let it work. Back to Marvell, accumulating again, looking to take high of days. High of day. High of days. High of day. And
Ooh, damn, Netflix. Someone posted Netflix. I was like, Soup again, coming through. And now Soup mentioned Costco. Costco was nuts, and then I see Netflix. Ooh,
baby.
ooh, damn, Netflix. It's It's recent too. It was sitting at 365. Oh, that's a 15-minute chart. Okay. Yeah, it was 355 consolidation, 367 break, and then we haven't stopped, and it's already at 374. Damn. I remember looking at this one on the way down, south of 64. Yeah, and then it broke. This was the breakdown, 364 on the break. That was great. That was one to look at on the pop and fail, and then it was just a consolidation, and then today is the breakout of that top end at 367. Damn. It's like, that's the thing too, right? Like a lot of these names, they make their setups, but it's a multi-day setup, meaning you got to wait a few days for the setup to come through, and then once it sets up, it's green light go time, right? And that's what it seems like. That 367 marker, we flirted with it. We saw it in the multi-day, the consolidation tops. Came down to 365, and then today, once we finally took the 367 and got to 368 nonstop to the upside, it seems like that's what this market's been all about lately, which is longer-term charts doing nothing, and then once you get to that execution point, it's go time, and then they just go, and then they quiet down again. And Netflix at this point, the way it's been moving though, it's going to be hard to get involved with Netflix without trying to make a play for 370. I mean, we're all obviously at 373. But we can still come down to 371 and still be somewhat positive to the upside. So market coming back, it's been trying to get those 8s and 9s broken, but we're not getting anywhere. But we'll keep an eye on 370 here on Netflix. Netflix is going to have some action here south of 372 into 371, I would think, against 370. That's going to be the play here. And Meta's up 6-7 cents. That's fine. AMD retracing. Okay. 125 on the break. We don't have enough for the long just yet, but there could be a play here on AMD as well. It's either going to be the confirmation of this 125, meaning for the long, or the break of 125, meaning short. We'll just leave that be. But for now, I'm going to ride that Meta, and I'm going to keep the futures. Meta's up 15 cents. Great. Futures up a point and change. That's noise. That's not going to make it. The whole thing about the futures position, though, is not going to make a difference until we either get north of 10 or we break through the 95s, whatever, 96s or so. I'm going to say 95s. So until we get through either one of those sides, this is just anything in the middle is not going to make a difference, regardless of how we go. Whether we go all the way down to 4,200 or whether we all go all the way up to like 4209, 4210. We need to take the shots above those ranges or below those lows or above the highs here to get involved in the next decision point. There goes Meta, a nice little turn. Okay, Meta 26 cents in the money. I like it. Let's see if we can go for those highs here at north of 259. What is that? 259.31, it seems the high is. Yeah, 31.30-ish. Next decision point on Meta is going to be close to those highs. Until that happens, even if it comes back down, I'm going to let it be, let it trade out, and we'll figure what to do, what we're going to do with that after. But for now, AMD is going to be the only thing I'm going to keep on the radar. I know, what are you guys talking about here? AI, we talked about AI. TSM, I believe that is... No, that's Taiwan Semiconductor, right? It's Taiwan, right? Pretty sure that's Taiwan Semiconductor. Okay, coiling up. Okay, so it's going to be 103 for me on TSM here. If we can get going to the downside, it's going to have to be a 103 break. So the thing I do with a lot of these trends is that when we run strong, I've been saying this back quite a few times here, is that where do we hesitate last? And for me, 103 round number seems like that's going to be the marker. So it's a long until we get to that point. But when we get to that point, we also need a reason to do the long. We have the level, now we just need a reason to do it. Right now, TSM isn't giving you the reason to do it. It's just kind of retracing. I'm not a fan of just pulling into retracements. I'd rather have a reason to respect the level. I know the level exists that I want to work with. It's just a matter of, do I have the timing of it right? I don't want to catch, it's not a falling knife, but I don't want to start building up into something where it could just like pull back a little bit and then eventually break the level too as well. So I'm not going to do that, but I definitely want to keep an eye on the TSM. Let's be fair, I've got other things to deal with. I'm not going to pay attention to TSM, but 103 is going to be the level to watch here on TSM. I've got Meta's flat right? 4 cents, yeah. And then AMD as well, one to watch here. To the downside, maybe. AMD 125 on the break, maybe. I don't know. We'll find out soon enough. That's what this game is all about, right? You make a position, you make a bet, and then you make the bet based on the knowledge you have of how you want to analyze the market, the tools at your disposal, and then you wait and find out whether you're right or wrong. Welcome to the game that is trading.
Well said.
You know, the best we can, but the best we can do to help ourselves is then structure how we make those bets, right?
Yep.
It's different to be somebody who walks into a casino and makes a bet,
Oh, yeah.
versus a card counter walks into a casino and makes
way
a bet.
different.
And what you want to be is that card counter, right? You don't want to just step into the casino
get caught.
just for the sheer excitement of it. You want to come in with a plan. That's why, in terms of analysis, writing down your trading plan, your entries, your exits, your stops, your profit target locations, all
There it
that
is.
stuff. Know that before you get involved, because that's how you're going to get ahead in this game, which is already difficult as it is.
All right, Arun, I just got to get to
Yeah, yeah.
ELEV. We
Go for
took
it.
the breakout. There it is. We took 487. There it goes through 5. We get both fills. We've got one more fill hanging out south of 15s. Do we get it? Do we see continuation? I mean, it's below the range. The top range there, you have to say, is the quarters. So 15 is definitely south of that range. It should be, hopefully here, a good fill. Nothing is for sure, though. Let's see if we hold above 5. Extended up 68%. Definitely playing within the range of VWAP. I talked to you about this range. 475 to the south side, 5 1/4 to the north side. It's a, you guessed it, 50 penny range that we've been trading in for the most part. Getting another move south and a possible test of 5 as a good support level here. We shall see. I've de-risked, but I'd love to get some more out here in front of 15s. I believe I'm sitting at 14s. Meta also curling back in, looking to test 59 again. As it, broke 50s, got a rune filled. So Rune's got skin in the game. You got skin in the game at this point. Yeah, going back into hopefully a 59 test. 59.31's the high. Here we go, Arun.
Yo.
I'm seeing 13 show up on the tape on the book here. I
We're
don't
above.
get the fills. We don't cross, right? You know how these ones are. You're going to have a good, a decent cross between the bid and the ask there to get filled as the spread gets really opened up at those extremes.
So the thing with the NASDAQ right now is that 14.3 is starting to slip a little bit. So it's getting above, but it's not really got the juice to stick around. The timing of this break being legit at 14.3 is going to be the S&P as well. If the S&P can get up,
confirmation?
yeah, it's going to be. They're going to need to
Okay.
break together.
Okay.
If only one is breaking, it's not going to hold up, and you're seeing this now. And this
little
relationship
bit.
happens at times where you're getting a solo break on one index when they're both consolidating and looking for that breakout, and then one breaks and the other one doesn't. A lot of the times, it's very shaky, that breakout on that one day.
Oh,
yeah.
okay.
So you tend to get, if you can get both of them on your side, right now, S&P is still a couple points short of putting in new highs. Obviously, NASDAQ put in those 14,308s and then backed off, but it did it on its own. Now we're getting closer to these 10s on the S&P side of things as well. Let's see if we can get them both to break at the same time. At that point, I think you're going to see an up wave here. If,
All right.
Again, that's not a given too.
No.
Like if that happens, you're most likely going to see an up wave. And then the game is that going to stick?
That's the thing,
Right? If we put in new highs, if we put in new S&P highs, are we actually going to stick up there?
Yes.
Or is this just going to be quick flash, we go up to 42.15, and then we back down, and then we just put in a new top?
Yeah.
Right? It's always that game where you know the consolidation high is there, and then you got to wonder whether that consolidation high is actually going to stick on the break or whether it's going to fail on the break.
And the trend is your friend here?
Trend's always your friend until he stabs you in the back, and then you got to wonder what happened.
Yeah.
Right? And
What I
unfortunately,
mean
that
to say
has
by
to be
this
it.
question, the
Yeah.
question was loaded in the sense that if we are to choose, if we're put to the gun saying, do we continue above 14.3 or do we reject 14.3 on a day like this when we're strong? Do you choose the direction of break just because we've been strong?
No.
No.
I mean, the easy thing would be to say yes, but I would always be wary of blindly just going because we took a pause and then we're continuing. Because you don't know. I mean, you can look at the big chart and be like, oh, we should have some activity at that price point. But at the same time, each day is different. So depending on the volume that's coming up to that location, we could easily just back off a little bit and continue the rally, right? So in that case, the trend is your friend because the current strength is stronger than the prevailing existing resistance levels, right? But there's going to be times where it goes to a much larger resistance level, and we're super strong today, and all of a sudden it's just a complete reversal.
Well, yeah.
Because the prevailing level is much stronger than current level volume, right? So it's always going to be a matter of respect the current strength. And I say this all the time when I give futures levels is respect the current strength. I'm aware of the level that's there or, you know, in terms of support or resistance or whatever.
Yeah.
It's there, but the current strength is against it. So I just want to be aware of that existing. And then once the current trend is broken, then I know both of them are in line. I can just go in the direction of that I want to play. Right? That's kind of the play. Yeah, so that is exactly how I would go with it is the trend is your friend until he stabs you in the back. And then he's not your friend anymore. Until he goes in the opposite direction, and then he's your friend again.
Back in the same direction.
It's a love-hate relationship with that friend,
honestly,
right?
Tell me about it, bro. What's the Lambo Aventador trade of the day? Ponzi.
You want to see Aventador?
Asks.
What do you're not good enough?
Pricey.
Or, like, you
Not
don't
even
want
the Huracan's not good enough.
No, he's not. He doesn't want that. He wants the Aventador.
The Aventador.
He probably wants the SV2. Bro, Ponzi Fonzie, he's got high standards.
Yeah, he is.
I don't know.
And he's quite demanding, might I add. He wants multiple Lambo and Civic trades. Sometimes he downgrades. You know, he'll let up a little bit. Like, what's the Civic
Honda
trade of
Civic.
the day?
He wants the Honda Civic. That one random time, he's like, what's the Honda Civic trade? We couldn't even give him the 2003 version.
Yeah. No, what he said base model, too. We're not even hating on that. All right, guys, we did a little bit of a move here on ELEV, holding above 5. My out on this one is going to be the exact same as before. Nothing has changed on this name. We're still playing within the range, and I'm looking to touch the higher ends of this range. And once we do, if we do, I'll leave a piece for the dream for the high of day break. But nothing
2 ticks from
changes.
the ES highs.
Oh, baby. 411, 4211, not 411, 4211, 75, knocking on the door of 4212.
But NASDAQ
goes
doesn't
the
wanna go,
ES
though.
and the NASDAQ.
Doesn't want to go to that 08.
Not yet, and
That's
neither is
not good.
Meta. Meta is rockabye, baby. You know, 258.61. Wake up, Meta. Let's go to higher days. We're hanging out in the 50s. Some of these big tech names, has to be said, don't look very bullish. Microsoft pulling back, Google pulling back, Amazon pulling back, Meta pulling back.
Yeah.
Yet the ES at high of days. What's pulling up the ES? Is it energy? Let's have a look at energy. The answer to that is no. Energy, well, hold on. The CVX curling here. Well, no.
It's going to be
everything
tech
is
weight.
red.
Tech weight is still heavy in the NASDAQ.
What? Tech?
Or in the ES even. Yeah, it has to be tech.
Well, there we go. We're moving up. Well,
Netflix is still going from what I understand, right?
let me have a look real quick. Netflix 4 1/3 up. Yeah, it's near highs. 374.50. Right now we have a 375.48 high, but a dollar off the high.
Yeah, see, you're not getting any help. Like you said, what's pulling up the ES and you don't know what it is, and the ES is struggling with these highs.
Yeah.
Because we did tick the high, but we didn't put a new one in, and NASDAQ wasn't even close to 08s. So we're trying to get up there. We're trying to, get going, but we need some help. Apple, Microsoft, anybody listening? Anybody out there? Can we get going? Now we're trying again, and now we're closer to the 08s
we
on
go.
the NASDAQ. Is this the time that we get the stops? I mean, we probably got the stops already. but
Apple just woke up.
Apple just woke up. There you go. Apple heard the message here, or heard the call. Apple wants to join in. I'm out of Meta, by the way. I'm just like, this is one of those times where you're like, it's already a strong trend, and then Meta's like,
Yeah.
I don't know right now. I'm not feeling the move to the upside. So if I'm getting strength across the board on the indexes and Meta saying, I'm kind of tired, I think Meta needs to go to sleep. I'm going to walk away.
Putting me to sleep.
Yeah, Meta, it's just, we're just going to walk away from Meta. I mean, I'm already doing all right here with the futures. Now it's just going to be, remember, we're long at 05. It's about 5.5 points.
And now the play is going to be for the high. We either stick this high break or we fail this high break. But regardless, I mentioned to you guys earlier, there's decision points along the way where you have to get involved. Up until that point, you back off. This is one of those decision points, whether this high break sticks or this high break fails. If this high break fails, I'm out the door. If this high break sticks, then obviously we now have to start moving stops and whatnot. But for now, we are sticking with this long here. That's about 6.25 in the money at the moment. And in the event that it fails, let's prep the short side of these trades as well. In the event it fails, AMD is ready to go. It seems like 125 to the downside could be available here on a fail of the ES futures. At the same time, AMD breaks to the downside of 125. There's your short candidate right there, and we can work that to the sell side if need be. Otherwise, we're going to stick with the long here that we've got. Okay, 12.25. Anybody want to accelerate? Remember yesterday when, no, it wasn't yesterday. One of those days, one of the last couple of days where we broke a level and all of a sudden we were up like 10 points on the level.
Yeah, oh,
it wasn't even off of a new
yeah.
like Biden or anything. It was just like stops and then boom.
Boom.
And that's what I want to see. Can we hit
fantastic.
some stops? Like, I would like some stops to get going. We still haven't put in new highs here on the NASDAQ. We're still at 08 as the high, 13,308, or 14,308 as the high on the NASDAQ here, as the ES is ticking new highs. Now, 1275 being the new high. This 1275 means nothing to me until the futures, on the NASDAQ futures, also break to new highs. We knew the first flush was to 08. Can we get a proper move now? This is the 5-minute chart. It has backed down. Can we actually stabilize and take a shot to the upside north of 08 and just kind of make a move towards 14,320 or something like that, so I can actually see this as a breakout move and not as a flippity-floppity type of situation on the fence? So like, are we going to continue? Are we not? Apple woke up, but Meta doesn't want to go. I mean, this is where now you start wondering what. I become defensive when we get to these positions, right? There's times where you are supposed to be aggressive, and then times where you get defensive because what happens if it fails? I need a plan. I need a plan in place in the event that this fails. So for me, it's going to be a matter of how low are we going to go? If we're going to catch a bid, it shouldn't be much further than maybe 4208s or something like that. I think if we get below that, it's a little too easy to consider the idea of a top being put in or a double top being put in. So I'm going to start getting a little protective of my position, I think, if we get lower than that price. But that's kind of the play here. It is at 10.25 right now. Meta is going to be making a move to the downside. AMD already.
I have my stop in.
There you go. Oh, you held on, right?
Okay, so yes, I want to talk about this one. This is my look on Meta. If this makes, I'm about to sneeze here, allergy season in full effect. This is my look on Meta. If this makes a newer low through the break of this 5-minute candle, this is the 5-minute on Meta. I have my stop through the 20 break. So if this makes a new low, I'll be out. My long is at 10s, so that gives me a better than break even. So my stop, the break of 20 to 58.20 on Meta. But I got to tell you, I don't really see it going that way. I see us making new highs. That's just my guess. I think that we continue. Tesla's going. Tesla just woke up again. 194 break and hold. Now we're looking to take 194.85 again as we curl back into 195. Tesla's an absolute woo today as it heads up to the high side. Quickly, I have to update you guys on my ELEV position. This one broke down below 5. It is now dancing with 5 again. Does it reclaim it? Nothing changes for me on this trade. My out will still be the same. It'll be the break of $0.75. So despite the fact that I'm in at 88, the $0.75 is where I'm out. This one, you know, this is not going to be market dependent. This is going to be very algorithmic and, you know, I don't want to say retail trade, but let's look at the data a little bit on this one. I didn't look at the float. ELEV, the float, my friends, is 22.791 million, so larger, not big, but definitely not micro like we've been seeing lately. We've been seeing like 1 and sometimes sub 1 million share floats. The short interest on it, I will let you know in a second. Probably not much. It is not that well known of a name. Yeah, 1.90% according to Trade Ideas, so not much. A negligible short float. It holds 5. We're in at 88. The stop is in the same place. I'm not going to change anything about this trade. Let's continue to watch it. Marvell is the only one that I'm really sad that I'm not in. It just continues to go to the high side, not rocketing up, but very slow, very steady, very predictable, looking to take the $64 level. We're at 80 highs at the moment. It was a fantastic dip off VWAP in 62. If you got in there, you were rewarded, and you were rewarded handsomely for that trade, up 28, almost 29 points on the day, Arun. Arun's deep. Arun's deep in the food right there. I can hear him inhaling that food. Looks good. You got the salad today, huh?
It's
I got that coming up on deck.
yeah, the salad. It was a pretty normal salad.
Orzo as the carb. Ooh, yeah, man.
What is that? Is that those big rice-looking things?
Yeah,
They're called orzo?
Orzo.
What sorcery is this?
It's I believe it's pasta. Ooh. It looks like rice though, but it's pasta.
Okay.
It's like a very small.
Well then.
It's used in soups a lot, but it's
that
delicious.
right?
I'm a big fan of orzo.
I ate it yesterday. I just didn't
yeah?
know what it was. I'm like, ooh, this is
show it
rice
in your
looking.
mouth.
Yeah, oh, bro.
Protein.
I knew it was carbohydrates.
Protein.
I could just tell, yeah.
Carbs.
Yeah.
Okay, Nick W with the. You're gonna have to do this one because I don't have the charts for it.
What?
But
There we go.
he wants to look at shop for a long entry.
Sure.
He's thinking 50 to 55. So
On the
I'm
daily
gonna
or
assume.
what?
Yeah, I'm gonna assume it's gonna be on the daily because that price point is nowhere near where we are right now. So it's probably gonna be a dip buy on the daily, I would think.
There it is. Let me get rid of this candle here that's distorting everything. There we go. We got a much better look. Go ahead.
No. I mean, you're gonna have to do it because I can't see.
So let me
the
have a
chart.
look. What's the entry? Sorry?
He wants to look long, potentially 50 to 55, somewhere in that range.
50. Okay, that's actually a good area. Look, the October lows are obvious. $25 held that level quite well since that time. You've had a series of higher lows. It's reclaimed the 200. You had a good technical breakout. You have the golden cross where the 50 period breaks to the high, breaks above the 200 period. I use EMAs. Some people use this on the SMAs. I think they're both valid. And look, you have the cross at a major event. This is the earnings date, and it's on absolute big boy volume, 75 million shares. You guys can see that. So you're getting all the right things. You're getting a breakout event. You're getting it on excellent volume, and you're getting a golden cross, a technical breakout. Now, Michael Noss would say, anchor the VWAP here and get in on a retracement to the anchored VWAP. I can't do it on this platform. You have to go to Trade Ideas. You have to subscribe and to be able to get the anchored VWAP function, unless you can get it elsewhere. Michael Noss would say it, and Brian Shannon would say, anchor it here, wait for a retracement. Now, your question is, do I get in at 50 or 55? I would say try this anchored VWAP approach. But if you were to look for levels, there's a clear level right here. Look at the high end of this peak, 53. So you have between 50, which was the eventual breakout level, 50 and 53, you have a bit of a buy zone. You can start adding in around here, but you have a good catalyst. You have all the right technical indicators heading in your direction, from the higher lows to the higher highs to the golden cross to the breakout on high volume on news through earnings. Everything looks aces to me in terms of along here. Just try to time your entry for maximization. Shout out to you on that. We are an absolute print factory again here on Meta, Arun. As we head to the high side, we're going to take some more out there and celebrate. We're actually printing quite nicely on this Meta trade as we head northbound. Marvell is an absolute rocket now, breaking 64, 64.07 the high. That 62 dip was money, as it gives you $2 right there off VWAP after already making a monster move from 57.5 in the pre-market to 63.5 before it pulled back into VWAP again. So good move on Marvell. The future looking good. I'm seeing higher lows and I'm seeing accumulation at the highs, Arun.
NASDAQ breaking out. Now it's trading at like 13, so we're above those 8s. Future ES still lagging a little bit. It hasn't been able to break at the same time as the NASDAQ. Excuse me.
That's all good.
But it is trying. So
Go, baby.
bonus points for trying. And then something I'm lamenting. I'm going to take a page out of your book there.
Sam is mad that I'm shouting. Sorry, I get excited.
He's
guys.
so excited. Why are you?
If I'm hurting your ears, I apologize.
I get it though. This is like, or this is time to rest his ears.
This is true.
This is the
midday.
show. This is the midday show.
But
You get
we're
to rest your
printing,
ears.
man. I can't help
We're
what
making
time we
money. I mean,
print.
you've got the two stocks. Is ELE?
The other one's still holding.
It's holding. So Meta, you're up big on right
Yeah.
now. That's like $1. And then I'm sitting pretty on the futures position at from 05. That's still like almost 6.75.
You got in
points
05?
I'm at 05 exactly. So this is going to be about 7 points on the offer. And 7 points may not look like much when you look at the big scale of things, but at the same time, with the right shares or the right contract sizes, it can be pretty. Because it's just a multiplier, right? That's the thing with the futures. You can multiply it based on the contract size. With the shares, it's a little bit more because you got to go a little bit. You got to multiply by like hundreds or thousands. But on the shares, you got a few more contracts. It's a multiplier of 50. So every point is worth that much more. So here it is with the futures market continuing strong. NASDAQ north of 43.15 looking good. Meta now above 259 and change. We just need some help from some of the big index names. Apple, you said it was starting to wake up there, Sharif. I don't know. It may have
lied
gone
a little bit
It
on
may
that
have
one.
gone back to sleep. Yeah. It may have gotten to the top end of the range, but Apple's slacking a little bit. And then Microsoft, I believe it still can't stop, won't stop. But no, it actually took a break. What do you know? Microsoft 332 and underneath 332, the high being 333 to the upside. There goes S&P looking to push some new highs in here as we move. And AMD, look at that. AMD.
Goodness.
Is that Meta?
And NVIDIA's rocketing
There
up
you go.
now. The ES is moving up into day's highs. The NQ is at day's highs. 14,323. 14,300 comes and goes for now, Arun.
Yo.
We are, no, yeah, I don't even mean to drag you in there. I'm just
No,
throwing
I
your
mean,
name in
you
there.
can talk to me anytime, man. I'm right here.
We're curling up here on Meta. We're not at day's highs on Meta, sadly. Meta 31's 259, 31 the day's highs. We're above 259 again. We're celebrating that. But I'd like to be more in the money. Tesla at 195. Okay, so this is an important level. Where is Tesla here? I think we took Tesla off for Marvell. Did we? Yes, there is our friend Secula. Here we go. 195 rejects for now. We come back into the 80s. Let's see if we can accumulate again and test 195s again, but that is the high. Big boy size showing up here at 195 on the book. Let's see how we act when we get up there. You got to probably assume there's probably going to be some hidden selling in and around there, but there's already size reflected on the book as we take a little bit of a breather before we test that level. Where are we at here with our ELEV trade? We're still within the range, still in the money. Nothing has changed for me on this trade. I'm still waiting for a possible breakout. We accumulate, and we're seeing a bit of a compression pattern too, to be fair here on ELEV, as we see higher lows and lower highs. So we accumulate around 5 and at VWAP. I posit we break to the high side. There may be bamboozlement, though, where there's a lower break and then a pop back up, but usually resolve in the direction of the trend, or so the book says.
I mean, you know it's all based on the book, right?
Of course not. Chung in cheek, of course. New high of day, Arun, NQ.
I mean, let's go. I mean, I told you guys how many times. I mean, it doesn't show any equity positions, but I don't need that many. I don't need any equity positions. I just need one futures position.
Yeah, the futures are
and
one.
that's my game, and that's what I do. And this is what I'm doing right now. You just don't see it on the board. It's 42.05 on the longs. We're sitting at about 7.5 points in the money, and this trade is not over yet. At this point, gains are great, wins are great. But I need a reason to get out now, and I don't see a reason to get out.
Give me a
If we were to now add the theory that some people have this like wave theory.
Bit.
For everyone who knows this wave theory, I don't know the
Elliott
name
wave
of it.
theory?
Yes. Well, no, I don't. Is it the one where it's a measured move? No.
Elliott wave
Is it?
theory.
It's a five stage, or is it? It's a five stage, right?
Elliott
Okay, so
wave,
that's
yeah.
not the one I was trying to refer
Okay.
to. The measured move is what I was trying to refer to.
I know about that one,
The measured move essentially tells you from the bottom to the top, that's like X amount of points, and then it retraces. And
Yes.
from the bottom of that retracement point, if you take the range of the initial move, that should be your next target,
Yes.
right? I'm not exactly a fan of that per
know.
se, because I'm always adapting
It's
to
random.
new information, sure, right? But at the same time, if you were a follower of that range, or that type of calculation, if you were to say 56 to 06, 55 points, and then from 41.96 up 55 points, 42.50 is the target if you're going for that measured move type of situation. But again, everyone looks at it differently. I am just using some random thing that I can think of to tell me what the next target should be. But at the same time, I'm just doing what I see in front of the screen here, which is just managing the trade as we get through the highs here. You can use whatever theory you want to make whatever assumption you want. And as I say that, Meta, talk about lamenting something. Yeah, walk away,
good, man.
walk away.
Yeah.
And you've got, what, 80 cents? That's the thing, too, is like once I get into a futures position, I'm just like, like this, like the equity side is not going to change the game.
You
for
really
me.
got to share up a lot
one-
to get the same type of P&L move on these equity positions as you do with a few contracts on the future because it's so levered.
Also, how I trade too is I'm so heavily geared in the futures that like I'm always going to lean there first. Right? If I have nothing going on there, I'll go to the equity side, and for the show, I go on the equity side.
Right.
But like, once I get a futures position going, versus I can have 10 equity positions,
Right.
all 10 of them could lose. If that futures position wins, I win. That's essentially what happens, right?
It's just different.
So
that way,
it's just how I trade. It's just whatever. It doesn't really matter. But this market doing a good thing.
No, we're printing here, man.
You're
We're
printing.
absolutely printing.
Show them how
here.
it's
Yeah,
done.
there
You're
it is,
printing
baby.
money on
Print
Meta.
it, baby. Meta is absolutely making moves to the high side, 259.39 now the high. Here come the 40s, guys, as we print back up. Newer high of day on the NQ, newer high of day on the ES. We're moving to the high side. The only trade really that's not doing anything, but that I'm not going to get rid of because it doesn't make sense to, is this ELEV trade. We're in the money. We're in the money more than 10 pennies, but it is within that consolidative area. The next level, you see it, 514 there on the chart. That's a profit taker hanging out there. I'm waiting for a test of the lower end of this range. This is not by accident, guys. All right, so let's see if we get that. And look, we wicked right up to it. So this was not by accident. These levels are chosen. Let's let it run. I'm not going to take anything out here. What's Meta up to? Big flush. Rejecting now off that top. Bought back up. 46 the high. We're back into the high 30s. Micro, Arun would say about this. But you say, oh, it's a micro move. But the micro move, we just dropped 3 points there on the ES. So the ES finding a bit of a top at 13s.
And that's a concern. And the reason I say it's a concern is because we've been here before. We've been at these price points before, and we have not had a good time when we actually came in with that little dip there earlier from 42.1175 all the way down to 41.96. So the second time around, this should be the time that we could catch enough bids, get going to the upside. Let's pull the screen to me, guys. Let's move away from Sharif there. As we
I didn't even notice.
move through these 12s, if we fail here, again, like I said, I don't want to deal with the double top knowing that how this market's been trading. It's already thin as it is. A double top was not going to help the case. I do not want that. I'm always going to defend against that at this point in time. So this market really needs to clear this area. Obviously, we saw the NASDAQ clear through and get going. Tesla has cleared the 195. Now it's at 195.20. You got Meta going to new highs here. That's a nice little play move up all the way up to, 295 half. I mean, another 50 cents. What do you got? A big round number at 260. So that could work out. And then AMD, interestingly enough, failed the 125 break. And that's exactly what you want in a strong market. Now, we were looking for AMD on the short side in the event that it broke. Futures market broke as well, but futures broke up. It didn't go down. Futures broke up. AMD was a candidate for the short in the event that the futures broke down. So in this case, right now, it just seems that AMD false break through 125. Dare I say, this could potentially turn into a long now that we've got the false break here. Things do have to line up, meaning at this point, I would say 126 needs to go to confirm the false break. and then we just get the nice little bounce. And futures market, if it can carry the strength, that'll be great to the upside as well. But for now, AMD, all signs pointing to the upside. All index names that I would want to help out, they're helping out. Meta's helping. Microsoft's been good. Tesla's obviously running strong. It's almost up, what, 10, 11 bucks right now. And the only one that's lagging, obviously, is Apple. Apple's been a slacker. At some point, Apple does have to get going. But given all the weight that the other stocks are carrying, Apple doesn't, like, it doesn't matter. If Apple's taking the day off, if Apple's just, you know, still in bed, and Microsoft and Amazon and all these other index names are carrying the weight, I mean, Apple's got, what, 12%? Google on its own is about 8% with the two class shares. So if you get those two names and you get thrown in Amazon in there, they'll make up for Apple in the NASDAQ. And, you know.
It's not like Apple's dragging down the market either.
It's not dragging down the market. Yeah, it's just like, you know, like, just leave me in bed. Cool. Let's do your thing, man. You guys want to go up and do your thing.
Shout out to my niece. She's like, she's in grade 9 now, going into grade 10. So you know that age, right?
Yeah.
14, 15.
Yep.
Yeah. So she's like, you know, she comes out of her room, gets food, and goes right back into her room, right? Shout out to my niece.
Yep.
All right, Arun.
Yo.
We're doing a little bit of an upward slow move now on the big tech names and the future, but 413 finding a bit of a top at on the ES. Okay, but we're gonna have to switch gears. Come to the screen here, guys. ELEV.
Money, 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 money.
This is the one, baby. ELEV, we get the print. Why am I not seeing this correctly here? Sorry. That's why it crashed on me, and then everything went away. Okay, so my side charts crashed for some reason. That's why I had to log back in. So I was looking at the same chart that I had ELEV on earlier, and it was at a similar dollar level, but this one is OCE. Anyway, we get the fill at 514 on ELEV, but surprise, surprise, we break downward again. This 514 level is a rinse and repeat level. We wicked off it here, we wicking off it again, and it was a bottom here. So this is obviously an important level. Former area of support becomes resistance, and we're seeing it live in living color right now. But we are holding 5, and we are making higher lows. Higher low, higher low, higher low. So let's look for accumulation. Ultimately, I want to test the high at day 534. That's my look on ELEV. Simultaneously and concurrently, whatever word you want to use here, we are also in Meta, and I am looking for a 260 touch on Meta. Yes, 260. Do you know how bad I feel that I got out at 233 now?
Why though, bro?
Why?
It makes perfect sense.
Because there's a lot more money left on the table. But
You're not
my
gonna
dad
catch it
would
all.
say, count your blessings, young man.
It's not Pokemon like Prad wants you to think it is. It's you catch as much as you can. You're never going to catch it all, and you have to accept the fact. You got to accept the fact that it's not going to happen.
Sean says bad out, Sharif, but I think he's being. I think he's joking. I hope he's joking. Yeah, no. He's been taking profits too. He says so.
Comp SRX, like everyone's got no trades. I do. It's just not there. It's you know, me and my futures positions. It's over here. I'll show it to you. It's 05. It was up a decent amount. Now it's only up 5 points. Remember, I'm being a little defensive of this position now because we stalled here already. So I'm going to walk away. If we end up south of 08-ish or so, then I'm going to walk away from the futures. I don't have any equity position. I mean, I had a Meta position, but I gave up on that one. But I am playing the futures Comp SRX one. I do have positions. They're just not there. As we kind of go through, I'll keep this one up because I'm going to have to obviously make some decisions here on the futures here. So I will kind of refer to this chart a lot as I go through the decision-making process on getting out, if I do get out. So yeah, so that we're just going to play that one out. AMD still sitting above 125. S&P not getting away from these 4210s, which could turn into a problem later on if we end up catching a sell wave because we're a little shaky at this point. We should have caught a lot more volume. With the NASDAQ moving up through new highs, we should have caught a lot more volume on the S&P side of things, but yet we're not doing it. So it does seem like we're slacking a little bit. Yeah, NASDAQ's still going strong, still looking good. We're still above those 8s that we saw initially on the pop. Now we're sitting at 18 and change.
Oh, baby.
What are you looking at?
ELEV, man, we're going. we're going, there it comes, we're breaking through the range. So one thing's gonna happen here. One of two things, we're either gonna squeeze or we're gonna break down. We're probably not gonna hang out in this range. Looking earlier, you see wicks above, wicks below. This was the area where like you could have got in and either got short or got long. Either way, you made money. So let's see what we do here at this $0.25 level. ELEV 589 high, but the level that I want to break through is that 535 level. That is the local high. That will amount to a new high, which is the trend that we want to take, and then we'll take it through 50s, maybe even take it up to 6. What I'm seeing here on my 5-minute chart is successively higher lows with the 50 period on the 5-minute being respected for the most part. There's wicks below it, but the closing prints are mostly above the 50 period on the 5-minute on ELEV. Looking for this one, break 535, possibly test 589 and maybe even 6 on the day. We will have to exercise patience because we are at the end of lunch. And, if we really want that explosive print, we're going to have to wait for that more liquid time of the day to come in. And, we're knocking on the door of that time period now. So,
Sharif, you know what we need?
Sir.
We need a Kevin! You know where that's from, right?
yeah. Home Alone, man.
Yeah, man.
Yeah,
That's what we need right
need
now.
Kevin. Where's
Big
he
K.
at,
Big
man?
K, as Sharif likes to
Big
call
K.
him. If he can come through, Kevin McCarthy, come on out and say something nice about these markets, or about the debt deal that you have that you don't want to talk about. Maybe.
So
Just
apparently
let us
it's
know.
for 2 years. They're going to kick the can down the road for 2 years, right?
I mean, isn't that the deal
That's the
always?
move.
Kick the can a little bit further? When has there actually been a clean
debt doesn't seem to be going down.
No, debt never does go down. It's just like,
No.
we'll deal with it later. We'll just print more money until then.
Yeah, and then,
we'll
you
do-
have Kashkari. Did you hear the little? I know
No.
you don't try to follow that
Yeah,
kind
yeah.
of stuff
What did
because
he
you don't like
say?
the noise. He went on Squawk Box, I think a couple of weeks ago, maybe a week ago, something like that. And he's like, and it went around meme-wise. That's why I saw it. And he's like, well, the Federal Reserve can print. We have an unlimited amount of money. We can print as much as we want. And yeah, that's what the de-dollarization people want to hear. They want that kind of stuff to pump around and, stir controversy. We already know about the rise of BRICS and these other trading blocks that are trying to rival the West. Wow, Tesla.
Still going, right?
Holy cow. My God. There goes the squeeze. Are you seeing this? Sean called 200, and you know what? We're probably not far away from it, quite frankly. We are at 196.73, the high. Oh, my goodness.
Mark the Realtor called 200 as well today. But we're like, that's aggressive.
What a
But
monster.
damn, that's
It's a
possible
monster.
now.
Tesla's a monster.
Yeah, for sure.
Yeah, it's big. It's squeezing. Where are we at here with stress level? We're up 6.5% on 91 million shares. Someone's probably positioning here. Kathy could be buying, but Palantir and Tesla
going
says
too.
Padley, and he probably is not far off looking at the relative price action of both stocks today. You have Palantir up 8.5% and Secula up 6.5%. And by Secula, guys, I'm talking about Tesla. I'm joking. So we've got that. Where else here? Where are we on our trade on ELEV? We're still dancing with that level. Let's leave it there. I'm looking for continuation, but here's the thing, Arun.
Yo.
These old man hands,
Yeah.
they can't handle the speed of ELEV. So what we're going to do in order to mitigate that somewhat, we're going to have some resting orders.
There you go.
And what's life without whimsy? Let's sit at 28s, despite the fact that that's no significant level to me. Chill vibes, Sharif. AI is the magic word to pump the market. LOL. You're laughing about it, but
That's true.
it's really true.
Right now, it's true.
You know what they're doing now? They're actually counting the number of times words are being said on earnings calls, interviews, and they're looking for, obviously trigger thing. All these big companies, they have PR firms that they sit down with before big interviews. They're coached, they're told, touch this point, mention that, this and that. You know the game. And none of this is by accident.
I mean, story, I'm sure maybe you remember this or not. The key word before AI was blockchain,
Was it
right?
not?
Blockchain.
Oh, yeah.
For anyone who who remember some crazy moves, you guys should, I don't know if you guys remember Long Island iced tea. Oh. Long Island iced tea. All they did was change their name.
I remember.
Nothing to the business changed. Nothing. Long Island iced tea
Gregory is
blockchain.
not impressed.
Okay, all they did was change their name. And yeah, that move was nuts. Nuts.
Tesla 197.
So that's where we're at right now with AI. I wouldn't be surprised if companies start changing their name.
Tesla
some sort of AI.
197.
There
There
you go.
it comes and there it goes. Stressla is an absolute rocket ship, guys. 197, 36, 38, 49. I'm an auctioneer, baby. That's what I do in my spare time. And Tesla is closing in on that 198 Sean call 200. And it looks as if we may get a 200 touch. A big squeeze happening now, up over 7% on 92.5 million shares of volume. Here we go with Tesla. If you were long this one, at the break, at the open, you probably printed 85, 86. You're $11 in the money.
Fun times on Tesla, right?
Unreal.
I mean, the overall market
Rocket
has been,
ship-ish?
the overall market has been absolutely nuts. Like, you pick
been
some of
great.
the major players today. Microsoft, the largest name in the NASDAQ. You pick that one up, you're up, what? $5 on the day. Apple's up 2. Then obviously, Netflix and Tesla. Tesla up almost $13 on the day, almost 7% to the upside for Tesla. Strong moves across the board. The interesting thing is, going into a long weekend, mind you, volume needs to get done on the day, right? Because there's an extra day off now.
Wow, bro.
And is the concern of, if they haven't already released their statements for this debt limit thing, if it doesn't get released before the market closes, the market's always going to have a question of what is in that statement.
Exactly.
Is it true? Is it just a rumor? Is it not?
Right.
So I wonder how much volume comes in at the end of the day if this statement isn't officially put out before
Right.
the market goes to close.
Okay.
Right? So that's always a cause of concern, I think, when it comes to these types of events going into a weekend, knowing that this is still hanging over their heads. If everything's settled up and, in the next hour, Big K comes through and says, we've confirmed, we're confirming everything that everyone's hearing.
Funding
and
secured.
then Joe Biden comes in and says, we've got it done. Then it's pretty much going to be, this market's going to be like relief rally. I mean, it seems like this is already a relief rally. They're making the assumption that they're jumping the gun here, but it could also be that someone already knows something.
Oh, yeah.
That's already confirmed,
goodness,
right?
yes.
You can never discount the fact that someone always will have access to information faster than you. Always, right? That's just the nature of the game, unfortunately,
Absolutely.
regardless of whatever you
Trade
want to say
through
about
your
it.
wife, your cousin, whatever, man. If they're going to. Anyway, guys, I'm not giving you an idea.
Yeah.
But Meta high of day 259.65. We just took we wet our beak out there with another little out as we curl our way into that whole dollar level
Wet
of
that beak,
260. What's up?
So wet that beak.
Wet that beak. Here comes 70s. Dare I say it?
Yep.
Seeing 68s here, 69s here on the ask on the book. 14,333 the high on the NQ. And 42.13 the high on the ES. 70s now the high on Meta. Here we go. 73s, 77s the high, 80s the high. There we go. We get another little print there. We're not curling up on the NQ, but we are on Meta. We are really moving towards 260. We're long 258.10. Could we be $2 in the
money.
Come on, that was a lot of fun. Yeah, we're hanging out here. Let's see if we can touch 260 though. In all seriousness, let's do this.
All right. I mean, what can I say? What can I say?
5% NASDAQ
in 2 days.
those days.
Are you able to pull up?
1.5.
Are you able to pull up the S&P weekly level?
The
Weekly chart.
SPX?
The SPX weekly.
Yes, I can. So
Randy's
we're
back.
gonna go ahead.
Oh,
we're
he
gonna
doesn't have
go
his
like
fancy
this.
mug today.
I
or
love
his
when he comes
fancy
here
cup.
and-
No, he's got this basic yellow one today. What's going on, Randy? What's Ford doing? Let's see what Ford's doing. Ford is up 7.6%. Ford. That's Ford there for you, Randy. Somebody went long this morning. Somebody did
Oh,
go long,
baby.
and they're up 60 cents on that position just from this morning here. There you go. There
Here's
you
the
go. Okay,
pull up
S&P.
my
Yeah, let's
pull
go.
up my chart, guys. There we go. Take me off though.
That's the futures.
What are you
Yep.
looking for here? This is the
Okay,
weekly.
this is a weekly chart, but you see the top at 4,200 that we're crossing now.
1 second. SPS, XPS, weekly. There we go.
This changes the larger time frame outlook.
Okay.
If we can maintain the strength here and close as high as we are now, at the very least, as long as we can maintain above 4,200 for the last. What is this? What is this bar right here? What
Which
week
one?
is that? This red
This
one.
one. This one right here.
Yeah. What week is that?
That is September 12th,
Okay, so
2022.
since September, we haven't been able to maintain strong moves between 4,100 and 4,200, right? Now we're finally getting past that major multi-month resistance level.
Yes.
Right? And the thing with working through resistance levels is it's one thing when it goes through it very quickly. It's just a vacuum. It's just hard to maintain.
Right.
But when you grind through, and that's what we've seen for the last few weeks, that we are grinding through this 41 to 4,200 range. And now if we can stay strong and get above and maintain a decent close,
Yeah.
this is going to change the picture for a lot of longer-term players.
Okay.
Because now we've cleared the zone. We have a clean shot to 4,300, and if we get above 4,300, I think it's reasonable expectation that we're going to see 46 or 47.
This is the charting I do at home. I do charting on the SPX and the
Yeah.
NDX. And so, first and foremost was the 4,200 break, and that was a end of January, early Feb top. It was
Right.
this one here.
Right.
It was a 4,200 touch and a reject. So I wanted a higher high. We had been having a series of higher lows. We had made the break, Arun, of the August highs on the NDX. We had not made the break of the August highs on the SPX.
Right.
It has been a laggard.
Yeah.
Here is the 4,300 is a level that we have to break for that August break high. That's come and gone on the NDX.
Yes.
It has not come and gone.
Well, that's what
on
happens
the
when you
SPX.
have individual names that are weighted so heavily in the NASDAQ. Like, you're going to get certain names that are going to push this NASDAQ index so much faster than you're going to get in the S&P. The S&P is a lot more balanced, right?
Yes.
500 names, the largest one being, I think, 6% or something. It's Apple, I think. Versus NASDAQ, where the largest name, Microsoft, is like 13%.
Yes.
So it's like there's a very large difference in the influence that one stock will have in the index versus the S&P versus the NASDAQ.
Yes.
Right? So I think that's what you're seeing in the NASDAQ is like Tesla and Meta, which is now moved into the 7th spot in terms of weighting. And you're seeing those names. NVIDIA, we saw what NVIDIA did 2 days ago.
Yeah.
Like, that kind of thing is what causes indexes to move the way they do. And that's where the relationship breaks down if you're looking for relative strength versus weakness. One day it'll be strong, one will be stronger than the other, and then all of a sudden one name has something special in the NASDAQ and it just takes off. Sure. And the S&P is still waiting for a bunch of other names to get going for the same kind of influence, right? Because one name can't do it. It has to be a bunch of them. So that's what you're seeing here, and I think today is where everything is kind of coinciding well.
Yes.
Where tech's going well, all the other components in the S&P are helping out. Obviously, tech was a lot faster and more aggressive. That's always going to be the case. But at least today,
Was it ever?
the S&P is getting some help from other
Also
names.
quicker
I mean,
to go
Ford's
down.
up almost 8%.
Yeah.
Right? So you're having individual names in the S&P help out.
I wouldn't touch
as well.
Ford. I don't want Ford.
I don't think Ford's an intraday trading vehicle at all.
Oh, no, I don't
So,
want it, period.
I mean, Tesla, if you want to trade some sort of stock that's like in the automotive sector, Tesla's probably it. Tesla and then GM. I mean, I haven't looked at GM either, but let's see what GM's doing.
Sean's long for $12, by
There
the
you
way.
go.
Yeah, intraday.
GM's up from 32.50 all the way up to 33. So even GM has been quiet, is now up about 80 cents on the day from the open. It's up, 90 cents on the day from yesterday's close. So you're getting some help from a lot of names that you typically wouldn't get help from when it comes to movement to the upside. But today just happens to be that day where everyone wants to coincide, everyone wants to go. You're getting help from the banks here. JPM up 1.1%, up almost $1.50, over $1.50 to the upside. So you're getting help across the board. You're seeing the strength here. Let's see if we can close out strong. Like I mentioned with Sharif's chart, the weekly one, looks very different if the weekly chart can hold up well.
Yeah. Oh,
right?
no
If
question about it.
If we can close the day strong and not completely give up all these gains, then there's a chance that the weekly breakout is in effect and we can get going to the upside. But I mean, Tesla 200, you guys want to see it? We're going to need some help from, actually, no, that's a lie. Tesla does its own thing. Who cares?
Yeah, well,
Tesla
I
doesn't
don't know
really
how
care.
much it's weighted anymore, but
Yeah, it's just doing its own.
it's a rocket right now.
Yeah.
198.21, guys. I'm not embroiled in the Tesla long, but I am really wishing I was. 198 has come and gone. 198.21, looking to hold above 198 at the moment. I'm also seeing strength in Amazon. I'm seeing Apple wake up again. Here comes 175.50 again on Apple. We have rejected off 175.50 multiple times today, all wicking above and retracing below. 175.77 high of day on Apple. It's waking up. Tesla is an absolute rocket ship, though. There it goes, man. Here comes 199. We're going to see 200. We're going to see 200, guys. We're $1.50 away. This thing is really getting going now. 7.5% to the high side. So much strength in Tesla that we forgot to talk about Netflix, which is also really going to the high side here. And again, my grouping got messed up because it crashed on me there, Arun. So I'm gonna have to regroup. There we go. Let's look at Netflix here. Yeah, 379 top on Netflix. We are 14 pennies away.
380 top. We got a high in
Yeah,
there.
yeah.
Yeah, we got a
Okay.
high of
There you go.
379.91 as the high point on Netflix. So 380 in check,
Baby.
ready for Netflix. Netflix has been running strong, and I mean, what was the day that we were down is because of the password sharing thing, and then it was pretty much like, that's a good thing actually.
I don't think it's not a bad thing. Yeah, exactly.
So-
It's just, look, they were kicking the can down the road. Everyone knew that they were going to start revenue. There was going to be a new source of
If
revenue.
they're, that's the thing with Netflix is that if like they've obviously done the metrics on this, and that's why Canada got it first. Not just Canada, but I think Australia and New Zealand got it first, and then they did smaller countries, and they worked their way into North America, did Canada for a bit. I'll tell you right now, it wasn't even out of like the cost of it. It was out of principle that they were like, no, we're not getting Netflix. I'm like, I mean, we're having fun with Disney and Prime, but at the end of the day, there was stuff on Netflix you wanted to watch.
Yeah.
So I mean, Netflix is back in our house, yes.
Yeah.
So everyone can say it's on principle,
yeah.
but at the end of the
But here's
day,
the thing,
it gets to
you
a
can
certain
add
point.
a user for
You
less,
can, yeah,
$7.
yeah,
So
yeah.
just like go to that friend, be like, yo, give me $7.
No, I mean,
give me the year. 7 times
No,
12.
no.
What's 7
Here's
times 12?
the problem. So
What?
So my wife doesn't want me messing with her algorithms.
Oh, okay, but they have their own
Account.
user account. So
No, I'm saying like if we were sharing someone else's, we would just be sharing one
each
account.
person has a profile within
No, I know that,
account.
but if it's someone else's though, you just have one, right? Like if someone else has got an account, they're gonna be like, hey, you can use this one, and it's just one account.
Yeah. No. So,
No, I know.
But it doesn't mess
Wait,
your
what?
algorithm.
You can
okay. So here's the thing.
Yeah,
Exactly.
I know that part. What I'm saying, if it's someone
Five,
else's account,
son?
they can just like, hey, use this profile instead of making one for you and your wife, right? That's what I'm saying. So if you're trying to make your own profiles and you don't want to mess with someone else's algorithm, get your own account, split it into 2 profiles, and then we don't mess with each other's.
I know some
algorithms.
friendships that have ended as
What's
a
that?
result of
Algorithms?
Netflix. Yeah, it was hilarious. Anyway, stories that must remain untold on the
Yep.
show, though, Arun. But
Yeah.
we can tease that. NQ moving down? Really?
That's okay. St. Louis
Yeah,
Dave
well,
futures,
you know,
yes we are.
everybody's
Yes we
entitled
are.
to their opinion. Yeah, it's at day's highs, guys. No, in all seriousness, no. The NQ is an absolute rocket ship today. What are we up today? We're up 2.56% on the day. Apple and
6 and 5?
Microsoft,
Really?
with their new market cap, are now combined 15%
Really? Damn.
of the Standard & Poor's 500.
Yeah, damn.
Yeah, they
Apple's
are.
at 7.4.
Wow.
So get this, Apple, this is from Slick Charts, by the way. No affiliation, I just like to use it because
Okay.
they always do a pretty good update. Apple, 7.39% of the S&P. Microsoft, 6.97.
Oh, baby.
You put those together, you're sitting at about just north of 14. That is, and then number 3 spot, Amazon, 2.94. Like,
Rocket ship status.
you're talking 2 names at 14% of 500. The remaining 498 names make up the remaining 86% of the S&P 500. That's nuts. So they're clearly putting their weight in Apple and Microsoft, and I'm sure Facebook is here too. Or not Facebook, Meta is here somewhere. There you go, Meta at the 8th spot. So the only non-tech name, it seems, in the top, ignoring UNH at 10,
God.
in the top 9 or even top 10 is Berkshire. Berkshire is at the 7th spot with 1.65%. So clearly it's a tech-heavy, even with the S&P side, it's already tech-heavy as it is.
Yeah.
NASDAQ, obviously we know what NASDAQ is only tech, but but I mean, damn. Clearly the weighting is going up, and I wonder, Sharif, and I think this will be the first time you'll see this, and this might be a good experience for you.
Yeah.
If you see the special reweighting action.
Oh, that's
Remember
right.
I talked
Yes,
about that,
yes,
the
you
special
did.
reweighting?
When are we up for that?
I mean,
September?
no. It's like a special event.
Oh,
it's,
okay.
It's more. It's like advertised or not advertised. It's no. They put up the notice, and it's not. It doesn't happen during a rebalance.
Okay.
It's usually like a special rebalancing situation.
And
where,
it could be at any time.
well, they'll give you the notice for it.
Okay, yeah, but there's no specific time per year that's always
There's
done.
no
Okay.
expectation of it.
Yeah,
they
there's
don't
no
have to do it. They don't
expectation, okay.
have to do it. It's just if Apple or Microsoft they end up getting too high, or even Tesla gets too high, then too much of their portfolio.
Yeah.
They have to readjust the weights. And
Yeah,
then it
you've
has
told
to
me
be
this
a-
before.
yeah,
So they
so
sell one, they pick up the
they
other.
redistribute into the others. Yeah.
Yes, okay.
So yeah, futures market coming down a bit. Okay, that's
Yeah.
fine. Netflix still going north of 380 now, broken. Okay, I'm sure Tesla's at 200 now. Is it?
No, 198.60 top dancing with 198 at the moment. People say time is short Tesla now. I mean, look, is it extended? I mean, there's no question about that. But 198.60 to me is a bit of a random level. Prove to me that you are now on a downtrend, or I'll wait for that round number of 200 to come. That to me, better predictable level to take that trade. But yeah, I mean, we'll see. 14,336.75 the high of day on the NQ. 42.13.75 the high of day on the ES. Meta's at 259.10. We're $1 in the money.
Futures
We were
breaking down a
$2 in the money. Yeah, the future is breaking down a little bit here. Looking maybe to trace down to 14.3 on the NQ, and maybe that 42.05, 42.06 area we danced with earlier on the ES. All the while, ELEV still within the range. I'm seeing green and orange come in on the tape. Usually that means we're going to see a bit of a bounce up, but some size showing up here at 16s, about maybe 1,000 lots or so on 16s here I see on the book. I'm sitting at 24s and 28s with some profit-taking orders there waiting for us to break out of this range and go north. Meta, we're still $1 in the money and nothing really to change about this trade, but we are finding a bit of support at 259. I don't know how long that lasts, though, with this most recent market downturn. I want to see how we act at 14.3. The fact that my entries at 258 gives me a bit of a buffer with respect to Meta, and how far it's going to retrace back if the market touches 14.3 here, because we're not far from it on the futures. So 2 trades left. They both are Meta and ELEV. Where's ELEV? There we go. Both in the money, looking to ride Meta at least into the more liquid part of the day. ELEV, I had hopes for that we would kind of reclaim that high of day. We've been holding VWAP, making a series of higher lows, and I definitely want that 535 break. So keep my eye on that, nothing else. I know there's lots of other things that are moving, chief among them. Netflix. Netflix just took 380. It wants to take 381. Obviously, I got to tell you, it's a very spready stock, especially if you're trying to day trade this. It's 30, 40, 50, 60 penny at times, depending on the current liquidity. But it is up 6%. Tesla also up 7%, was up more, retracing off that 198.60 high. Don't really have anything else other than these two, Arun.
Yeah, so I've walked away from the futures. It was a nice run, but like I said, I'm playing very defensively now that we got north of those highs and we struggled as much as we did. So on the way back down through those 8s, I'm out the door.
Chart, guys?
I'm out the door. We'll get to it whenever we get to my charts. But I am out of the way here on the futures. We can bounce back. That's perfectly fine. But I am going to be extremely defensive now that we've done what we've done up here. We've done it once, fine. Twice, that's shaky to me. So if we're going to walk away, this is the spot to walk away. Yeah, of course, it bounces back to 11. But now it comes down to seeing, it's a matter of seeing how this market wants to play this bounce back. I think there's a little bit of action here I need to worry about. So I'm okay taking the points that I've been given here. And we'll reset. And we still got 95 as a level that I can work with, 41.95. So the long option is still on the table. I just now want to price it lower if we're going to go for that long, because now I know what's up here, or based on what I've seen, right? So we are going to back off these longs. We're done. It was a nice gain. I'll take it. It's not obviously as nice as I had it, because when we were up 13.75 or so, we were up almost 9 points on it. Clearly, when you're getting out at like 8-ish, you're walking away with three and change, right? So it's not as nice, but at the same time, that's part of the game. You can either try to capture everything and be stressed out about it, like Sharif was doing, or you can just kind of take what you can get from the market when it tells you this is what you can get, right? Just respect what's possible in front of you. And in my case, I'm okay with the 3 points or so. So we're going to back off. We'll reset. There's bound to be another trade. Like I said, there's going to be some volume coming in towards the close. There has to be. It's going into a long weekend. There's got to be some volume. So I would wait for that to come through. Couple options here. Now, I've still got AMD possibly on the downside. Now that I'm out of the futures, I'm thinking, what's the possibility that we actually break down? There's a high possibility. If I'm thinking that longs are shaky, shorts could be in effect here. So let's see if AMD can get below those 125s once again and stick with it. If that does happen, then AMD is a prime candidate for a short if the futures break down as well. So that's one option. Netflix clearly is a very strong move today. So I don't want to go short in a very strong name. I want to see names that are relatively weak. Netflix, relatively strong on the day. I don't want to be involved in that. Meta, it's been trending up, but at the same time, this 259 to 260 area has been somewhat of a problem. So now we got to wonder how much respect we have to throw into this area. So if we break 258, that was the original stop location on the long, we might open up a short here as well if the futures break down. And then the other one that was weak on the day, not weak, but slower on the day, has been Apple. Let's see if Apple is not waking up and goes back to bed and breaks down. If it does, Apple would be a great candidate for a short as well, because, well, this has been slower on the day, right? We saw what the NASDAQ has done. Apple has refused to participate after the initial push from south of 174. So it's been a muted move from Apple. Let's see if we can kind of work it here to the sell side in the event that there's a trade to be made. Tesla, they're talking about Tesla margins, Tesla shorts printing. Would you consider flipping short on the futures? Ask your mom, or ask Mama. Mama's asking if I would consider flipping short. Not yet. All I'm saying is that the longs are shaky enough to make me want to move out of the way, but I don't have enough to work the short. So I'm just moving out of the way. We could still go up. This is just me saying, I don't like what's happening here. Let me take what I got. Not me saying there's enough to think about the other side. So this is just me moving out of the way. The short, not just yet, because we could actually break down on the market here.
Yeah.
Towards like 4,200. And if we set up a long around 4,200, I'll get right back into this long. I have no problem.
If we break 42.13, do you get in?
No, I'm not chasing.
No, you're not
I'm not
chasing
chasing the upside at this point, because when we're burning this much volume and struggling this much,
That's so true.
I don't want to chase after extensions. It means something's going on. There's a distribution aspect that's happening around 42.10. I'm not going to chase after extensions at that point. What I want to do is, if I'm going to play longs, I'm going to play very cheap longs, meaning south of 42.05, which was the last entry. So I'm looking closer to 42.02, 42.03-ish. So that way, the risk, and I'm always doing this calculation. If I get 42.03, my stop location is 41.98. That's about 8 points-ish
Yeah.
on the stop.
Yeah.
Can I get that back before we hit that resistance level again? That's sitting at 42.10. It'll be tight, but at least it's close to 1-to-1. I'm okay with that, right?
Okay.
But if I'm priced at 42.05 and my risk is 10 and we can barely get past 11, then I'm putting up 10 to maybe make 6 or 7. The risk is shifting, essentially,
Yeah.
is what's happening for me.
Got
And
it.
that's why, for me, I'm just going to walk away and then reset if I get a trade at a much lower price, right? This is one of those times where you're like, I remember I was mentioning that like you're looking at a chart in a not
Yes,
in a
yeah,
microscope,
you're-
but like in a micro way.
Yeah,
Too much on a smaller time frame.
Mm-hmm.
There are certain situations where that would make sense. And
Yeah.
I feel like this is one of those situations
Okay.
where it's at a price point which this market has to make a move. For me, it's an inflection point. We either extend to the upside or we extend the range of the resistance level where
Right.
it makes it shaky. And you're starting to see this in the futures, right? It's shaky a little bit. So I'm just walking away for
All
now. We're going to find some shorts to take in the event that this actually breaks. Meta, 258 on the break, short, if it happens.
I agree.
AMD, 125 on the break, again, if it happens, with the futures breaking as well. Apple, prime candidate, has been in bed all day, hasn't woken up just yet. It might wake up and be like, oh, why did we fall? Let's go down, maybe. So Apple's a candidate for the short as well. So those are my 3 candidates for the short on top of the futures breaking through 41.95. But that's the critical thing. 41.95 has to happen for me to get involved on the short side.
Yeah, we're looking like we're showing some signs of weakness here. I'm seeing a curl down on Meta. Keeping my eye on the futures, how we trade in front of 14.3 and 42.05 on the NQ. On the ES, excuse me. Where do I give my Meta trade to? We were almost $2 in the money. Now we're down, relegated to 60 pennies in the money as we curl down and break 259. You know, if 14.3 would get here quicker and Meta would, give me some a buffer area between where we're trading and where my entry is. We'll see.
There's a member from Darwin. Darwin's been on for 23 months.
Oh, I have to mention one thing
Yeah,
before we
what's
do that. Surge Trader. Come to...
Yes,
Yeah,
let's do
Surge
that.
Trader is one of the sponsors for the show. You see them in the morning. They sponsor the first segment of the show.
Yep.
And we want to shout them out. Surge Trader, you guys can get a funded trading account and keep up to 90% of the profits, trade from home. Check them out using the QR code below there, and make sure to use the promo code TTV for Trader TV to get 10% off there, guys. Shout out to Surge Trader. Yeah, go ahead. You had
I was going
something
to
to
say,
mention.
from Darwin. He's like, Arun, thanks for filling in. Enjoy a mezcal or cognac. Sharif, enjoy your long birthday weekend with a few dozen eggs.
No,
thank
I
you,
will
man.
be enjoying alcohol this weekend.
Yeah, he will
but,
be.
Hopefully,
One thing I
responsibly.
will say, Darwin, you've been on for 23 months. Obviously, Sharif's, you said 9 months in.
Yeah, 9 months on the show.
I kind of helped out with this project, which is now Trader TV. We got a lot of views.
Oh, yeah.
Not views, almost 400,000 subscribers.
Very close. Very close.
I will say this, and I'll say this towards the end of the show as well. This is actually going to be my last broadcast in studio as well, completely on the show. I've assisted with the show, but it's time for me to get back to doing what I do, which is futures. And so it's time for me to kind of just get back to that and focus a little bit more, refocus, I think. So it's been a fun time. It's been great doing the midday, doing the full day show as well. But as much as the show is great, it is a little distracting for me personally. So it is time for me to get back going on the futures. That's it, man. It's just it's been a good time. Hopefully everyone has learned something.
Me that yesterday.
Hopefully that has learned something. You guys have learned something.
I learned a lot.
It's just impart my wisdom as much as I can. I know there's a lot of traders that are always looking to learn, but at the same time, my whole thing was to help out. And you guys, the show's almost at 400K subscribers. You guys got a good team. I got to get back to doing what I do, the way I do it. And I think I've said this in the past a few times. I like being a ghost. I don't want.
I know you do.
I kind of like being the background. Don't want to be involved. But it's these guys needed help. I'm just like cool with it. But now it's time for me to get back to doing what I do. as we kind of move into
And it's
the
going to be new
next
for
phase.
me, man.
Yeah.
Not just as a person who's on the show,
Yeah.
but as a viewer of the show, because I started watching the show December 2020, and you've always been a part of it. So it's going to be new for me. I'm sure a lot of our viewers are going to be sad, but they will obviously understand where you're coming from and what you have to do.
Yeah.
So obviously, you're going to be very missed. And in case you are wondering, what's going on with Meta here? Why did my trade out of... What the hell's going on? Sorry to just randomly stop here.
Meta's breaking down, is it?
No, it didn't. It looks like I had some... I misentered my stop order because now I'm out of the Meta position, not by will. Okay, that was very frustrating. Anyway, people don't know that
We've been at the
I
gym.
actually met you at
the
the
gym.
gym.
You came up to me.
I stalked him. I found out where he lived, and then I showed
Random.
up at his gym.
Yeah.
No, I saw him at the gym. Guys, come to the split screen if you're able to.
Yeah.
There you go. Met this guy at, I'm not going to say which gym and where, but
Yeah.
met him there, and then I'm like,
He just
Arun?
He just did a quick introduction.
Yeah,
that
and
was
he's
it.
like, he looked at me, he's like, who's this? Like,
who's this random guy?
Right? And I'm like,
Yeah.
oh, yeah, I explained,
To
obviously, why I was
clarify
talking
though,
about it.
it's like I'm not going to be on Trader TV. This is still handled all like the back end of all of this is with Day Trade the World. I'm still trading here.
Oh, yeah,
It's
yeah.
just I won't be on camera and I won't be in the
Still
office.
with the company, he just not on
I'm
the
not
show,
going
yeah.
anywhere in terms of like the back end stuff. It's just like I'm just getting away from the camera part of it. That's all it really is. So for any managers that, because I also do some training with our managers,
Of course,
that are globally. That stuff's still happening, guys. I'll still see you guys once a month. We'll set up webinars and whatnot. That stuff I'm still running, but for now it's just walking away from the camera. It's just time for me to refocus. And I see that there's a super chat there from Nicole Harris. I know Nicole Harris has been on the show for a very long
good
time
friend of
as
the
well.
shows, yeah.
This is your gift to charity and human service.
For letting us peasants make money.
No, I don't know if that's how it came off. It's not what I
kidding,
was
I'm
trying to
kidding.
say at all. But it was just one of those things where I went where the help was needed,
Yep.
and now it's walking on its own two legs, and I can bounce, right? So essentially that's it. That's just how it goes.
And
Neil's
Arun-
back, guys, next week.
And
so
Neil-
you guys are
Neil's
gonna
back, yeah.
get back Neil.
We appreciate you being on, man. Obviously, I tell you, I'm sad, and I told you that yesterday. I don't have to repeat myself, but yeah, it's going to be sad to see you go.
Yep.
You bring obviously a lot of quality and experience.
There's a lot
and
of experience.
expertise.
A lot of different market conditions. That's what it is, right?
Long
And
the future's king.
will I
says
be on the
Jameson.
show? Will I be on the show in the mornings? No. It's a complete ejection seat for me. So, I mean, you have new people that are going to be here, right? I mean,
Yeah.
you have Sean, you have Neil, you have Sharif, and then the rotating crew that will be sitting in this desk. I don't know who it's going to be. I have no clue. I don't even know. I'll be real with you. If I'm not on the show, and I will say this, I don't know what's happening. I really don't know what's happening. So I come back and I'm like, oh,
that's
who's
kinda
this?
your
Who's
thing.
that?
Yeah,
That's my thing.
kind of thing. You
Like,
kind of
just-
like to lock everything
I
out,
just- yeah.
focus, tunnel vision, and partly probably why you're so successful in what you do, able to have that
Yeah, man.
tunnel vision, block out the noise. Obviously,
Arun's a peacock. Y'all let him fly. Peacock now?
that is
Peacock.
funny. Arun,
flashy.
throw your shoe at Prad one last time, please.
No, he's doing the
people
desk.
ask.
He's doing the desk.
People get Pradley. He
Yo, Prad,
could not
Can
be
you-
a better timing. He shows up right as I'm saying his name.
Prad.
Pradley's in the house.
just for you guys, the shoe is out.
There it
It's
is.
a dirty one, too.
Oh my God.
It's the bottom of my shoes. Why would I clean it? Why would I clean the bottom of my shoe?
Oh, baby.
I got to get you the slipper, though. The Birkin? The Birkin. My wife's Birkin. That's the one that was thrown at him, by the way.
We're
For
gonna
anyone who
go
remembers
long.
that one.
I think we're gonna go long here, guys, because we're curling up on Tesla, and I think that we may want to take that 198.60 high. And if we do, 200's probably standing in our way, which is just aces with
Let's
me.
go to his chart, guys.
Yeah, they got it there. I'm trying to make a decision here. 197 curl. Neil would call this getting it on the backside, but do we see continuation? Should I wait for 198 break, maybe as a confirmation? The ES holding close to highs. The NQ not far off highs. Somehow I got out of this meta trade. I think I completely mis-entered my stop. ELEV is still at the same level above VWAP. I don't have anything to report on that. So now I am looking for a Tesla long as we curl and curl back up. Here's what I'm going to do. I'm going to look for, I'm going to say 75 break there. What's the exact level? Quickly before it passes 79. So I'm going to take an 80 break. That's going to be my move on Tesla. So let's go ahead and put a 197.81 break. Oops. There we go. 197.81. And yeah, we're going to go ahead and take that long if it breaks above that. And we're going to go ahead and put the shareage there. We'll wait for that one if and when it triggers. But no guarantees on this one. That's why I'm taking a little bit higher. Typically, I don't like breakout trades. I like retracements off key levels. But this one, the idea is to take it on the backside, curl if the market moves up. Now, it's going to be you assume futures dependent here, as this 14,336.75 area on the NQ remains the high of day. We have not broken that. We're still above, though, 14.3. So we'll see if we can stay strong, curl up. You know, you always want to think it's got to be headline related. You know, we're not going to get a curl up if we don't get a headline. Who knows? So that's my look. I'm still embroiled in ELEV. I don't have any other trades at the moment. I'm looking to get into Tesla if we curl up. Other than that, don't have any other trades. Soup saying AVGO. Oh, baby. Broadcom. I mentioned to you guys this one this morning. It has not stopped in its move up. That's the weekly candle. Let's get over here and go to the 5. AVGO. Let me put that commentary thing in so everybody can see what we're talking about. AVGO.NQ. Yeah, and this is the 5-minute chart. It really hasn't had much in the way of pullbacks. I mean, you got a little one here where there was some indecision, but you could see that all the descents were being bought back up. So a monster of a name, up a lot. The notional value today of the move, we started the day at 735. We're knocking on the door of 800 here. So AVGO, Broadcom, an absolute monster. Over 8% on track for a record close. Where is the high on the daily on this? Let's look quickly. Are we at days? All-time highs, weekly. Let's go to the monthly. Yeah, we are at all-time highs. At least my chart shows that, unless it's not loading prior to 2018. So we are at all-time highs. On AVGO, we broke through that 675, 680-ish area. That was all-time high. Great look. Whoever's holding that, you know, obviously very spready from terms of a day trading stock. I'm looking at 60 penny spread right now on this name. So obviously tough to trade intraday and manage risk at the same time. But yeah, hell of a trade for the possible long-term account or a swing trade in for a few weeks or whatever it is. Tesla, still trying to hold above 197. I've got a breakout trade through 80s, possibly on that one if it makes its way. Again, ELEV, back within that range we've been talking about with 16s, 14s as the high. Looking for that 24 and 28 breaker.
All right, there was a super chat in there from Malaysia, cute puppy. Thank you, everyone. It says pretty much. Thank you from Malaysia. Thank you so much. It's been. I love that name. Actually, it's pretty nice. I do like some cute puppies around here. All right. In terms of stocks, right now, remember we talked about these 10s. We backed off. We're walking away from this one. At some point during the rest of the day, we're at 130 right now. Volume hasn't really picked back up after lunch, but do we know if there's a scheduled press conference or no?
Today?
Yeah. No, right? No, nothing
There's
scheduled.
nothing today, right?
So
There's
there
no
might
scheduled press conference.
there might be
today, right?
something.
No.
Okay, so
Usually
between now and the
Fridays.
close, just watch out for headlines related to
Kevin.
Big K.
Big K,
Big K.
maybe.
Big K might come out and say something.
K.
S&P has stalled out at this 10 marker. So it is, at this point, we're going to need some volume. post lunch, going into the close, long weekend. We've got to get some volume going, whether that's from Big K or not, or even from Biden or not. But at the same time, it's been slow going since then, right? Since we got that initial push up to the upside, since we crossed 4,200, it was somewhat tight and slow. So let's just wait it out. At some point, we're going to get volume. That's the thing. You don't need to press. If it's not working, if the volume's not there, if the action's not there, don't press. If there's any few suggestions I would make for new traders, only operate or only work, put in the effort when the volume is there. Yeah. If there is no action, don't try to squeeze profits from a stone, or I know the blood from a stone is what the term is, but don't try to squeeze something like that. It is not worth the amount of effort. At the same time, when it's easy, it's easy. Somebody earlier was asking, I was meaning to answer this question, it's like, has your strategy changed since 2020? Of course. Different markets require different adjustments, right? 2020 was free money period. 2020, 2021, and early 2022.
That's what I tell people.
It's like you walk around like I'm holding a tissue right now, and then all of a sudden I put it down, I come back, and it's money. And this like is what I want to say. That's what that time period was. It was just free money everywhere, right?
I want to build on that because you bring up a fantastic point, which is being ready for that time period. They come once every 10 to 15 years?
Yeah, about.
Give or take, right? You usually have a big move like that, whether it was the financial crisis in 08, 09, whether it was the dot-com bubble and bust, late 90s, early 2000s. And now we had the COVID pandemic. The point is, when you become a seasoned day trader, during the intervening periods between these big cycle events, you're honing your skills for that period. So when that period comes, you print and you accumulate and you make that, I don't want to call it generational wealth, but that's the time where you can print and you print big.
You do.
During those times.
But I will say this though, you can't also like spend years and years practicing and waiting for that one moment because you don't know how long it's going to take.
That's what I'm saying. You got to be ready.
You got to be ready when it does happen, but at the same time, like take the past experiences. For a lot of you guys, I don't know how much experience everyone has, but I'm going to assume there's going to be interest in trading since 2020, right? Because when everyone heard about other people's successes in the market, a lot more people got involved. But having gone through many high and low periods, you do have to be ready, yes, but you also have to adapt to the slower markets. If the markets are slowing down, your strategy has to shift a little bit as well. So you're maximizing your potential in the slower market. Are you going to make the same kind of money? Absolutely not. But you are prepared now for a hot market and a slower market, and that's all you can build on. The different types of markets are going to provide different types of experiences. The varying experiences makes you a much stronger trader.
There it is.
If you only knew how to trade one style of market, only the market, let's just say the dot-com bubble, for anyone who participated in that.
Yeah.
If you only knew how to make money then when the market changes to going in one direction to a more of a range-bound direction, you are more than likely to give up all those gains because you're still trading the same way.
Yeah, and you have to adapt.
You have to adapt. So this market's always going to be evolving. It's like a living, breathing creature. It will always grow and adapt, and you have to adapt as well. Evolve, I mean, and then you have to adapt as well.
Helps with adaptation, right? Because then you get used to, oh, when I see this, or when this happens, or when these different things happen, usually it means we're in this cycle or that cycle. And then I think that you become more confident in your assessments over time.
Think about it this way. Like if I knew how to trade fast markets, slow markets, ranging markets, and if I knew when, identifying when certain things were breaking out, if I could see Tesla breaking out, and I knew that based on the breakout, it could be a very strong trending thing, then if you can do that to the whole market, to the entire market as a whole, now you are well-versed in many different approaches, many different markets. You can handle whatever the market throws at you because you've experienced it before. And I think this comes down to just one, experience, obviously. You got to survive the different experiences. I mean, at some point, this is a game of survival of the fittest. No question. And all you can really do is just see the different conditions that you're attached to or you're given. You figure out your strategy. You know what a strategy is supposed to be, and then you adapt to the different conditions that the market goes into. It could be high periods, it could be low periods. You're going into summertime. I mean, May is usually a sell in May, go away event.
Oh, wouldn't that be nice?
Is this a sell in May, go away event? Not today. I mean, maybe who knows? We say that, but then on Tuesday and Wednesday, we could be 200 points down on the S&P.
Well, there you go.
You don't know, but I'm just saying, like,
BLEV.
be prepared for the volatility, be prepared for the markets that are in front of you, because they will always be changing. It's never going to stay the same, and if it was going to be the same, you'd probably get bored anyways. So keep it interesting, right? And the market bouncing back, and this is a good thing, or bouncing down, I guess falling back. It's a good thing. This is starting to confirm what I was seeing north of 42.10. This is why we walked away. And seeing this means that I can now put in another level. Now I'm more confident with the idea that 42.15 is in place as a top end. Now we're boxed in, 42.15, 41.95. So we know we were talking about this earlier, somewhere close to 4,200. Could be a long, maybe, depending on how it sets up. Let's check in on our stocks that we were gonna work on the short side in the event the market broke. Meta, 258, can that be a short? Not right now, it's still at 258.70, so that's still good. AMD, 125, nowhere close to breaking, so that one's still fine. So we're just in a holding pattern. I'm not gonna push anything. I'm not waiting for a ton of stuff. I'm waiting for certain stocks that are setting up negatively if the market were to break down. I'm setting up the candidates that I would wanna work on the short side if we were to break down to the downside. So right now, with the market doing what it's doing, all I can do is just wait for the setups. You can obviously analyze the different potentials that you have, but at the same time, you don't want to do too much. You don't want to overtrade. It's too easy when a market's ranging to overtrade. Because if I was looking at this, the futures, and I saw, actually no, let me go to a different chart. If I went to this and I try to capture every single wave, let's go back to the wave theory that we were talking about earlier. If I were to try to capture everything that's a small wave, that's going to be very, very active and very, very tight in terms of stops. I would rather go to a much bigger chart, but again, depending on the personality, depending on the strategy that you run, whatever works for you, right? The longer the chart is, the more time you have to think. So if that's your problem, which is, it's like you're not seeing the perspective of the chart, back up a little bit, right? This is the 5. You don't like this? A little too fast maybe? Go to a 30. If this is too slow, find something in between. But whatever it is, find something that makes sense to you. Because this one is very easy to see the waves, right? On the smaller chart, it was very difficult because there's too many of them. On this one, it's the 30, it's a little bit easier to see the waves. The reason I do this is because I want to see where the market has been and where it doesn't want to be when it rejects, right? We know on the way down, this was Wednesday, I believe. On the way down, we put in some checkpoints around 90 to 95, and then we kind of based around 60 to 65, and then whatever. On the way back up, we're going to start checking in on those levels and see if we can actually resist or break them. And that's kind of the game here. Right now, we're hitting the top end. 4,200's in place. 95 is still there. Let's see if we can actually hold some sort of support base on the bounce if there is anything left in this market to go up. Sharif, I see you're back.
Yeah.
You're back. Quick run. You almost hurt yourself there.
When you drink a lot of water, you have to hit the washroom a lot, and that doesn't bode well with broadcasting.
Talking about water, I've been slacking.
Yeah, you haven't drank anything of that. Are you going to finish that by the end of the day?
Probably not. What I have noticed, though, is that in the mornings, I'm not that big on water, but from like in the afternoons, after I have lunch,
start drinking.
That's when I should really start
you
drinking
need
water.
More water to digest. So
Probably, that makes sense.
More protein, you need more water too, by the way.
I mean, I don't know how much protein this thing has.
Yeah, no, that one doesn't have too much. I'm going for a run after this. I told you yesterday I'm going to Woodbine.
Yeah. Anyone in Toronto, now you know where he's going to be afterwards.
I'll be running. You have to catch me. Be running on that the bike lane there. I love that because it's usually quite cool. And there's also a lot to look at, and it's flat terrain, so you don't have to deal with the inclination and anything like that. All right, where are we at here, baby? 14.3 holding. 42.05 also holding. Yeah, Meta, what? Where is the bottom for Tesla? I'm going to say 194.50, 195. No, you're no. Don't put me in that position, Sean. He wants to know where no. That's where we talked about earlier, though. To be fair, and I even have a trend line there right now, so let's zoom in on that. We said, where do we find support? Where would the support be? Well, the only area where we traded was this area here. Otherwise, it's been one big ascent to the upside. 195. Woo! Okay, Sean has officially placed a bid 195.25 to cover the short that he's in on our friend Secula, Stressla, whatever yet. Max is like, what's Secula? I mixed the word secular and Tesla yesterday, coming up with the Frankenstein Secula, and we're going with it. Yeah, Max doesn't look impressed. All right, guys, where are we here? All right, Meta finding another second wind, holding 258.50, possibly holding above 259 if there's a second wind in the future. ELEV, the only trade I'm left in, excuse me. You can tell it's Friday and I'm tired.
And you gotta go for a run.
Well, yeah, I'm gonna be. Once you get in the zone, though,
No,
you
I get it,
runner's
man.
high.
I get it.
And all of a sudden, you have all this new energy. But at the moment, mental capacity.
So yeah, so going with running.
Yeah, go for it.
Like, I'm not a big long distance runner because when I played sports, it was all like burst running, so it was all like sprints.
Yeah.
But like for me to start doing long distance runs, like I can do 10K, no problem.
Okay.
Right? I feel like I'm going to be hurting now, but I mean I can
You
do
hurt
10.
the next day.
You hurt the next day.
Which is fine.
But the way I would I guess compare trading and running, and I do think there's a comparison that can be made.
Okay, let me hear it.
Is that when you get to a certain point, and that comes to working out as well. You want to do it in small increments, your goals. Like if you're trying to do 10K, or forget 10K. If I'm trying to do a run.
Very accurate.
Right? If I'm trying to do a run, forget the 10K thing. I'm just trying to do a run around the block. And halfway during that run, I don't know if I can make it. The way you're going to break it down, and I feel like this would help traders too, instead of seeing the final goal, you know what the final goal is supposed to be for you to complete the run or get to where you want to be as a trader. If you break it down to smaller pieces that are more achievable, right? As a run, if I'm running around the block, if I can just make it to that next lamppost, and then the next tree after the lamppost, and one more thing until I can get to that point where I finish the entire thing, just like a trader. If you break it down to a small enough chunk that you can chew and you can do, instead of worrying about the big picture, which could be overwhelming, it'll be much easier to get to where you want to be when you break it down like that. I think that's something to keep in mind, that you do want to aim high, but at the same time, for you to get to that point, make it smaller for you to get to that level. You know what the ultimate goal is, just break it down so you can actually get smaller achievements in, and during that process, you're gonna turn around and be like, oh damn, look where I am now.
Absolutely.
Right? Just like a run. Because for me, 10K, I say that, but like 10K is like still after like 5K, you don't know if you're gonna complete
Where I
that.
hit the wall usually is around 7.5, 8, and then I really have to dig deep for those last two. That's when my joints start hurting a little bit more. I don't usually feel it in my knees. It's just like you get achy muscle-wise. Anyway, that's the last 2 kilometers are the toughest for me.
Oh, you hurt during the run?
Yeah, towards the end, like I'm starting to feel it. I'm like, okay, now like my endurance is starting to go down.
That's
but
just
I've done 15 before.
Oh
but
yeah, I don't think I've done
a minute.
15.
It's been, last time I hit 15 was during the pandemic. This was summer 2020. I haven't done anything over 10 since 2020. So.
You haven't done a run since 2020?
No, I haven't done anything over 10 kilometers since 2020.
I will say this though, like there's also different levels of running.
And we're talking about kilometers, guys.
Kilometers. 10K as in 10 kilometers. That is what, 6 mile? No, 5 something? No.
It's 1.7.
1.62 per.
The Katina man coming in
like
1.6.
6.3 miles.
There you go.
There you go. That's your 10K
6
that
miles
we're referring to.
Herald of the Rocks.
It is. certain point, like for me, if I were to do a 10K, dude, like I can get there, but at the same time, the next couple days is going to be me on the floor. Like me on the floor with ice on both my knees. Like that's how the recovery time on that's going to be. So
you'll be fine.
I mean, 5K sounds like fun. Not gonna lie.
Yeah.
5K on the boardwalk.
I want to
sounds
do a
like
little
fun.
bit more. I want to hit 6, maybe 7K. Last week I hit 5. Right.
Okay.
I hit 5. I felt good.
Yeah.
Because a lot of my workouts are high intensity anyway. My heart rate is high the entire time. So in terms of endurance, usually it's good. Now it's just the actual mechanics of running that I'm lacking.
Yep.
So it's about going through and getting that muscle memory going, having each tendon live up to the abilities that it needs to run for that long, because it hasn't done it in a year, right?
Yep.
So here we go, baby. Fridays it is. Friday running day. Okay, ELEV, we're holding 5. I know it's not a sexy trade, but it's doing what I want it to do, which is not breaking down, compressing at VWAP at $5. I'm looking for a $0.25 break. Ultimately, though, I'm looking for a 6 test. That's looking less and less likely as the day goes on. But what is likely is we get a quarter test, a 35 test, but we may not see that 6 run. We still have 2 hours. I mean, am I maybe being too pessimistic here? Maybe we do get a 6 run. In any event, I'm going to have a series of resting orders, just like the ones I have out now. I have a couple at 24s and 28s. I have a stop-in that you can't see because it's a script order and it doesn't show on the chart. But yeah, that's my look on that one. I'm also keeping my eye on Tesla. It looks like it's found a bit of a base, 195.50, now curling back into 196.50. Tesla doing its thing. Meta's also curling. The futures on the NQ curling a little bit. I'm not seeing too much else in any other names now. Apple curling a little bit as well. So I have a script order here on Tesla that I'm going to have to actually get rid of because that's a 198.80 break, and I don't want that anymore. So we're going to go ahead and do some housekeeping here. We're going to get rid of that script order, and if I'm going to get into Tesla, it's going to be a completely different way. Yeah.
What you thinking, Tesla?
Here.
Secondary leg up?
It's hard to know. I mean, it's a hell of a second wind. Up, Tesla could move $5. It'd have to do $4.50 off the bottom of that curl to touch 200. I don't put it past it.
No, you can't. This is during lunchtime, and we're not that far off.
Are you still holding Tesla, or I thought you were smiling there like something was up? Okay.
So,
because Max will give me that smile, like, Tesla's gonna touch
Tesla,
200.
Meta could put in 260 breaks. That's an option as well. I mean, there's a lot of options here with the market not really moving away from its highs, but also not willing to push to new highs right now. So,
Max saying he's gonna take Tesla long if it hits 200. He'll be long, baby.
there you go.
Mad Max making some decisions on our friend Secula. But let's move back to ELDV here as we dip with $5. I know we only got a couple of minutes left on the show.
Yep.
I know you had an announcement that you made earlier, but now
we'll do it in
finishing
the
up
last
what
little
we're
bit.
doing
Yeah, we'll do it in
okay.
the last little bit.
All right. Sounds like we only have another minute and a half or so. Fat Figga. Sharif, play safe. Have a great birthday weekend. Arun, thanks for the good knowledge. Fat Figga,
That's all I can do, man.
We appreciate you. Good friend of the shows and an active member and a contributing member of the chat. Thank you very much for that. Quick couple of observations here as we close out and send it back to the big kahunas. 14,320. We're definitely holding near the highs. We held 14.3, so that held.
Yo.
It didn't even touch.
Yo. No, keep going, keep going.
Sorry, I'm gonna cough. Meta's curling back up. I'll give it back to you. Sign off here. We got another.
Okay. What's happening? No, I was just curious.
No, nothing's happening.
Oh, so just pass it on.
Yeah, just pass it to us, and then it won't go to Brendan.
Okay. Got it. All right, so you're gonna get up.
Yeah.
But yeah,
Take
like
over,
I said,
take
man.
over,
Prad, you there? Can you get that ready for me? Like I said, guys, it's been a great time. It's time for me to get off camera. Like we talked about earlier, I am no longer going to be on camera going forward. It's time for me to get back to focusing on my trades, but it's been a pleasure. Sharif, it's been a pleasure. All right, saw you at the gym. Look at you now, working hard. One last pew for you guys. And we will definitely, catch up at some point. But best of luck. Keep in mind everything I've been talking about. Hopefully that's some helpful stuff. And we'll go from there, Sharif.
No question.
All right,
and
man.
Keep in touch.
Yeah.
Definitely.
I'm here, but I'm not here.
Yeah, definitely.
So that's what's going on. So everyone that's watching, thank you guys for tuning in. And one thing I will say, 397,000 subscribers, 400K just around the corner.
Oh, yeah.
Make it happen. That's all I can really
there
say.
you go.
Just make it happen.
Smash the like button.
Smash the likes and subscribe.
We're going to send you over to Sean and Max for the close.
Oh, what's up, everybody? Yeah, Brendan's busy. We'll be doing this for a bit. And it's obviously going to be a pretty sad day there as hopefully everybody's